Chapter 51. Relief. Nearing the heavy door, there were more than 10 guards with indifferent eyes standing firmly before the gate, barring it. At one corner of the gate in a chair, sat an aloof-looking man. In his hands was a pen and a thick book. At this moment many clansmen lined up in a row in front of the old man. Each one of them had brought whatever chair method to him so they could sign it out. After doing so, they carefully left the pavilion under the cold stares of the 10 or more guards. This was the procedure to leave the chair method pavilion. Before entering the chair method pavilion, Xian and everyone else was informed about the procedure, therefore it was not something unexpected. The chair method pavilion was a place where all of the clan's chair methods were held. Methods that were acquired painstakingly by the clan for over dozens of generations. These chair methods were the foundation of the clan, thus the clan had extremely protective measures on the methods. The clan had their chair method scrolls made out of a special type of bamboo. The bamboo could be defined as a mother-son. The mother part was the size of the palm, while the son part would be able to grow as large as a dozen meters. Since the technique scrolls were made from this special material, as long as the clan chief held onto the mother part, there was no way that anyone could sneak away with a scroll. The moment one left the area with a son scroll, the mother scroll would notify everyone. The parent's area of influence just happened to cover the entire Z clan. Therefore, once a technique scroll leaves the Z clan, it is detected. Of course, nothing is absolute in this world. An individual with powerful enough Dou Qi could forcefully destroy the connection between the scrolls. However, with power at that level, why would one bother to steal one-level Qi methods? It was finally Xian's turn after waiting in line for a period of time. Walking to the front, he withdrew a Qi method from his pocket and gave it to the old man. Receiving the dark red scroll from Xian left the old man slightly surprised. His eyes quickly appraised the boy as he thought to himself this, the burning flame refinement, was protected by a shield with the power of a 9th Duan Qi. This little brat, to think he could actually get through it. It would seem he has some skills after all. After recording that Xian had that scroll, the old man returned it to him and indifferently cautioned, I think you know the rules, right? The scroll can't leave the clan, otherwise there will be severe consequences. You must return the scroll after 1 year. There must be no damage to it. Casually nodding his head, Xian moved to the side. He leaned on the front door and waited for Zana's scroll to be recorded. Flashing Xian a light smile, Zana extended her snow-white wrist and took out her scroll. Seeing Zana standing in front of him, the emotionless face of the old man suddenly let out a hint of a respectful smile. Using both hands to receive the scroll, he then quickly recorded the borrower of the scroll. Standing off to the side, Xian narrowed his eyes at the old man after seeing the change in his attitude. Xian's fingers curled instinctively slightly. Since this old man was in charge of the Qi method pavilion, his position in the clan was comparable to that of one of the 3 elders. Xian had heard that this old man's nickname in the clan, Cold-Hearted Zihon. This old guy, even if it was to his own father, would still talk in a foreign manner. An old emotionless face, like the muscles of the recently dead, stiff with rigor mortis. This cold-faced old man, who didn't even respect the clan elder, was acting so respectful before Zana. This once again kindled Xian's interest in Zana's identity. Rubbing his nose, he thought about how each time Zana was silent about her identity. Lifting his head, he saw Zana coming over with a smile on her face. With a shrug of his shoulders, he left with her through the front door. Bursting out from the crowded entrance, Xian breathed fresh air. The atmosphere inside the Qi method pavilion was far too oppressive to breathe normally. What's wrong, Yana? Low laughter greeted Xian as a figure came into view. Looking through the Qi method pavilion's door, the figure asked with a smile. Tilting his head to smile at his father, Xian nodded back with a smile of his own. A red scroll came out from inside his sleeves. I got it. Seeing the red scroll, Zizon gave a sharp intake of air. It's a good thing you were able to get it, he said in a low voice. Seeing his father's expression, Xian couldn't help but roar with pride-filled laughter alongside him. Extending his arm to clap Xian's shoulder, Zizon smiled. Now that you have a Qi method, once you become a doji, then you'll be able to practice Dou Qi for real. Xian nodded obediently as he returned the red scroll back up his sleeves. He could not help but think softly, I don't know what's that special about that Qi method. A Che method that can evolve. Is that even possible? It's even stranger than a Che-level Che method. Trying to recall the strange yet arrogant words of Yao Lao, Ziyan shook his head with a bitter laugh. He had just come across one of the finest Che methods in his life. Zana's high Zhuan level Che method, flame manipulation. To be honest, he had an internal struggle when he declined it. After all, Che methods of that caliber were not only expensive but extremely rare. Massaging his forehead with an open palm, he was starting to regret declining Zana's kindness, but the deed had already been done. It was too late. Ziyan did not have the face to ask Zana again for it, so he had no choice but to pray that Yao Lao was not playing around with him. Otherwise, he would be the biggest loser out of everyone. HMPH, it's only High Zhuan, there's nothing special about that. Even though she isn't normal, her collection of Che methods can't possibly compare to mine. Right, when Ziyan was praying that Yao Lao didn't deceive, Yao Lao gave a slight humph and started speaking. At last you say something? Hearing the voice within his own thoughts, Ziyan scratched his nose. His mouth twitched upwards into a pleasant smile as he spoke. His point of saying so much was so that he could force that old geezer to say something calming. "Aye, you tiny brat, trying to deceive me." An echo came out from within Ziyan's mind. Yao Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry and instead said, "Brat, keep on practicing Dou Qi. Che methods are not something for you to worrying about. Mine won't be shabby. In the future, your achievements won't be lower than that little girl. Her clan is only ... ahem." Even though Ziyan was disappointed that the last sentence was incomprehensible, he still nodded with a smile. He was given an answer to his question so he could concentrate on practicing Dou Qi so that he could become a doji. This was the first step he had to take in order for him to become strong and for him to find Nalan Yanran, who has been on his mind for quite some time. Chapter 52. Breakthrough. After the Che method selection, the entire clan seemed much emptier than usual. The young clansmen who were unable to achieve 7 Duan Che had been assigned to various clan businesses outside of the clan home, where they would learn their respective tricks of the trade. The talented members of the clan, those who had successfully obtained a Che method, started to immerse themselves in rigorous training, in hopes of learning their Che method skill as fast as possible. As the burning sun rose high in the sky, rays of heat baked the earth like an oven. Heat waves bled out of the ground, causing ripples in the air, making the air distorted and blurry. Within the dense forest atop the mountain bordering the Z clan, sunlight trickled through the dense foliage, splattering the leaf-matted ground with tiny droplets of light, like a sky full of stars. In the small forest, shadows weaved and crossed about. Explosions rippled the air whenever their palms met. Violent whines gushed forth from each exchange, rushing through the fallen leaves and tossing them into the air. Engaging in another fierce flurry of blows, Ziyan used both palms to parry Zana's fair hands, and a muffled boom sound rang out with each counter. Though each attack looked light, in actuality, whenever one landed it would instantly turn vicious and powerful. The corners of Ziyan's mouth twitched as he was hit by a strong force, strong enough to cause him to stumble back to steps. Zana, on the other hand, was starting to get bruises on her delicate palms because of all the times she got hit. Seeing Ziyan stumble backwards, a slight smile formed on Zana's lips as her fair hands slowly danced in the air, her fingers wrapped in a golden silky glow. TSK, so strong. Settling down, the slightly shocked Ziyan inwardly shook his head and directed his eyes at Zana. She had a slight smile on her face. She then licked her lips, emitting a strong battle lust. He abruptly pushed himself off the ground with the soreness of his feet and dashed forward, spakes of mud scattered in his wake. With a glance at the incoming Ziyan, the corners of Zana's dainty mouth lifted up as the golden glow on her hands intensified. A small crater was left after Ziyan had started rushing forward. He suddenly stopped a meter away from Zana. So perfect was his stop, it seemed as if Ziyan had never moved at all. Seeing the depth of control Ziyan possessed over his movements, Zana's autumn water eyes couldn't help but betray a sense of admiration. Octane blast. As his running figure suddenly came to a halt, his right foot pushed off the ground, causing his body to spin, increasing the force of his attack. Filled with power, his left leg arced through the air, bringing forth an ear-piercing shriek of wind. Fiercely, he angled his blow at Zana. Seeing Ziyan's fierce incoming attack, Zana slightly nodded her exquisite chin in response. Her dainty hands formed into a strange semicircular shield of light that slammed against Ziyan's left leg without hesitation. Bang! A muffled boom resounded from the clash, causing the leaves on the ground to be swept up into the sky, before scattering about. Leg met fist in a momentary collision, and a split second later, the two figures were pushed back. The strength of the blow was enough to push Ziyan's body 4 to 5 meters into the air. As his body fell downwards, he angled his right hand to face a nearby tree and emitted a suction force to negate the force of the fall. Jumping off a tree branch, he landed steadily onto the ground. Lifting his head to look at Zana, who was likewise pushed back a few steps, Ziyan smacked his lips and laughed, asking, "What was that Dou technique you used? High-level Zhuan Dou technique." Swallow's return. When mastered, it is able to return the force of an opponent's attack. I am only at the beginner's level, thus I can only return about 10% of the power. Zana smiled while replying. Having understood, a thought emerged from within Ziyan, borrowing a force to counter another. This Dou technique that elder brother Ziyan used is not bad either. If Zana was not a 1-star doji with a power beyond yours, I would be unable to withstand the strong force from that attack. Zana smiled, her eyes forming to crescent moons. Ziyan shrugged without commenting, lazily twisting his neck. A high-level fight caused muscle fatigue and mental exhaustion to build up. Rubbing the sweat that was pouring like water off his face, Ziyan silently cursed the hot and humid weather before he stripped off his shirt. Under the shirt, his young, somewhat tanned and fit physique was revealed. Even though it was not considered muscular, his small body hid an explosive power. Enjoying the half-naked Ziyan, Zana's beautiful face flushed. Ziyan grabbed his clothes and leaned tiredly against a limestone rock. Facing Zana, he let out a bitter laugh. "Sigh, it's already been 2 months, yet I am still stuck at the 8 Duan Cha." Looking at the somewhat helpless Ziyan, Zana pursed her lips and giggled. Gracefully sitting down, she joined Ziyan and leaned against the limestone rock. She retrieved the sweat-filled clothes from Ziyan before gently drying the sweat off his body. Consoling him, she said, "The 8th to the 9th Duan Cha is the beginning of Dou Cha bottleneck stage. Ziyan Zheizhe should not be impatient. When the time is right, all that should be, will be." At this point, Zana suddenly sensed a heated gaze, and looking up, she found Ziyan staring at her. Flushing red, she pouted playfully. "Ziyan Zheizhe." The young maiden's gentle and playful tone was like a refreshing breeze in the humid jungle. Because of the hot weather, Zana wore a short, light green apron that exhibited a lovely patch of white skin below her long, alluring nape. In addition to that, the developing marshmallows of the young maiden were revealed by the tight contours of her clothing, causing a sense of beauty in the youthful body. Faced with such a beautiful scene, it was no wonder that Ziyan felt slightly absent-minded. Awakened from his stupor by Zana, Ziyan's face flushed slightly. Letting out an embarrassed laugh, he lay on the cooling limestone, slowly closing his eyes, allowing Zana's pair of tiny hands to gently rub across his body. The corners of her rosy lips slightly tipped upwards as Zana helped wipe Ziyan's body. Without turning, she secretly swept a glance across his body, only to be startled to find that unknowingly he had fallen asleep. Helplessly shaking her head, Zana also understood that today's high-level fight had caused him to be exhausted. Wrinkling her nose, she put down the clothes as a soft golden glow started to gather at her fingertips. Sneakily taking another glance at the unresponsive Ziyan, Zana laid a finger on Ziyan's skin. Golden light followed the path along the finger and seeped into Ziyan's body. As golden light was transferred, beads of sweat started to roll down Zana's forehead, and she could be seen slightly gritting her teeth. Just as she prepared to continue the transfer, a surprised look flashed across her face. As he was in a deep sleep beside the limestone, an unfathomable sucking force suddenly originated from within Ziyan's body. Lines of Dou Qi gathered from the surroundings and started to quickly flow into his body. "Oh, is it a breakthrough?" A gasp of shock and awe could be heard as Zana's small mouth formed into the shape of an O, and she quietly watched Ziyan as he unknowingly absorbed Dou Qi. Chapter 53-9 Duan Cha. In the small lush forest, threads of white Dou Qi flowed through the air, continuously absorbed by Ziyan's body as he slumbered. Looking at Ziyan, who had practically become an energy sink, Zana felt pleasantly surprised. Quietly putting some distance between him, she stood in silent vigil and guarded the area. If Xian were to be roused from his state of training mediation, he would lose a chance to advance another level. The success of Xian's advancement could be said to be almost certain. As the Dou Qi was absorbed, the faint traces of fatigue on Xian's face gradually faded away. Like a piece of warm jade, his delicate and pretty face glowed with a pale light. For the next hour these events carried on continued within the small dense forest, until at last coming to the end. Finally, when the last wisps of Dou Qi entered Xian, the small forest regained its original calm. The sun's burning rays continued to shine down on the forest. Even though Xian's eyes were tightly shut, his chest rose and fell in a smooth and steady manner. Zana, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief, relaxed and laughed gently. He has finally reached the 9th Duan Qi. Maybe in half a year, Xian Zheizhe will be able to condense a Dou Qi cyclone and become a true doji. A light-hearted smile on her lips, Zana leapt onto a nearby limestone and sat down in a cross-legged position. Elbows on her knees, palms supporting her chin while her fingers lay on her cheeks, she waited for Xian to wake up. The sky had gradually turned to dusk when Xian finally arose from his deep slumber. Blinking his eyes in confusion, Xian stared blankly about before regaining his wits. Lifting his head, his sight came to rest upon a figure clothed in the golden rays of the setting sun. Bright and clear like liquid water, a pair of eyes met his. He smiled. Is Xian Zheizhe finally awake? Zana let out a lovable laugh as she posed the question to the recently awakened Xian. Smiling with a nod of his head, Xian got up. Twisting his numb neck about, he lazily stretched. Pili polo, the satisfying sounds of bones cracking against each other could be heard from a body that had just raised a Duan Qi. Dazed at the feeling of achieving a breakthrough, Xian curled his hand into a fist before uncurling it again. His jaw slightly slackened and he tilted his head. His face filled with equal parts of doubt and uncertainty, and he uttered, "What? I seem to have reached the 9 Duan Qi." Staring at Xian's look of bafflement with an interested look, Zana started to laugh. Upon seeing Zana's nod, Xian's lips curled upwards into a smile. His heart was pleasantly surprised, though he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The last time he made a breakthrough, it was when he was sleeping. This time he made another breakthrough while asleep. This way of breaking through was a bit too comical. Vigorously punching at the air a few times in rapid succession and feeling Dou Qi that was stronger than a few hours ago, Xian couldn't help but laugh. After getting all of his pleasant surprise out of his mind, Xian was finally aware of the murky sky color. Giving an apologetic smile to Zana, he knew that she had been waiting for him this whole time. While putting his clothes back on, he began to crack jokes with Zana, not leaving. "Today's a good day. So why don't you let Jay treat you to a nice meal in Wutang City? TL, Jay equals brother and JJ equals brother Zixi. I want the most expensive meal then." She responded with a light laugh of her own. Tiptoeing on the limestone for a while, she gingerly dropped down next to Xian, emitting a faint bell laugh that scattered across the gingerly green forest. In order to thank Zana for waiting the whole afternoon, Xian took care to take Zana on a stroll around Wutang City before parting with her in the clan. Dragging his still somewhat excited legs back to his room, Xian dropped down heavily onto his bed and hugged his quilt. With a soft murmur to himself, he said, "At last, I am finally going to become a doji once more. Hey, this breakthrough you just managed, it was due to that little girl." From the midst of the room, the laughter of an old man suddenly sounded. Raising a single eyelid, Xian stared lazily at Yao Lo and furrowed his eyebrows. What does Zana have to do with this? She definitely had a part, otherwise you would have taken a week to break through by yourself. Yao La's transparent body sat down on a chair, his casual tone ringing throughout the room. Begrudgingly shrugging his shoulders, Xian threw his head back into his quilt. "Right now I'm already at 9 Duan. If I want to break through to become a doji, I'm afraid it'll take me another half year or so." After saying that, he momentarily paused and threw off his quilt. His previously focused face became gloomy, his voice now revealing a cold tone. "1 year has already passed and yet I am still not a 1-star doji. If things keep on going at this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to Nalan Yanran in 3 years. Upon hearing this, Yao Lo raised an eye to look at him but remained silent. Naylan Yanran is being trained to be the faction of Misty Cloud's next faction leader. Her talent cannot be said to be low at all, and the faction of Misty Cloud is quite strong as well. They even have the formidable alchemist, Pil Kinguhi, amongst their ranks. If he were to help Naylan Yanran, her speed would be terrifying. It would be no slower than my training speed. Ziyan thought aloud to himself. Yao Luo tilted his head at Ziyan and saw Ziyan's bright crystal-like eyes focus closely on himself. Yao Luo immediately started to laugh but still made no comment. Looking at Yao Luo's face, Ziyan could only roll his eyes. His words were pointless. Hey, after staying silent for some time, Yao Luo slowly sighed. Standing up to walk towards Ziyan, his lips began to curl into a smile. That Guhi fellow isn't anything more than a 6th-tier alchemist. Is he even worthy to be called a pill king? Other than refining pills, what else can he do? Hearing Yao Luo talk in this manner, Ziyan's face suddenly adopted a smiling expression. At this moment, he knew that the mysterious teacher was finally about to show his hon. Tomorrow, you will go buy some materials. Share gathering powder, you will be eating it like it's candy. I don't believe that this Naylan will have this sort of treatment. With both hands behind his back, Yao Luo sneered proudly. Chapter 54, Raising Money. Of course, saying that he would be able to eat gathering pills like candy was a somewhat boastful claim. However, given the skills of Yao Luo, with enough materials, helping Ziyan refine tens of gathering pills was not a problem. However, even with all the boastful claims of Yao Luo, Ziyan had no time to feel any excitement. With each and every required material uttered by Yao Luo, Ziyan couldn't help but feel his heart sink lower and lower. Tomorrow, prepare for me for 50-year-old inky leaf lotus flowers to ripen snake venom fruits, 1 bundle of 20-year-old spirit gathering grass, and a rank to water a tribute magic stone, came Yao Luo's indifferent voice, and when he saw Ziyan's stiff and distant look, he couldn't help but be startled. What's the matter? 50-year-old inky leaf lotus. Flowers that age are sold for 3,000 gold coins, and that's just for a single blossom. Ripened snake venom fruit. That's considered one of the top lower-grade alchemy ingredients. Even the pharmacies don't carry them. It would have to be through sheer luck if one were to ever obtain one, and at the very least 8,000 gold coins would be needed to buy just one. And the 20-year-old spirit gather grass. Dear God, I have only heard of this item appearing in auctions only once, and the starting price was at 10,500 gold. Even the rank to water a tribute magic stone, the cheapest of all the materials, would require at least 2,000 gold pieces. Ziyan wiped his sweaty brow and painfully let out a groan. These ingredients alone would cost me around 50,000. Where in the world would I get such a large sum of money? On hearing Ziyan whine, Yao Luo just rolled his eyes and shrugged his shoulders mockingly. Obtaining those ingredients is your problem. It has nothing to do with me. I will only be in charge of refining the ingredients, damn it. The cost for everything is going to be way too high. If I'm really going to eat gathering powder like candy, I'm afraid that even the Z clan's wealth would be unable to cover the costs. Scolding himself, Ziyan fingered the green card he had hidden under the pillow with some regret. Helplessly, he said, I only have 10,000 gold left from selling the foundation elixir. Nowhere near enough to buy the ingredients you need. Yao Luo laughed while leisurely sitting down onto a chair, showing that the matter of obtaining the ingredients was of no concern to him. Kneading his head, Ziyan grimaced in pain as he continued his line of thought. First, I'll just use this money to buy ingredients for the foundation elixir. Then I'll just sell that at the auction house. Otherwise, I'll never get enough money. Yao Luo gave a smug nod. For him, refining something as low-grade as the foundation elixir was nothing strenuous. Letting out a short breath, Ziyan flopped back onto his bed and bitterly laughed. Being poor is extremely annoying. The next morning, Ziyan secretly slipped away from the clan to Wutan City's pharmacies and bought all of the materials needed for the foundation elixir. Afterwards, Ziyan searched for a tavern in an isolated area and entered. Because he would be selling the elixirs for other people to use, he could let Yao Luo mix the ingredients together without a single care. So, just like last time, Ziyan bought the cheapest and lowest quality materials. Because he desperately needed money, Xian bought enough materials to make 7 foundation elixirs, which had completely drained the green card of money. While waiting for Yao Luo to refine the ingredients, Xian began to flick the green card around his hands. Absent-mindedly shaking his head, Xian came to realize that he had once again returned to his original poverty-stricken state. This time, Yao Luo had spent an entire hour to create all of the foundation elixirs. Arranging each of the 7 white jade bottles neatly onto the table, Xian couldn't help but smile widely. Carefully wrapping each bottle up in cloth, he secured them tightly to his back. Gently patting the elixirs on his back, Xian swung a huge black cloak over himself to hide both him and the elixirs from view before laughing to himself as he exited the tavern. At the Primo auction house inside the treasure inspection hall, Primo Auction's top auctioneer, UFEI, was staring at 7 small jade bottles full of foundation elixir in front of her in shock. Her eyes had lost her usual sparkle and she leaned forward at a precarious angle. Sitting not too far away from UFEI with his black pouch, Xian coughed, bringing her back to attention. Her pale white hands tenderly groped the jade bottles while she sniffed it to try and authenticate the elixirs. After a while, she handed the bottles to Guenai, the alchemist expert of the auction. Taking the foundation elixir from her, Guenai began to inspect the bottle closely and then remarked, "All of these are truly foundation elixirs." Upon hearing Guenai's confirmation, Yufei's eyebrows leapt up in surprise. She observed the black cloaked figure before her and her face carried a smile. Bringing out the most appeal she could muster, she said, "I didn't think half a year later, Uncle would bring us such a large business. When will the elixir be sold?" The cloaked figure asked with the voice of Yao Luo. "Does Uncle need money right away? If you are not that busy, then I suggest waiting for 1 or 2 days. 7 bottles of foundation elixir rarely come onto the market at the same time. If you would let the auction house publicize this, then your profits will surely be a lot higher." UFEI smiled sweetly while suggesting her idea. Hearing this, the cloaked figure went silent momentarily and just for a moment, a light groan in confirmation was heard. Hearing his response, Yufei's smiling face slipped for a second. Her white hands reached for her teacup and she brought it to her lips. She could now ascertain that this black-cloaked figure was a rank 2 alchemist, if not a rank 3 alchemist. Taking a sip from the teacup, the cloaked figure spoke once more with an elderly voice. "Perhaps your auction house could assist in helping me procure some alchemy ingredients as well." The bright eyes of Yefei twinkled as she sat down on top of a chair. Smiling even brighter, she said, "What ingredients does Uncle want?" "For 50-year-old inkleaf lotuses to ripen snake venom fruit, 1 bundle of 20-year-old spirit-gathering grass and a single water attribute rank to magic core." By the side of Yefei, Guenai's face changed drastically upon hearing the ingredients listed. His eyes had a hint of confusion as he watched the black-cloaked figure. "Hehe, Yefei will definitely help Uncle find those materials. The moment I hear a single mention of any of the items, I will inform Uncle immediately. But where does Uncle live, I wonder? How will we keep in touch?" As Yefei asked, she glanced at Guenai and saw shock etched on his face. Seeing that, her heart gave a violent leap. But she didn't show her surprise on her face. "There is no need to try to contact me. If any of the ingredients appear, deduct the costs from the foundation elixir. I will visit again." Under the black cloak, a wizened voice rang out. "I also have other matters to attend to that cannot be postponed. I will be back in 2 days." With that said, the cloaked man stood up and walked out of the auction house. Watching him disappear as he turned around the corner, Yufei's eyes narrowed. Was there something wrong with the ingredients he asked for, Guenai Shushu? Guenai shook his head and exhaled before laughing bitterly. "If I remember correctly, these are the ingredients to refine and make the Che gathering powder." Yufei's face changed immediately after hearing that. Doesn't one have to be a rank 4 alchemist before attempting to create the Che gathering powder? Nodding his head, Guenai continued, "That would appear to be the case. However, within the Jiamor Empire, there are no more than 20 rank 4 alchemists. How is it that we've never heard of this mysterious cloaked person before?" Yefei gently shook her head. Her eyes were brimming with curiosity as she spoke. "A rank 4 alchemist, if I ever get the chance, I'll definitely have him owe a favor to me." Chapter 55. Accident. Looking at the Primo auction house's ability to circulate information, one cannot help but admit that it was extremely effective. It had barely been a day since Ziyan had handed over his foundation elixirs to the auction house, and yet almost every influential clan in Wuten City had already heard the news, causing a great disturbance. The only thing different between this auction and the last was the star of the show. The previous auction showcased the high-level Zhuangdou technique, a piece which would fetch a sky-high price any day. Because of that, only the major powers had the qualifications to bid. Those of lesser ranks could only watch in longing. But to many people, the foundation elixir was a more realistic goal. To help their children become a Dou Qi as quickly as possible, many elders of various clans were willing to spend quite a bit on advantageous items like the foundation elixirs. Word of the foundation elixirs had spread enough to send the city of Wuten abuzz with excitement. Even Ziyan, deeply secluded within his clan, caught wind of the news. Seeing the commotion over a mere 7 bottles of impure foundation elixir had caused, though shocked, Ziyan was grateful for the being able to confirm the unique charm that the pills had on this continent. On the second day, the Z clan also received an invitation from the Prima auction house. Most likely because Zizon had previously bought a foundation elixir. Several elders of the clan were interested in the appearance of the foundation elixirs, especially those who still had children whom had yet to achieve the level of doges. Ziyan had originally planned to sneak out in the afternoon, but before his plan came to fruition, he was stopped by a messenger from Zizon. Ziyan had no choice but to follow behind the messenger and walk towards the entrance of the clan. At the entrance, Ziyan found not only Zizon, but also several elders that were gathered there, all bustling with excitement. Raising his head to find the leisurely approaching Ziyan, a grinning Zizon urged Ziyan to come forward with a gesture of his hand. Ziyan let out a sigh, seeing his father beckon him. As he walked forward, his glance fell upon the 2 figures next to Zizon, and his eyebrows furrowed at the sight. Dilly-dallying, just like a woman, Ziyu taunted the frowning Ziyan. She had been made to wait all day for the princess. For this she was slightly angered. "Are you really in such a rush to your funeral?" Ziyan rebutted in a matter-of-fact manner. Ziyu ground her teeth in anger, almost chipping a tooth. Within the crowd, a young maiden's mocking laughter rang out like a silver bell. Tilting his head, Ziyan looked to see Zuna standing in the middle of the crowd. Shrugging his shoulders at her, he smiled back. "Are you going to the auction house too?" "Staying within the clan grounds is really boring. I might as well go look around any time I can." Zuna squeezed her way through the crowd to stand at Ziyan's side, her beautiful laughter echoing behind her as she walked. "What's there for you anyways, except for, well, really at best only a few foundation elixirs. Nothing that would be of any use to you will be there," Ziyan asked with a pleasant smile on his face. "Humph, you still dare to talk back. If it weren't for those foundation elixirs, you'd be nowhere near my level," retorted Zining bitterly, his feet still slightly unsteady since he had only recently fully recovered. He had just healed from the fight he had with Ziyan 2 months ago, but now, as he looked at the 2 people being ridiculed standing so close to each other, his cheeks reddened with jealousy. It was as if he'd forgotten the lesson Ziyan taught him, after all that pain. "You still itching for a fight?" Lifting his head to look at him, Ziyan's expression was dangerously unclear. No one could tell if he was smiling or not. Yu Zining's wrath grew along with the clenching of his fists, but slowly, his fists relaxed and returned to their original state. With a sneer, he followed with, "Don't be so proud of yourself. Although you managed to injure me that time, I still have to thank you for the experience. If it weren't for this period of healing, I would not have even been able to get close to the 9 Duan Doche. Within 7 days at most, I'll be able to break through to 9 Duan. After that, we'll see who'll be wanting to fight again and who will be the winner." Hearing Zining, some of the surrounding older clansmen couldn't help but look astonished at his claim. Even the first elder nearby couldn't hide the pleasant look of pride from his face. Really, this grandson of his never ceased to amaze him. Zizhong's eyebrows wrinkled with some annoyance as he looked at the first elder. When he was about to wave his hand to signal for everyone to prepare to leave, he stopped as he saw Ziyan's smiling expression towards Zining and was momentarily stunned with the words he was about to say died in his mouth. Facing Zining, whose face still had that arrogant sneer, Ziyan yawned after a moment of silence. Then he shrugged his head and spoke with a neutral tone. "Well, this is quite embarrassing. Just a few days ago, I accidentally entered the 9 Duan Che. I'm afraid that it seems like you're still a step behind. Right after hearing Xian, all of the surrounding clansmen went silent. Looks of shock and astonishment appeared on everyone's faces as they watched the impassive face of Xian. Xian had said he broke through by accident. Not knowing if they should either laugh or cry, everyone all had a similar thought. This kid had deliberately hit Zining where it hurt most. Poor Zining. Zining's arrogant smirk went rigid as he heard Xian. His mouth began to twitch slowly, and his throat was trembling. With an unwavering stare at Xian that lasted for some time, Zining finally backed down with a dejected look. He had thought that he could gain some face with his expected breakthrough, but who would have thought that he was met with an even more shocking statement? Jade-like hands supported a rather downtrodden Zining as Ziyu glared furiously at Xian, as if trying to burn holes into him. Surprisingly, she did not say anything to mock him, only thinking to herself, how exactly does this little bastard train? It was only 2 months. How could he have achieved 9th Dan? Even though there was bad blood between them, Ziyu was still mind-blown at Xian's rapid progress. A peal of laughter thundered from Zizon, his previous annoyance fading away as he saw the surprised faces of his clansmen. Casting a glance towards the first elder, he smiled and said, "Let's get going. The auction is about to start. Any more delays and we'll miss our chance." Watching the elders walk out the main door, Zizon could not help but turn around and happily ruffle his son's hair. He praised Xian in a happy tone. "Not bad. You have done your father proud yet again." That old fogey, the first elder, kept going on and on about how much talent his grandson until I almost felt like killing myself in irritation. He obviously wants the clan to invest in a bottle of foundation elixir for his grandson. Beating around the bush like that. What a super annoying old cheapskate. With his hair ruffled into a mess, Xian forced a smile. He innocently spread his hands while taking a step out of the main door as he grudgingly replied, "Originally, I didn't want to reveal it, but he just had to force my hand." At a distance from the door, hearing Xian's words, Zining's mouth twitched as his heart became heavy with gloominess and depression. Chapter 56, Jianon Academy. For the Primer Auction House, today was definitely the busiest day in the past half a year. Inside the expansive and spacious reception lounge, many people were chattering away and moving about, which made Xian's group head hurt with all of the noise. It was as if a large buzzing insect was flying around in their ears and wouldn't leave. Looking at the crowd so densely packed together that even an ant couldn't get through, Zizon shook his head helplessly. It would be for the best for the auction house security guards to help escort his group through the VIP entrance. That would be the best way to get in. Inside the auction house, although the number of people was definitely not too few, compared to the lounge outside, it was relatively peaceful. Zizon looked around the bustling floor as he walked along casually with Xian and some other clan members to find their seats. Sitting on one of the edge seats, Xian looked around the hall with a bored expression while leaning back in his chair without a care in the world. "Elder sister, in another half a year, the enrollment period of Jianon Academy will start right." Xian was leisurely sitting and almost fell asleep when his ears picked up the question Zining had asked. The mentioning of that special name caused his eyebrows to raise slightly in interest. Jianon Academy, a famous Dou Qi academy in the Dou Qi mainland, was armed with a strength that wildly exceeds the common man's imagination. It is said that one has to be about Dou Qi level to become a teacher in Jianon Academy, and even the famous Misty Cloud faction cannot match up to the might of Jianon Academy. In the Dou Qi mainland, academies are somewhat different from clans. If one joins a clan, he would not only be restricted by the clan, but would also have to watch his every action as it would reflect back on the clan. An academy was different since all ties would be cut off after graduation. Even though that is said, humans are not unfeeling animals. In an ivory tower like the academy, students become easily attached to the academy. After graduating, these faint feelings will become the reason why graduates are willing to support the academy to the best of their abilities. One person's help might not make much of a difference, but if there were thousands or tens of thousands of people helping, that would be quite a scary force, and this was the aim of every academy. Enrolling into an academy was also the best shortcut in obtaining Dou techniques and Qi methods. At an academy on the level of Jianon, if one's performance was stellar, he might catch the eye of a teacher, which would open up doors to high-level Qi methods and Dou techniques. With these two in hand, the distance to becoming a strong doji would be shortened by quite a bit. Qi methods, Dou techniques, and alchemy pills are the three most sought-after commodities in the Dou Qi mainland. Jianan Academy dominates in two of these fields, thus people all over the mainland believe that if one were able to enter Jianan Academy, one would never again need to worry about their future. Everyone who graduates from Jianan Academy is a highly sought-after talent with bright prospects. Therefore, every year, countless youths from all over Jiamor country try all sorts of ideas in hopes of somehow getting into Jianan Academy. Thus, Jianan Academy is definitely a great place. However, its enrollment criteria are extremely strict. To reach the 9th Duan Dou Qi before the age of 18. These requirements bar many of the less talented people, and thus only the truly gifted are left to enter Jianan Academy. Having heard Zining's inquiry, Ziyu gave a slight nod. With a quick glance at Ziyan, she proudly replied, "Fret not, you have already fulfilled the criteria. Furthermore, the one in charge of recruitment in Wutan City is my teacher, who is a 5-star Dou Shi. Together with the fact that I am here to put in a word for you, there is definitely no problem for you at all." "Ha ha, that's great." Having heard her reply, Zining's face lit up like fireworks and nodded his head in excitement. Hearing their conversation, Ziyan's mouth slightly twitched. If it was before, he could only enter Jianan Academy in hopes of obtaining higher-tier Dou techniques and Qi methods. But now, since he had Yao Lo, whose origins remained a mystery, as a teacher, Jianan Academy no longer interested him. Does Ziyan Zheizhe not plan to take the entrance test for Jianan Academy in half a year? Zana softly asked, having picked up Ziyan's lack of interest. At Zana's question, Ziyu raised her brow and cast a gaze towards the two. She had already made up her mind that if the little bastard was going to try to go to Jianan Academy, she would tell her teacher to make him suffer a bit. Ziyan rubbed his nose and lazily replied, "Not interested. What could I possibly learn with a bunch of wimpy kids? If I wanted Dou techniques, jumping off cliffs in search for hidden treasures would be more exhilarating." "Humph, what a boastful tone. Do you really think an academy would beg for you to join? Don't be so arrogant just because you're blessed with a bit of talent. There are many in Jianan Academy who could easily match you. In fact, not entering would be better for you, given your hateful character. All you would find there is a world of beatings." At Ziyan's belittlement of the academy she was intensely proud of, Ziyu interjected icily as her expression turned frosty. Ziyan turned his sight to sweep over the indignant Ziyu, the sides of his mouth slanted downwards, yet he could not be bothered with her. His promise with Nolan Yanran would need to be fulfilled in less than 2 years. The only goal he had now was to surpass that woman. There was not much time left, but the difference between them was still too vast. Ziyan did not believe that there was anyone in Jianan Academy who would be able to help him surpass Nolan Yanran in the 2 years left. Since they could not help him, why would he bother to enroll into that lousy academy? Unless they could instruct him in the alchemy arts like Yao Lo. But even if they could they match up to Yao Lo's skills? Shaking his head, Ziyan decided not to debate with her about academies anymore. Taking a look around, he found that 2 other large clans members had also entered the auction. After yet another crowd had passed by, Ziyan suddenly felt a cold gaze. Briefly turning, he realized the owner of the gaze was the one he had clashed with in the marketplace, Jialai. Currently, the young master of the Jialai clan was staring at him with malicious intent, while occasionally sneaking lustful glances at the exquisite figure of Zana beside him. This caused Ziyan to stare back, eliciting an evil smile from the young master. Coolly staring at Jialai, whose mouth kept opening and closing, Ziyan was barely able to decipher his intentions. "Little useless trash from the Yan clan, you have finally completed your coming-of-age ritual, right? Better not let the young master see you in Wutan City or else." Hey, slightly squinting at Jialai, who had burst out into laughter, Ziyan faintly smiled as a viscous light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 57, Advertisement. Releasing his chilly gaze, Ziyan did not act but rather curled all 10 fingers while a strange push and pull force began to gather in his palm. It was as if his hands were alive and breathing. After refining vacuum hand and fire palm for more than a year, Ziyan, though unable to say his skills had reached perfection, could confidently say that he was able to switch between the two skills much more smoothly. If Xiao sparred with someone, it was assured that he could quickly release the two Dou techniques together and harm the other party. Beside him, Zana gave a quick glance towards Jie Lao. A small smile creeped onto her lips. Ziyan Zheizhe, that guy seems to be a lot stronger than before. Ziyan inclined his head in agreement, coolly replying, "Last time at the auction, his father managed to win a wind attribute high Zhuan level Che method. It's been a year and that certainly has been enough time for Jie Lai, who is of the wind attribute, to change his old Dou Qi into the new method's Dou Qi, thus making him stronger than before. Hehe, no wonder he's become so arrogant. Does he really think that a high-level Zhuan technique is something so rare?" Zana was all smiles as she remarked. Within her crystal-clear eyes a light golden blaze danced wildly. Ziyan smiled as he shook his head and with a hint of playfulness he replied, "To a wealthy young girl like you who can pull Che methods of high-level Zhuan quality out of thin air, of course something like that isn't rare." Hearing Ziyan's teasing words, Zana wrinkled her lily-white nose. Rolling her eyes, she replied with some bitterness, "Even though it's rare, didn't Ziyan Zheizhe still reject it?" Having heard what she said, Ziyan smiled in embarrassment. Pointing his chin towards the stage, he said, "The auction is about to start." Seeing Ziyan feign ignorance, Zana could only shake her head grudgingly as she cast her gaze towards the auction stage, which suddenly lit up. Under the attention of countless eyes, Yuefei, dressed in a red dress, stepped up onto the stage. The red dress tightly wrapped around her body, causing the audience's gazes to blaze with passion. Yuefei, wearing a lovely expression, veiling her ever so slightly sensual lips behind a hand, faced the audience below and let out her lovable laugh as she said a few words to the crowd. With her charm, she easily drove the auction into a frenzy of desire. Feeling the growing excitement in the air, even Ziyan could not help but smack his lips together. Yuefei was indeed worthy of the title of Prima Auction House's chief auctioneer. With just a few words, she had turned weaker-willed men into beasts and filled their heads with passion. At this point, if Yuefei were to try and auction off a pebble, many people would value the pebble as a priceless treasure to be bought. Looking at the intense atmosphere in the hall, Yuefei was slightly pleased with herself. Her years of training had enlightened her on how strongly her beauty affected men. Her red lips formed an inviting smile as her gaze shifted around the room, taking in everything around her. When her eyes swept over a young man sitting behind Zizon, she could not help but be faintly surprised. Though the youngster's gaze was on the platform, those ink-black eyes which danced around let Yuefei know that this young man was not swayed by her alluring performance, which caused her black eyebrows to lift slightly in astonishment. Moving her gaze away from Ziyan, Yuefei's red lips slightly parted as a soft laugh escaped. Clapping her hands, she smiled and said, "Yuefei knows what has brought everyone here today, thus the usual appetizers will be left out. Instead, we will start right away with the main event." As she ended her speech, Yuefei lightly waved her hands, dimming the lights on the stage. Bowing to the crowd, she took out a jade plate and at the middle of the plate laid a tiny white jade bottle. At the appearance of the tiny white jade bottle, the audience's gaze heated up with longing. One by one, they rubbed their hands together in anticipation of obtaining the bottle for themselves. Does anyone remember the foundation elixir from our last auction? The ones we are offering now are made by the same alchemist. Our auction house's grandmother Gu Enai has assured us that the effectiveness and quality are also the same, so everyone need not worry about that, Yuefei said as she gently smiled. Suddenly turning towards Ziyan, with a charming and lovely smile, she added, "Previously, the foundation elixir was bought by the Z clan leader, Zizon, and after this purchase, young Master Ziyan managed to jump from the 3rd to the 8th Duan Dou Qi in 1 year. Whether this was due to the foundation elixir? Ha ha, Yuefei can only guess." Towards the end, within Yuefei's beautiful eyes, a flash of craftiness could be seen. Hearing Yuefei's words, all eyes shifted to the front row until they laid upon the slightly overwhelmed figure of Ziyan. Gasps of surprise could be heard all around, and although word of Ziyan's monstrous training speed had long ago spread throughout Wutang City, many had not been able to personally see it. Thus, having the chance to see Ziyan in person, many could not help but sigh in amazement. At the same time, it strengthened everyone's conviction to obtain the foundation elixir for themselves. Not far away, seeing Ziyan in the spotlight, the corners of Jia Liao curled into a sneer as his face became filled with disdain. Under the crowd's attention, Ziyan twisted uncomfortably in his seat. In his heart, he could not decide whether to cry or laugh. This woman was brilliant. She actually used Ziyan himself as a free advertisement. With Ziyan here as a living specimen, the price of the foundation elixir would rise by at least 20% to 30%. Sigh. This woman, it'd be a waste if she weren't a merchant. Sighing yet again, although Ziyan was disturbed by the surrounding gazes, he remembered that the items on auction were actually his, and thus he could only shake his head in frustration and give a death stare to the smiling Yuefei on stage. Yuefei fearlessly ignored Ziyan's stare and instead brazenly replied with a mature, lovely and alluring smile, causing a few men behind Ziyan to swallow a mouth of saliva. For the first bottle of foundation elixir, the auction price starts at 15,000. On stage, Yuefei was all smiles as she asked for such a huge amount. She had pushed the price of the foundation elixir to twice the original value. What viciousness below the stage! Having heard the price, Ziyan's mouth split open in amazement as he inwardly shook his head. As expected, women were the most vicious beings there were. Chapter 58, A High Price. Even though everyone in the hall quieted down after Yuefei announced the starting price, soon, a young man who had been distracted by Yuefei hurriedly yelled, 16,000. Immediately after calling out his price, the slightly pale-faced young man tried to act gracefully by faking a bow towards Yuefei. However, he missed the fact that his eyes were giving conspicuous lust-filled looks at her well-formed chest. Internally sneering at the young man, whose thoughts were obviously fixed on her body, Yuefei continued to keep her smiling expression and asked the rest of the crowd, "Do we have any other offers? Are there any other takers?" 17,000. 19,000. The crowd under the stage erupted with people calling out their prices after that initial offer. The first beer looked embarrassed after his initial price had been beaten by 2 or 3 other people and promptly sat down. Hearing the non-stop stream of prices, Ziyan couldn't help but feel shocked and could only let out a gasp in his surprise. The buyers wanted the foundation elixir to a degree that was far greater than he had anticipated. It would appear that letting the primer's auction house spread word of the foundation elixir had been a wise decision after all. The 3 major clans held an spectator stance in regards of this foundation elixirs, and thus weaker parties seized the opportunity and began to scramble to name whatever they would pay. They all wanted to snatch a foundation elixirs because, after all, something, such as a foundation elixir, that could increase one's Dou Qi was rare even within the whole of the Jiamo Empire. After half an hour of prices being called, the first foundation elixir was sold after the bids began to stall at around 47,000. Looking at the happy look on the fat bear's face, Ziyan was truly speechless. He didn't think that anyone would want a foundation elixir more crazily than his father had. It costed around 1,000 gold coins to make just one foundation elixir, but here one just sold for 10 times that amount. At such large profit margins, Ziyan couldn't help but salivate. Ziyan took a moment to ponder, scratching his chin and blinking. If he had never met Yao Lo, would he ever have had the luxury of being able to use the foundation elixir every day? Seeing that the first foundation elixir had been sold for such a large price, Yuefei could only let out a sigh of relief and think to herself, with such a price, will the mysterious alchemist be satisfied? It would be great if the mysterious alchemist had even a slightly better impression of the Primo auction house. Yuefei turned back to look at all the people who filled the auction house, after shaking her head out of her thoughts. With a laugh, she stared at the white jade bottles in her hands. The last 6 foundation elixirs will be divided and sold as 3 groups of 2. Each group will have a starting price of 30,000 gold. Eyeing each of the 2 bottles of foundation elixir, the people all became strangely quiet. They looked at the 3 major clans standing a distance away for only a moment. But that short moment was all they needed to know that the 3 clans were about to make their move. 31,000. The Jialai clan leader Jialai Bai was silent for a second after the price was announced, and then slowly called out his bid. Hehe, Jia Bai, did the Cho method you buy last time empty your clan treasury? How is it that you're so stingy now? Can you even spare 1,000 gold now? Dòupò suddenly jeered after hearing Jia Bai's price. His face twitching slightly, Jia Bai glared at Dòupò with a single eye. Instead of firing back an insult, he turned his cold gaze back to the white jade bottles on stage. 35,000? Yelled out Dòupò. He mockingly looked at Jia Bai as he gave his bid. 38,000? Jia Bai followed suit. 45,000. Dòupò continued to provoke the other clan leader. 50,000. By the time this price was called, Jia Bai's hand had started to tremble. Although it was hard for him to admit it, as Dòupò had said before, the Jia clan had used several years of savings to buy the high-level Zhuanche method. Thus recently, Jia clan's income had already shrunk by more than 20% to 30%. 55,000, 56,000. The rest of the audience members could only sigh regretfully at the sight of the two. Even if they had enough funds, they still lacked the might to challenge the three great clans. After all, each of the three great clans of Wutang City had at least 3 strong Dou Qi level practitioners. Though economic power was an important pillar that supported a clan, if there was no military might to protect this economic power, with the riches of the world, they would still not be powerful. Therefore, the rest of the audience tactfully avoided entering the auction battle between these two clans, while occasionally glancing towards the Z clan, who was still sitting on the fence. When the Foundation elixir price raised to 73,000, an ashen-faced Jia Bai finally withdrew. With his clan's current circumstances, he could not afford to continue squandering money. At the sight of the ashen-faced Jia Bai, Dòupò joyfully pulled back his body, a splendid smile lighting up his face. While the two were battling, Yuefei observed from the stage while maintaining her alluring smile. Her gaze was similar to that of a wolf eyeing a fat sheep. It was only when the final auction price had been settled that Yuefei reluctantly let the smaller hammer in her hand smash downwards. When Yuefei once again pushed forward another set of 2 Foundation elixirs, the silence Zizon finally made his move. His indifferent tone sounded out before anyone else, causing the already crestfallen Jia Bai to fall further into depression. 70,500. A voice filled with the determination to win flatly resounded throughout the hall. On the stage, even Yuefei was taken aback by Zizon's drive. Taking a little while to recover from her daze, she finally smiled and asked, "Is there anyone else?" Sitting on his chair, Jia Bai fiercely glared at the smiling Zizon, cursing in fury to himself. Bastard, if it was not for him, how would my Jia clan have fallen to this embarrassing state? Flames of rage flickered within his eyes as Jia Bai grinded his teeth, and he abruptly shouted with a voice full of bitterness, 85,000, 95,000. Not even bothering to glance at Jia Bai, Zizon waved his hand, giving the impression that he would be more than able to keep up with any amount Jia Bai could bid. Seeing that Zizon was determined to win at all costs, the corners of Jia Bai's mouth twitched, yet one could see that deep within his eyes, he was happily sneering. It was though he had a bit of hesitation as he clenched his jaw. 100,000. Hearing Jia Bai's bid, the entire hall erupted. Using 100,000 gold coins to buy a bottle of Foundation elixir is insane. It was clearly a big loss. Carefully scrutinizing Jia Bai, who looked like he was ready to fight to the death, Xian lightly smiled. Shaking his head, he spoke to Zunna in a low voice. "I bet that if father bids once again, that guy would wash his hands clean of this money loser transaction." Zunna blinked her long eyelashes. She had not paid close attention to the struggle between the two and somewhat startled, she said. "But he looks like he wants it a lot." Xian smiled. He did not need to say another word. Zizon sat silently in the front row after having heard Jia Bai's latest bid. Abruptly standing up, he gave Jia Bai a funny look. At the next instant, the suddenly grinning, Zizon's next words stupefied Jia Bai. "You win." Chapter 59. End of the auction. As the words left Zizon's mouth, the whole hall fell silent. A while later, one by one, everyone's gazes turned towards the ashen-faced Jia Bai, gleeful at the calamity that had befallen him. "Ha ha, 100,000 gold coins for 2 bottles of Foundation elixir. This guy is truly extravagant. Watching as Jialai's face cramped up, Ziyan bowed his head in an effort to hide a cheeky smile and muttered. Seeing the gloating Ziyan, Zana smiled and, softly laughing, she said, "Normally, a second-rank pill would have a market value of at most 30,000 gold. The Foundation Elixir is a wonder drug that is able to increase the speed of Dou Qi training and is relatively rare, thus its price should be much higher than a second-rank pill. However, using 100,000 gold to buy it, this Yalai is seriously extravagant." Ziyan laughed as he nodded in agreement. He licked his lips in yearning before he smiled and said, "If a bottle of second-grade Foundation Elixir could be sold for tens of thousands of gold, doesn't this mean that those great alchemists would be able to swim in gold?" Alchemy is the continent's most wealthy profession. This is a fact. Every alchemist owns a generous amount of property. Zana was all smiles as she nodded her head. Shifting her gaze towards the Foundation Elixirs on stage, she continued, "As an alchemist's rank rises, they don't auction off their products often. Instead, they would rather choose to engage in bartering, as money no longer has value to them. Bartering." Ziyan's eyebrows perked up and realized that he gained a little insight as to why Yao Luo had such an abundant secret treasure stash. Yeah, they use things like Dou techniques, Cho methods, rare alchemy ingredients, or high-level monster cores to trade for such pills. The corners of her rosy lips tilted upwards, forming a smile as Zana continued her lecture. As a result, it is often said that the alchemist is the most envied profession in the continent. All people dream to become an alchemist, but those dreams are often shattered by the harsh and unreachable requirements. Eyeing the somewhat regretful Zana, Ziyan rubbed his nose, grateful for the mutation in his soul. Deciding not to further the conversation, Ziyan turned his sight towards the ashen-faced Jialai. Similarly, Jialai was shocked into a daze by Zizhan's words. He stared stupidly at Zizhan, who had so easily given up on the bidding war, as the corners of his eyes twitched in disbelief. It felt like half a day had passed before it finally dawned upon him. Jialai hoarsely croaked, "Bastard, you tricked me again. It was all an act. Hey, weren't you trying to do the same, except that recently your mind was a tad distracted and you're acting, it's to fake." Zizhan smugly laughed, his tone full of mockery. "Good, good, very good, extremely good, the best, Zizhan. Jialai will remember those words." Jialai continued to gasp out a few breaths in fury, his gaze cold and venomous. Zizhan ignored his threat. With a final sneer, he turned to face Yafei and said, "Mistress Yafei, let us start the last auction." Nodding her head, Yafei smiled as she maintained her impartial expression. Yet inside, she was giddy with laughter at this turn of events. This auction had exceeded her wildest expectations, and the better the profits, the more the mysterious alchemist would favor the auction house. Gracing the ashen-faced Jialai with a consoling smile, Yafei once again bent to retrieve the last 2 bottles of Foundation Elixir. Complimenting her rosy lips with a dazzling smile, she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last batch of elixirs. Likewise, the starting bid is 30,000. At the sight of the final batch of elixirs, the few elders in Zizhan's vicinity trembled and hurriedly gazed at Zizhan with obvious intentions. Calmly sitting in his chair, Zizhan took no notice of the elders' signals. Instead, his gaze looped around the auction house, coming around full circle before he finally announced in an icy tone, 50,000. Having heard Zizhan's bid, Jialai's face tightened as his mouth instinctively started to open, yet at the thought of his current financial crisis, he could only shut it regretfully. In another corner, Dòupò kept eyeing the stoic Zizhan, furrowing his brow and thrumming his fingers against the back of his hand, Dòupò's eyes faintly flickering in movement of revelation. In a moment, he faintly smiled and said 55,000. The 3 great clans of Wutang City had a strange relationship. Each wanted to consume the other two's businesses, yet each feared to act out against the other clan, for the neutral clan would gain from them doing so. Yet even if 2 of them joined hands, they could not avoid suspecting their partner. Thus, unless they were assured of completely wiping out one party, all 3 sides could only continue in this complicated and brittle stalemate that had formed between them. Each of the 3 great clans had their own set of grudges. Each could not stand the sight of another. Even though before, Dòupò had mocked and ridiculed Jialai and now that Zizhan was bidding, Dòupò was more than willing to compete with Zizon so that Z clan would lose a bit more money. Dòupò's bid didn't make Zizon face change expression. With a casual glance, Zizon called out 65,000. 65,000 was a bit too much for the regular market price for a foundation elixir, but Zizon was also kneeling deep down that in this three-way struggle between the clans, it would be impossible to buy a foundation elixir for a low or even fair price. Hehe, the Z clan leader sure is extravagant, but I'm afraid of being betricked by you. I already have foundation elixir, so I'll give this one to you. After Zizon's bid, Dòupò had started to hesitate. It would seem that after the GLAB's huge loss, he had become even more cautious. Zizon gazed at Dòupò and relaxed in his chair while giving out a laugh. The smile, or whatever Dòupò had plastered on his face, was obviously not what the man was feeling. Regardless, Zizon still let out a grumble afterward. Damn it, I had to pay an extra 10,000. This bastard is nothing good. Hearing those words, Ziyan thought that it was comical. In this kind of battle, were there any good men? If the other party did not fear of ending up in a predicament like GLAB, he would have definitely continued to raise the bid even more before finally letting the matter drop. Tapping his fingers, Ziyan directed his gaze upon the stage at UFEI, who had just brought down a small hammer, signaling the end of the auction. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. This sum of money would be enough for a period of time. Now, all that was left were the alchemy ingredients, and for Yao Luo to refine the Che gathering powder. Soon, I'll be a Dou Qi. Ziyan licked his lips and let out a long sigh. The first obstacle in his training journey was about to be overcome. Chapter 60. Ingredients obtained. Seeing that the auction was about to end, Ziyan found an excuse to sneak away. After carefully leaving the auction floor, Ziyan walked along a nearby street for a little bit. He made his way towards a secluded corner and donned the big, black cloak he had previously purchased. Wrapping himself up in the bulky cloak inhibited his movements, so he could only slowly return to the auction floor. Ever since UFEI had identified him as a fourth-tier alchemist, she had stationed an informant on the auction floor to watch for any signs of the mysterious man. Consequently, as soon as Ziyan arrived, there was already a delicate and pretty maiden that had been waiting who led him to the back and carefully waited on him. Silently sitting in his chair, Ziyan lifted the teacup on the table to his lips and took a sip. He took a quick glimpse at the timid maiden next to him and faintly nodded his head. The voice of an old man could be heard even though Ziyan's lips never moved. How much longer until the auction ends? Oh, the sudden question made the maiden jump. Ziyan, enshrouded behind a large black cloak, was given a concealed look by the girl. She then, with a pale face, tightly clenched her small hands and nervously replied, "Sir, the auction has already ended." UFEI is handling the transfer procedure. Ziyan couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the maiden. She looked like a startled hare. He wasn't that scary, was he? Reluctant to accept that possibility, he shook his head and continued in silence. Standing to the side with her head bowed, the girl looked at the once again silent Ziyan and secretly let out a breath. She had been warned by Master Guenai, when she had taken on this task, to never hesitate to satisfy any request this mysterious person may have, even if that request was to do something extra. Having worked at the auction floor for a year, the young girl obviously understood what these extra tasks would require. This was why, every time Ziyan spoke, she would shiver from head to toe. She was afraid that this mysterious man might request one of those extra tasks. The girl stood trembling for about 10 minutes, after which footsteps could be heard outside the door. She was finally able to relax a little bit. "Oh sir, you arrived really early. Zuli should have entertained you properly, right?" Yafei's serpentine waist swayed and she released an alluring demeanor as she slowly walked into the room. Her curvy figure could make men with little self-control feel fiery impulses. Succubus, his heart once again cried out. Ziyan withdrew backwards and lightly nodded. Watching Ziyan nod, the maiden standing to the side once again released a breath. She respectfully bowed and quickly left. Seeing that Ziyan's appearance had no trace of dissatisfaction, UFEI felt relieved. She gave him a smile that contained heaven's charm. Her smile gave Ziyan an electrifying jolt. When interacting with this enchantress, Ziyan didn't dare let down his guard. Under the cloak, he stroked the unadorned black ring, hurriedly handing over the responsibility of speaking to Yao Lao. Has the auction ended? Yes. Yao Fei wore a smiling expression as she nodded her snow-white chin. Yao Fei waved her hand and a light blue jade card appeared in her hand. She laughed. Sir, these 7 foundation elixirs, altogether auctioned off for 285,000 gold coins. After deducting taxes, the rest of the money is on this card. Ziyan reached forward and took the card. It rested comfortably in his hand and was clearly expensive to make. He lightly caressed the jade card and nodded. Looking at the pair of young and fair palms, Yao Fei once again had a strange feeling. This price is beyond my expectations. I am very satisfied. Yao Lao's voice made Yao Fei feel pleased. She quickly discarded any strange thoughts. Staring with her alluring eyes, she pursed her rosy lips and laughed. If you still want to auction medicine later, please come to the Primo auction house. We will definitely strive to get you the best price. Nodding his head, Ziyan put away the jade card. After a slight hesitation, Yao Lao's voice inquired, the ingredients I requested, did you find them? Her long and narrow eyebrows bent in a beautiful arc. Yao Fei lightly laughed. The lovable tone made Ziyan feel somewhat pleasantly surprised. Yes, our auction house naturally fulfilled your request. Yao Fei clapped her hands, and Gu and I personally stepped forward holding a jade plate. Then he stopped by Ziyan's side and bowed. He carefully placed the jade plate onto the table and laughed. Sir, the ingredients you have requested are all here. Ziyan's eyes lit up in happiness when he looked at the plate full of ingredients beside him. This auction house's power was nothing small. If he were to try and buy these ingredients himself, he would have wasted a lot of time and energy. But here, this auction house was able to gather everything in a single day. This left Ziyan overjoyed at his unexpected fortune. Sorry for the trouble. Seeing all the materials for cha refining powder gathered, even Yao Lao's indifferent voice grew a little soft. Having interacted with many people at the auction floor for many years, Yao Fei was naturally able to distinguish Yao Lao's softer tone. She was pleasantly surprised. This transaction was the right decision. I don't want to take advantage of you. The money for these ingredients, subtracted from this card. Seeing that Ziyan was about to bring out the card again, Yao Fei immediately laughed. Sir, we obtained these ingredients internally. The price is much cheaper compared to what you would find outside. Your 2 auctions gained a lot of reputation for our auction house. How could we dare take money for these things? Fine, let's do it your way. If I need more ingredients in the future, I will exchange pills with you. Nodding his head, the astute Yao Lao understood that she wanted to create a good relationship. Not wanting to argue with her, Ziyan carefully picked up the jade plate and stored its contents away. Okay, I have other business to attend to and will not stay any longer. Seeing that everything had been stored, Ziyan stood up. He shook his hands and headed directly outside. Sir, Yao Fei will accompany you? Yao Fei winked at Gu and I. The 2 of them stepped forward to lead the way. Ziyan followed these 2 auction managers who graciously led the way and walked out of the back room. He raised his head and slowed down. As they were leaving the back room, a group of 3 people across the auction floor also emerged. Sweeping his eyes over the 3 people, Ziyan couldn't help but nervously tug on his cloak. He realized that the person in the middle was his father Zizon. Please don't let him see me, prayed Ziyan. Chapter 61. Disguise. While the 3 clans began to leave through the entrance of the auction house, the respective clan leaders gave phony smiles and unpleasant laughs. As they left each other's sights, a trace of hostility and mockery appeared on their faces. The 3 clans swaggered across the hall as they left, and whenever they passed by, the people would quickly move aside. In Wutang City, there were virtually no other powers that could rival the 3 great clans. Once again, Zizon half-heartedly said a few words to the nearby Dòupò. Suddenly, Zizon's movements stiffened and his footsteps halted. Looking at Zizon's movements, everyone shifted their gazes to his line of sight, and their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. Even Yalibai and Dòupò's faces changed a bit. At the hall's other entrance, 3 figures slowly walked out. The person leading them was unexpectedly Primo Auction House's chief auctioneer Yao Fei. As frequent customers of the auction, Zizon and others all knew this woman's true face. Although this woman usually puts on an appearance filled with smiles, everyone knew that this woman was actually very arrogant. Previously, Dòupò wanted to invite her to have a meal but was directly met with an exceptionally polite refusal. From this incident, people understood that this woman, unlike her outward appearance, was not easy to get close to. Today, however, this haughty woman, contrary to her normal self, was respectfully guiding guests. This really did make Zizon and the others amazed. Eyes blinking a little, Zizon and the others' gaze shifted once more to the rear and their faces continued to change. At the back of the group of three, the auction's alchemist Elder Guinai was smiling and said a few words into the ears of a mysterious black-hooded person. His smiling expression was all over his face, so much so that a trace of flattery could be seen. If Yafei's deferential attitude had caused Zizon and the others to feel amazed, then the attitude Guinai displayed made them feel stunned. As Wutan City's highest-ranked alchemist, usually only the three clan heads could meet him. When they did, they were respectful and did not dare to be impolite in the slightest. As a second-tier alchemist, Guinai maintained that pride of being an alchemist. When he spoke indifferently, making others revere him even more. But this type of person, he unexpectedly showed such respect without even trying to hide his flattering smiles. That person he's trying to win the favor of. Who could this person be? The sight brought shock. Finally, their gazes slowly shifted onto the center's black-cloaked figure. Sweeping over the shadowy figure's plump stature, Zizon anxiously thought in his mind, who is this person? Someone who can make Primo auction house's most important people respectfully send him off. What would a person of this level come to Wutan City for? Licking his somewhat dry lips, Zizon looked around from left to right and actually found that Jialai Bai and Dòupò were also curious and shocked. Raising his eyes expectantly at the three incoming people, Zizon's face squeezed out a small smile, walked forward to steps, and smiled. Lady Yafei, Guinai Elder. Ho ho. It really is rare to see you two appear together. When Yafei and Guinai came out earlier, the two had already caught sight of the clan leaders. Looking at Zizon coming out to speak, their movements were still the same. But only after the black-cloaked person stopped did they heave a sigh of relief. Ho ho. We're sending off a precious guest, that's all. Yafei lightly laughed. Oh. Ho ho. Jialai Bai also approached smiling. Shortly after, his gaze shifted from Yafei to the black-hooded person and politely asked, Ho ho. I don't know if this mister is also from Wutan City. Ho ho. You look somewhat unfamiliar to me. Cough. Jialai clan elder, this mister is Primo auction house's precious guest. Guinai elder's eyebrows furrowed and coughed to warn Jialai Bai to not ask questions carelessly. Hearing Guinai elder's warning tone, Jialai Bai's complexion slightly changed and whispered to himself, even Guinai elder acts this fearfully. What is this person's identity? Seeing how Jialai Bai was met with a tactful retort, Zizon swallowed what he was about to say. Looking at Guinai's cautious stance, this black-cloaked person was obviously on a completely different level of existence from them. At the moment, he had no choice but to laugh a bit and then tactfully withdraw. You are Zizon of the Z clan, right? Just when Zizon was about to withdraw, the silent black-cloaked person suddenly asked in a dull tone. Hearing this elderly voice, Zizon stared blankly a bit. Soon after, he hesitated and then nodded. I heard that the young master of your clan relied on this foundation elixir to leap to the 9th Duan. Ho ho, this really causes me to be in awe. The black-cloaked person laughed dully. Met with this sort of courteous treatment, Zizon felt delight in his heart and smiled. My son has good luck. Waving his hands in a carefree manner, the black-cloaked person smiled. Luck is also part of one's power. In the future, if there is ever an opportunity, I would like to meet him. Maybe he can even become an alchemist. In a somewhat stunned manner, Zizon appeared as if he did not understand what the elder was saying. Okay, in the future if there is ever an opportunity, I will look for your Z clan to collaborate together. Smiling, the black-cloaked person turned around to face Yafei and Guinai. There's no need to send me off, I still have some business to do. I will leave first. After speaking, Ziyan didn't wait for their reactions and walked in big strides out of the auction house. Stroking his face in an ineffable way, Zizon turned his head and actually saw Yafei and Guinai staring at him, faces filled with envy. Z clan leader, do you recognize that old mister? Yafei asked. Adds by pub future, it was my first time seeing him. Zizon forced a smile and shook his head nervously towards Yefei and Guenai, who held strange expressions on their faces. Sigh. The Z family has been blessed. Guenai gently shook his head. He shot a glance at the foundation elixirs, which Jia Bai held tightly to his chest as if they were precious treasures, and said indifferently, "Those things were refined by him." Having heard what was said, the complexions of the three family heads changed wildly. After a short while, Zizon's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected that the black-cloaked elder would be an alchemist. Looking at Gurney's previous attitude, it was clear that the elder was a much higher-ranked alchemist than even Guenai. If a second-tier alchemist was able to make them courteous and modest, then what about a third or even a fourth-tier alchemist? Heavens, his kind of clan did not have the qualifications to even meet this type of senior. We've profited greatly this time. Thinking back to when that black-hooded person offered to collaborate in the future, Zizon's eyes immediately lit up and he involuntarily mumbled to himself. To the side, after their shock faded, Jia Bai and Dòupò's eyes flashed with envy as if they were like rabbits' eyes. Chapter 62. Slap. Leaving the auction house, Ziyan wandered the streets for some time. When he saw that there weren't too many people around him, he slipped into a nearby alley. Taking off his black cloak, Ziyan grumbled, "Teacher, you almost exposed me back there. Heh. What I just did, wasn't that what your heart desires as well?" From the unadorned, pitch-black ring resounded an amused Yao Lao's laugh. These words caused Ziyan to helplessly shake his head, but it was true that he felt a bit apologetic towards his father. Twice he had auctioned some products, and thus twice he had extorted money from Zizon. He kicked the cloak into the gutter, whispering, "I'll make it up to him by finding an opportunity to collaborate with the Z clan in the future. That should net him a bit of compensation." With prized ingredients in hand, Ziyan stuffed them inside his bosom. After exiting the alley, he practically flew back to the Z clan's residence. Since Zizon and company weren't back yet, the place felt kind of empty. The guards at the gate, seeing the Z clan's super-duper talented young master, didn't dare obstruct him. Seeing their behavior, the young master flashed a smile and then dashed in. With a vigorous dash, Ziyan arrived at his own room and took out the ingredients out of his bosom. He treated the ingredients as one would treasure. Cupping his hand, he scooped them out and placed them on the table. The first was a withered yellow plant with 5 ink-black leaves. That was the inkleaf lotus. Each leaf represented 10 years of age. The snake venom fruit was round and about as big as half a fist. If the dark green fruit was put beneath the nose, one would smell a sweet and sour tanginess. The snake venom fruit was quite rare, being found only near the lairs of 5th rank or above snake magical beasts. Due to the fruit's association with the snake, the fruit's cold yin element was abundant and as a result, the fruit was frequently used as a mediator for the effects of a medicine. TL, yin and yang. Yin is the dark side. The rank to water attribute magic core had a rich, azure blue color. When put on the table, it not only moisturized the surrounding air but also drenched the table. Needless to say, the water property of the core was evident. After his eyes swept across the ingredients once more, Ziyan used a low voice to impatiently ask, "Teacher, all the ingredients are present. Can we start refining? Why are you so impatient? It's not like the ingredients are going to sprout feet and run away. We can't be interrupted while refining. It's still light out. What if by some off chance, somebody comes in and we're interrupted? Someone would learn about me and the ingredients would go to waste." Within the ring, Yao Lao rang out, "It's better to refine at night." Hearing these words, Ziyan dejectedly shook his head and let out a sigh. What else could he do other than hide the ingredients in a cupboard, lie on his bed and wait for night to descend? After lying for about half an hour, his door was abruptly kicked open with a bang. A pair of sexy, slender legs walked in. Turns out it was Ziyu. She scanned the room and seeing that Ziyan was napping, she coldly injected, "Young master, dinner isn't going to eat itself. Do you expect to receive an invitation or something?" The process of Ziyan shifting from nap mode to full alert barely took a moment. Sitting upright on the bed, he looked dazedly at Ziyu and after quite a while, he broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. Good thing teacher didn't start the refining process a while ago. This be asterisk tch, thinking about the what-if situation caused Xian's heart tremble. One could almost hear the gulp resounding from his throat. However, after shifting his gaze to Ziyu, he started to feel rage boil from within. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then Xian took a long breath, finally calming down. As for the fear he felt a while ago, it was converted to fury. Idiot, do you know what manners are? Are you smart enough to enter, but too dumb to knock? Where's your upbringing? This was the first time Ziyu saw an outwardly furious Xian, and as a result, she could only look on like an idiot. His stream of verbal abuse caused her charming face to ashen, and at the same time she nipped her silver tooth. Then the pair of sexy legs moved, in fact charged, directly towards Xian. Little bastard, I kicked your door down. So what? From now on I'll be kicking it down every day. With Ziyu charging at him, wanting to teach him a lesson, Xian was ashen-faced as well. He lifted up his palm and clenched it. Vacuum palm? A strong suction force rushed towards Xian's palm, causing the assaulter, who attempted to stop just in front of the bed, to instead land on top of it. After attaining 9 Duan Doche, Xian's vacuum palm's suction strength increased by quite a bit. A few days ago, moving the body weight of a person was simply unfathomable, but now it was quite possible. Although Xian was a bit surprised by the increase in efficacy, the feeling didn't last long and quickly turned into indignation. With a flip of his body, he managed to subdue that pair of sexy legs, and shortly after, he ruthlessly pressed his butt against her flat and smooth, jade-like underbelly, and then quickly leaned over to press down both of his hands to restrain her hands. Finding herself once again in such an embarrassing posture with Xian caused Ziyu to feel a bit dazed. After a moment, that attractive face flushed red in a most alluring fashion, and a violent struggle ensued. Ziyu once again bit her silver tooth, cursing in a rage. Little bastard, go away. Due to the struggle to lock her to palms in place, Xian's also felt quite tired. At the start of another bout, he suddenly gave way and pulled Ziyu's palm, causing her to flip over. After the flip, Ziyu's back was arched as her long legs stretched out over the bed. But Xian wasn't in the mood to check them out. He gnashed his teeth, raised up a hand, and without hesitation, slapped downwards. Pop! The crisp sound fluttered inside the room and then into oblivion. Learned your lesson yet? Don't enter my room without knocking first. Chapter 63. The Heavenly Flames Ranking. At the dining table, Xian shot a crooked glance at the ferocious eater sitting in front of him. As Ziyu ate, her silver teeth made crunching sounds. Curling his lips, Xian recalled the previous peculiar yet splendid feeling, and his right hand's fingers couldn't help but stroke the hollow of his palm. Seated across from him, Ziyu, who had been staring maliciously at Xian the entire time, saw his movements, and her charming face turned red again. Looking weirdly at Ziyu grinding her teeth, and then seeing the nearby Xian's nonchalant attitude, Zana wrinkled her eyebrows in suspicion. Soon after, she shook her head helplessly, and little by little swallowed the food in front of her. Xian's gaze skipped over Ziyu and stopped on the body of Zining. At this moment, Zining's face was filled with joy. The curves on his mouth almost extended halfway across his face. Fingers lightly tapping the edge of the table, Xian, taking delight in other people's misfortunes, thought to himself, this guy should have already received the foundation elixir, right? Little does he know, the elixir doesn't have much of an effect to those at 8th Duanche or above. Laughing quietly to himself, Xian's line of sight swept over the surroundings in a somewhat bored manner. Looking at his smiling father, his heart was bewildered. The family communal meal, isn't it only held during certain holidays? What's there to be so festive for today? Could it be that spending a large amount of money to buy the foundation elixir is an event worthy of being celebrated? Letting his imagination run wild, Xian naturally didn't know that this family communal meal was because of the words said by the mysterious black-cloaked person about collaborating with Z clan if there was ever an opportunity to. Working together with a second-tier or higher alchemist would earn them profits that would make most people's eyes red with envy. It was even possible that the family could thereby leap up in rank, rising higher than the other two great families. Thus, it was no surprise that the usual steady and calm father would be so happy. And for those several other elders, they were even more so, grinning from ear to ear. Looking at their half-closed old eyes, it was evident that this good fortune that had dropped out of the sky made them somewhat dazed. The festive mood at the communal meal slowly faded, and upon seeing his father's wave of farewell, Xian promptly jumped out of his chair. He then rushed out of the hall and went straight to his room. Not long after Xian left, Xiu clenched her teeth and chased after him, but could not find a single shadow. Helpless, she could only stamp her feet in hatred and left with a heart filled with rage. Returning to his room and having learned the hard way from his own personal experience, Xian did not yet ask Lo Yao to immediately refine the medicine. After closing the door and window, he lazily rolled onto his bed and, feeling muddle-headed, fell asleep. Late at night, after everyone had fallen asleep, lying on the bed, Xian opened his two eyes. He eagerly jumped off the bed and took out the hidden-away ingredients from the cupboard. Carefully placing them on the table, he turned his head. Looking towards Yao Lo, the ghost that was floating a foot off of the ground, Xian gently asked, "Teacher, you're ready now, right? At long last you've learned how to be a bit careful. Refining pills requires an extremely quiet environment. If I am disturbed, the consequences are very severe. Right now, I won't feel any retaliation damage, but later, when you begin learning alchemy, if you continue to be careless, then I'm afraid you will lose your little life a bit sooner rather than later." Yao Lo walked to one side of the table and gently touched each ingredient with his ghostly palm. Nodding his head slightly, his dull tone of voice carried a little bit of severity. Lowering his head in shame, Xian scratched his head as he received the instructions. Only after seeing Xian's obedience did Yao Lo heave a sigh of relief. He drearily spread out his palms and a white flame burst forth. With his soul perception continuously controlling the fire's temperature, Yao Lo took advantage of the idle time and cast a glance at Xian, who was staring curiously at the fire in Yao Lo's palm. Slightly hesitating, Yao Lo quietly whispered, "The ranks of most alchemists can be distinguished from the color of their flame. Ordinary alchemists have flames with a faint yellow color. As their rank increases, the flame color turns darker and the strength of the flame grows stronger." Having heard what was said, Xian blinked, pointed at the flame in Yao Lo's hands and asked, "Then teacher, why is yours white?" "Ha ha, what I previously said was for the commonly seen alchemist flames. However, within the alchemist circle, besides relying on Dou Qi as a catalyst for the flame, there is also another method." Yao Lo smiled with a hint of pride. "That is, borrowing the flame, borrowing the flame." They weren't unfamiliar words. He understood what each word meant, but Xian was at a loss. How can one borrow the flame needed to refine pills? That's right, borrowing the flame. Nodding his head, Yao Lo chuckled. Within this boundless world, there exists some heaven and earth heavenly flames. Perhaps the flame came from within a meteor that fell from the heavens, or perhaps the flame came from the depths of a volcano, forged through hundreds of thousands of years by the lava. The power of these heavenly flames is many times greater than the power of flames created through Dou Qi. Refining pills with these flames can even increase the effectiveness of the medicine. Only, these heaven and earth heavenly flames are exceedingly violent and are seldom to come by. And even if you see one, it is extremely difficult to control. A lot of alchemists spend their entire lives searching for these heavenly flames and still fail to obtain one. After all, in order to control a heavenly flame, you need to bring the flame into your body. However, the nature of the flame is wildly destructive. Even the magic gold diamond, which is one of the hardest metals, is unable to contain the heavenly flame's heat and your fragile human body. You would burn yourself alive. Therefore, only the extremely few lucky winners can, by chance, refine a small amount of heavenly flame. Once the flame joined together with the body, these types of people, without an exception, are people of outstanding talent within the alchemist world. Stunned for a long while, Xian licked his lips. His gaze was closely watching the white flame in Yao Lo's palm and could faintly feel an ice-cold sensation. Teacher's flame must be a type of heavenly flame, right? Xian inquired. He. Lifting up his flame, Yao Lo's face gave off a light glow. Eyes blazing, he spoke. In the Dou Qi mainland's alchemist society, the known heavenly flames are ranked in the heavenly flames ranking. There are a total of 23 types and my flame is ranked 11, known as the bone-chilling flame. This type of heavenly flame only appears every 100 years. when the eclipse occurs in the extreme cold and extreme yin intersect. Bone-chilling flame. Without blinking, Xian stared at that surging white flame and softly murmured to himself. Chapter 64. Creation of the Qi Gathering Pill. To obtain the bone-chilling flame, I had waited in a place without light for 8 long years, and when the moment to assimilate the flame finally came, despite all my preparations I was nearly burnt to ashes. Yao Luo sighed as he shook his head. A rare lingering fear could be seen on his normally serene face. Looks like that encounter had left a strong impression on him. Hehe, although it was extremely dangerous, having obtained the bone-chilling flame in the end, it was all worth it. Yao Luo proudly declared as he waved about the white flame in the palm of his hand as if showing it off to a large crowd. He then smiled as he continued to elaborate. With a heavenly flame, not only can you refine pills of better quality, but also, when encountering a foe of the same level, he would not be a match for you. Hearing this, Xian gazed at that raging dull white flame, his face filled with envy. Seeing that envious look on Xian's face, Yao Luo let out a laugh as a devious expression flashed across his face. His tone changed as he said, "Something like a heavenly flame is still a long way off for you. For now, your greatest wish should be to become a Dou Qi as soon as possible." Feeling regretful, Xian nodded his head. He could only temporarily slurp back the drool that had formed due to his longing for the heavenly flame and drag himself back to face reality. Yao Luo lightly smiled at the sight of Xian coming back to his senses. At the center of his hand, the white flame continued to burn as wisps escaped to soar up into the air, only to dissipate shortly after. A dry hand picked up a stalk of inkleaf lotus and gently dropped it into the flame. As the inkleaf lotus came into contact with the bone-chilling flame, it was instantly burned into the form of an ink-black liquid which rolled about within the flame, revealing its hidden luster. The white flame churned as it grew more and more intense, yet Xian noticed that strangely, the air surrounding the white flame grew colder and colder. Yao Luo was concentrating all his attention into controlling the temperature of the flame within his palm. If the temperature were just a slight bit higher, the ink-black liquid would be evaporated into nothingness. After the temperature of the flame was maintained at a certain point for a period of time, specks of yellow impurity suddenly appeared within the ink-black liquid. Gazing at the yellow specks of impurity, Yao Luo finally gave a slight nod. With a light flick of his finger, the yellow specks gathered and separated with some of the ink-black liquid into a smaller ball of liquid and was expelled from the main body. After expelling the yellow impurities, other tiny light yellow impurities started appearing one after another. Likewise, these impurities were cleaned up by Yao Luo. The white flame continued to burn. Within it, the ink-black liquid, which was originally half a fist large, had shrunk to a mere thumb-size amount. The black liquid rolled about at the center of the white flame, like a black pearl, serene and mysterious. When the first stalk of inkleaf lotus was the size of a thumb, Yao Luo finally stopped calcining. He continued by dropping the other 4 stalks into the flame, calcining them into 4 black pearl-like balls of pure liquid. After a long period of purification by the bone-chilling flame, 5 small bodies of fluid slowly fused together. At the moment of fusion, the volume expanded by a large extent. However, a split second later, it shrunk to only a thumb size. Having spent a long time rolling about in the white flame, it was as if within the inky blackness of the liquid, a small white flame could be seen dancing about. Seeing this, in one fluid motion, Yao Luo quickly grabbed the snake venom fruit on the table and threw it into the flame. Once the snake venom fruit entered the flame, it was transformed into a dark green fluid which emitted traces of icy air. Removing the impurities from the dark green fluid, Yao Luo gradually covered the dark green fluid with the now burning ink-black fluid. Z. Strange noises echoed about as the 2 liquids of different attributes met and a white smoky plume rose from within the raging flame. As the plume of smoke given off gradually decreased, a rough pill-like object started to form from within the flame. Gazing serenely upon the almost formed pill, Yao Luo slightly inclined his head. Once again he threw the spirit-gathering grass and the water attribute ranked to magic stone into the flame. Melt into liquid, remove impurities, fuse together. These 3 types of actions were complicated procedures which required a meticulous effort. Yet Yao Luo managed to accomplish all of them as if they were a single fluid motion, not even stopping a single time. Having seen Yao La's sharp and precise movements, even Xian, an outsider to the alchemist ways who had yet to understand even the basics of the art, could not help but praise Yao La in his heart. Neutralizing the rampaging power in the magic stone with the spirit-gathering grass, the pure light blue energy was poured into the pill-like object as it was still forming. When the last drop of blue energy entered into the pill, the bumpy-looking pill-like object was restored into a smooth and slippery shape. A dull blue gleam could be seen hovering on the surface of the pill, making it look both splendid and magnificent. Though finished with all the steps, Yao La did not stop there. Instead, he warmed the pill in the flame for almost 10 minutes before finally extinguishing the white flame within his palm. When the flame died away, Yao Lao's left hand swiftly sucked a jade bottle from the table towards him and fluidly stored the pill, coloured in shades of dark green and light blue, into the bottle. A long sigh escaped his lips as Yao Lao threw the jade bottle to Xian. He then proceeded to smugly say, "Take a look." Carefully accepting the jade bottle, Xian excitedly brought it under his nose to take a whiff. A familiar fragrance entered his nostrils which made him feel renewed with energy. While eyeing the bluish-green pill within the bottle, Xian's outstanding soul perception let him vaguely know that this Che-gathering powder was better than the one previously brought by Naylan Yanran in both quality and effectiveness. At the thought of Naylan Yanran's look and tone as she held the pill, Xian let out a mocking smile. Shaking his head, Xian tightly gripped the warm jade bottle, heavily heaving out a breath. It had been for years, now he could finally once again step into that level. Chapter 65, Dou Qi Advancement. Though Xian had obtained the Che-gathering pill, he did not immediately consume it. Rather, he let out a deep sigh as he forcefully suppressed his impatience and made himself get into bed to rest. Xian knew that if he started the process to become a Dou Qi in his current state, the chances of failure were over 70%. Although Yao Lao could easily create another Che-gathering pill, Xian did not want to take an unnecessary risk that could be easily avoided. Seeing that Xian was able to resist the enticement of immediately breaking through the Dou Qi level, Yao Lao nodded his head with a sense of satisfaction. With that gratified look on his face, his body dazzled as he transformed into ray of light and disappeared into the ring. After the completion of the Che-gathering pill, Xian's training pace gradually slowed into a stable rhythm. Every day, he did an hour of Dou Che training before going to the mountains at the back of the Zi clan to practice his Dou skills. If he had time, Xian would accompany Zuna to stroll about Wutang City. All in all, an extremely satisfying leisurely life. When 5 days of this easygoing life had passed, Xian finally felt that he was at the peak condition. It was now the best time to try to become a Dou Qi. In the mountains behind the Zi clan estate, there existed a hidden cave under a cliff. This cave was about a meter wide and had been specially chosen by Xian as his training ground. On the other side of the cliff were misty clouds, while further down under the mist was the Devil Beast mountain range, filled with many fierce beasts. Below the cliff was a precipice so deep you could not see into its depths. The only entrance to the cave was a narrow trail, which had already been concealed by Xian using branches and stones. Thus Xian was very sure that if he chose this place to make a breakthrough, he would not be interrupted by anyone. Slowly breathing in, Xian brought out the jade bottle. Tilting the bottle, a bluish-green teal rolled out. Gazing upon the glossy and smooth Che-gathering pill, a small smile formed on Xian's face. He once again inhaled the fragrance that would ease one's heart. Licking his lips, Xian unhesitantly popped the pill into his mouth. As the Che-gathering pill entered his mouth, an ice-cold sensation could be felt transmitting from his mouth. A split second later, a lukewarm pure energy essence started transferring from his mouth into his body, eliciting a violent jerk of Xian's body. With a serene face, Xian used both hands to quickly form the hand seal of absorbing Dou Che. His breathing steadily eased as the Dou Che within his body responded to his thoughts and started to rapidly tangle with the strong and pure essence from the pill to rapidly refine it. Within the small cave, the originally tranquil air suddenly heaved as lines of white Dou Qi gathered from the air and surged continuously into Xian's body. Biting his lip in pain, the two energies collided within his body and caused waves of pain to emanate from the channels all over his body. Thankfully, Xian's channels were much tougher than an ordinary person's, and thus even though it was painful, it would not cause too much damage to him. In his body, the Dou Qi surrounded the pure green energy essence, rapidly refining it. Green energy was continuously being changed into white Dou Qi, and with the newly formed Dou Qi to propel the process, the Dou Qi within Xian's body rapidly expanded to the point where it could be seen growing with the naked eye. Even though the pure essence from the pill was being refined unceasingly, the essence kept flowing endlessly. Every time the Dou Qi managed to refine a batch of essence, a new and bigger batch of green energy would gush forward. With both Dou Qi being refined within his body and absorbed from outside, the Dou Qi within Xian's body gradually filled a large portion of his body's channels. As before, the refining process continued. When the pill essence finally started to diminish, Xian, who was drunk on the rapid growth of his power, suddenly realized that the Dou Qi in his body had swelled to a critical point and could no longer be increased. The increasing Dou Qi caused Xian's channels to twitch as the corners of Xian's mouth split open in response to the waves of intense pain. Quick, condense the Dou Qi cyclone before it explodes. Yao Luo's shout was like a clap of thunder, exploding out in Xian's heart. Taking in a deep breath of cool air, Xian's hand seals suddenly changed in a flash of understanding. Touching his thumbs and middle fingers at the same spot, the 10 fingers in his hand formed a weird hand seal. Xian had taken this step years before, and therefore, when he used it once again, it flowed like water, smooth and undeterred. Following the change in hand seal, the surging Dou Qi within Xian's body suddenly flooded downwards under a wild and ferocious sucking force from the abdomen. When all of the Dou Qi had gathered into the abdomen area, the white Dou Qi started turning to a milky white color. Quickly compress the Dou Qi. Use your soul perception to compress it. If the Dou Qi fails to be condensed into a cyclone, you will once again drop to the 8 Duan Qi. Yao Luo's shout resounded once again in Xian's heart. Slightly nodding his head, Xian concentrated his mind to the task. In an instant, his outstanding soul perception acquired control over the Dou Qi. The rapid compression started. The milky white Dou Qi resisted the guidance of the soul perception, violently churning about. Though the resistance was in no way weak, Xian's soul perception had shocked even Yao Luo. Thus the Dou Qi resistance was akin to a praying mantis trying to block a car, only slightly resisting before grudgingly pulling back. When the Dou Qi was compressed to the size of a palm, it froze and stopped moving. Compress again, Yao Luo shouted. Gritting his teeth, Xian screwed his eyes shut. The spiritual perception surrounding the white Dou Qi abruptly peaked in power before ruthlessly pressing down. Bang! A light muffled noise quietly sounded within Xian's body. Following this, the resistance from the Dou Qi finally dissipated, leaving behind a drained Xian. A heavy sigh escaped as Xian fell powerlessly to the ground. His chest rose and fell rapidly due to exhaustion. As he laid on the cold floor of the cave, Xian yet again experienced abundant energy that he had not felt for years. A smile floated upon his lips, growing wider and wider until at last it became a chuckle, a hearty laughter, a howling laughter. Chapter 66, Flame Mantra. After lying on the icy, cold, rock floor for a long time, Xian finally managed to catch his breath. The genuine happiness plastered across his face was hard to conceal as he tested out his numb legs before once again entering a training posture. Xian breathed out gently and slowly closing his eyes, he let his thoughts gradually delve into the mysteries of his body. Inner view, a support technique unique to those of Dou Qi level and above. The greater one's strength, the deeper one would be able to explore and penetrate the deeper mysteries of one's body. His thoughts ventured into his abdominal area, where a milky white palm-sized vortex slowly stirred. Cream-white energy swirled around the vortex in a nebulous mist. Observing the tiny vortex with his thoughts, Xian nodded his head. He was satisfied. Although the vortex was tiny, the energy contained within it was more than 10 times more potent than what he had when he was 9 Duan Qi. Dou Qi and 9 Duan Qi had different natures. The energy assimilated before becoming a Dou Qi was actually called Dou Qi. After becoming a Dou Qi, the assimilated energy was now known as true Dou Qi. Though there was but a one-word difference between their names, the true difference was more like comparing heaven to earth, completely incomparable. Xian consciously directed his thoughts to take control of the vortex. Under its control, a thread of milky white Dou Qi was swiftly extracted from the vortex and allowed to swirl around, continuously controlling the vortex, making it spew forth and absorb back the Dou Qi with his thoughts. Xian's mastery slowly increased. Only when he was satisfied did Xian finally stop this game-like training and withdraw his thoughts out of his body. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a milky white light that lingered for about 10 seconds before fading away within his black pupils. Xian then opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of murky and impure air, after which his complexion brightened noticeably. Rolling his head from side to stretch his neck, cracking sounds could be heard which drew out a grin from Xian. As he lifted his head to gaze at the ghostly figure of Yao Lo who was floating just outside the cave, Xian smiled brightly and said, "Success. HMPF, it is your good fortune to have successfully condensed a Qi vortex on your first try." Yao Lo replied in an indifferent tone as he nodded his head. "More like I depended on my own abilities," Xian retorted as he loosened his shoulders. Suddenly, he remembered something as a fawning look appeared on his face. Stretching out a hand, he asked somewhat bashfully, "Teacher, I have already reached the doji level. Isn't it time to give me a Qi technique?" Yao Lo rolled his eyes. His body floated into the cave and he slowly sat before Xian. He thought for a while before he asked with a solemn expression, "What Qi technique do you want?" "Well, the thing that's more strange than a heaven-tier Qi technique, the one that can evolve." Xian scratched his head and asked in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Hearing Xian, a look of conflict flashed across Yao Lao's face and unexpectedly, he remained silent. "Master, what's wrong? Did you lie about that Qi technique?" Seeing the look on Yao Lao's face, Xian couldn't help but nervously ask. "The Qi technique that I told you about can indeed evolve. I didn't fool you," Yao Lao whispered. Hearing Yao Lao confirm his question, a sense of happiness rushed to Xian's face. Twisting his hands, he carefully asked, "Then can you let me use it?" "This strange Qi technique can indeed evolve, but the risk is very high," Yao Lao exclaimed after being silent for a long time. Seeing the look on Yao Lao's face, Xian slowly pulled his hand back and asked, "How high?" Yao Lao smiled bitterly. "In my life, I have never seen anyone train this Qi technique or heard about anyone that uses this Qi technique. So, I don't know how high the risk is. However, with my experience and upon seeing the difficulty of this technique, I would say that the maximum success rate would not be more than 20%. 20%. Xian's face stiffened. "It's that low." Yao Lao sighed and nodded. "I'm afraid that it is that low." Smiling bitterly and massaging his forehead, Xian was still reluctant to give up on the chance to learn an evolving Qi technique. The temptation for a Qi technique that could evolve into a heaven-tier Qi technique was simply too big. "Teacher, can you give me an overview of this Qi technique?" Yao Lao rubbed his palms together and whispered after a while, "This Qi technique's requirements to evolve is related to the heavenly flames that I've told you before." Xian's eyes narrowed and he kept silent while listening carefully. "Okay, I obtained this Dou Qi technique through an accident. This Qi technique originally was nameless. However, I gave it a name called Flame Mantra." Speaking up to here, Yao Lao tried to hide the mixed expression on his face. It seemed the process to obtain this Dou Qi technique was not as easy as he had told previously. Flame Mantra can indeed evolve, but one of its preconditions is that it needs a heavenly flame as raw material. With each evolution, it needs to swallow one type of heavenly flame. Yao Lao's voice became somewhat rough. "You need to know that heavenly flames are some of the most violent forms of energy in this world. Even if you find it, no one can guarantee that you will be able to swallow it. In the past, when I discovered this bone-chilling flame, I was almost burned alive to nothingness by it. The scariest part of this method is the need to assimilate the various heavenly flames. Any one of the heavenly flames could place a Dou Huang on the precipice between life and death. I dare not imagine what would happen to a person who had two types of heavenly flames in their body." Adds by PubFuture. Gazing at the unfathomable look that Yao Lao had, Xian was also frightened stiff, swallowing heavenly flames to evolve. "God damn it, you can't even be sure of whether you will be able to consume the flame or if the flame will consume you? The creator of this Qi method must have been one crazy person. Although this technique is dangerous beyond your wildest dreams, I do not doubt its potential. If it is truly mastered in the Dou Qi continent, With the exception of a few irregulars, no one else would be your match. Yao Luo sighed. Ziyan nodded, slightly awed at its potential. If someone were able to control a few types of heavenly flames, even a Dousheng would not dare take that person lightly. Of course, that is only if that someone does not first get consumed by the heavenly flames. Eyeing Ziyan, Yao Luo hesitated for a while before asking, "Now, do you still want to learn it?" Ziyan slightly shivered in silence. Chapter 67, Choice. Regarding the flame mantra, Ziyan truly did not want to abandon it. After all, to be able to evolve to a Qi Dou Qi technique, the ability was really enticing. On this enormous Dou Qi continent, a Qi rank Dou Qi technique would be equal to a ticket to become the strongest. Although the Qi method was powerful, the success rate was not even 20%. This fact would discourage most people. With his 10 fingers intersecting tightly together, Ziyan's face changed continuously, bouncing between hesitation and distress. Watching the apprehension on Ziyan's face calmly, Yao Luo's old face also showed a mixed expression. After a while he sighed softly. "This matter can only be decided by yourself. I also do not want to meddle too much. However, I want to ask you one thing. What are your feelings toward the girl Zana, eh?" To be asked about this issue by Yao Luo startled him. Ziyan's face blushed somewhat. Opening his mouth after a while and with a forced smile, he said, "Teacher, why do you suddenly ask about this? Zana is my younger sister. Towards her, what feeling could I have?" At those last words, Ziyan seemed to feel somewhat weak. "Hehe, sister. You also know that you do not have the slightest blood relation to her. This beautiful girl is only about 15 or 16 years old, yet the Z clan's young generation already admires her endlessly. When she is grown up, what is there to say anymore?" Speaking up to hear, Yao Luo shot a glance to Ziyan. Smiling dimly he said, "If you think about the possibility that one day another man might marry her, how would you feel?" Forcing a faint smile on his face, Ziyan pursed his brow slowly. He let out a light breath and whispered, "Seems a little hard to accept." "Hey, since you can feel that it is somewhat hard to accept, then in your heart you don't simply think of her as only your younger sister." Yao Luo was smiling yet not smiling as he spoke. His face red once more. Ziyan was speechless, and he mumbled somewhat. Spreading out his arms helplessly with a forced smile, he said, "Teacher, what do you actually want to say?" All of that was to clear your mind about what feeling you have towards her. Since you and her already have unclear thoughts, you should judge your own strength and your development potential. Congealing his face, Yao Luo gulped and somewhat doubtfully spoke. "The girl's background is a little frightful. I do not know the exact truth about her background. Somehow, the small Z clan has some kind of a relationship with them. However, only this cannot fill the wide gap between you. The gap of status between you two is really too immense. Even if the girl likes you, those people behind her cannot agree to it in any way." Closing his eyes, Ziyan intersected his palms together and held them tightly. This continent is a world where strength is respected. To have strength is also to have dignity. Previously you saw the behavior of Nailan Yanran, the reason as to how she is capable of acting so haughty, and how she was able to look down on you is because of her background. Her strength is greater than yours. Looking at Ziyan's appearance, Yao Luo sighed with sincere and earnest words. The power behind Zana is more frightening than the faction of the Misty Cloud. Therefore, in their eyes, you are only but a worm. Even though you have outstanding talent, they are unlikely to see you as anything important. Truly, through the years, they have already seen many extremely gifted talents only if you are able to make them fear your strength. Will you have fulfilled your wish?" Ziyan touched his nose and with a shrug, he asked softly, "Will practicing flame mantra give me that kind of power?" Actually, only by successfully practicing flame mantra will you have that chance. Yao Luo shook his head and he stared again. Sighing lightly, Ziyan braced his chin. The smile of that elegant girl in the former days appeared ineffably before his eyes slowly. The silver bell-like laughter hovered in his ear. Taking a long breath, Ziyan smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher has said this much and still calls it not meddling with my decision." Yao Luo stroked his withered and aged face as he let out an awkward laugh. Slightly embarrassed, he replied, "Okay, I admit I may have had some intentions of goading you, but from my point of view, I really hoped that you would practice this flame mantra. You should know that I am currently just a mere spirit, right? Yao Lao spread out his arms as he asked. Ziyan nodded. Other people may have died, but since my soul perception is much stronger than others, I have somehow strangely survived in this form. Yao Lao smiled bitterly as if he was mocking himself. I do not like to live this way. Each day feels like a fake and empty illusion to me. I still have things that I must personally accomplish, therefore, I need to leave this spirit state. Teacher wants to revive. Ziyan blinked in slight disbelief. Stunned, he continued, in this world, there should be nothing that would be able to revive the dead, right? Under normal circumstances, it is so. Nodding in agreement, a passionate expression appeared on Yao Lao as he continued, yet according to some obscure descriptions of the flame mantra, if successfully mastered, one would be able to blend a few types of heavenly flames together to forge a body that could house a spirit. Obtaining such a body would be a sort of rebirth for me. In the ring, I have endured countless years in a world without daylight, all in hopes of one day meeting a person who has a strong enough soul perception that is able to meet my requirements. I am very lucky to have finally met you. A deep sorrow was etched into the lines of that wrinkled and aged face, though it could only be perceived by a very observant person. Yao Lao gazed into Ziyan's pitch-black pair of eyes that stared back at him, smiling bitterly. He continued, Hey, just take these words as the idle rumblings of an old man. Alas, though I have said that I would not interfere, in the end, I could not help but speak. I am truly. Suddenly shaking his head, Yao Lao stretched forth his gnarled hands. With a small wave, one black and one red scroll faintly glimmered as they appeared in each hand. The red scroll is a fire-attributed Lao Qi method, while the black scroll is the flame mantra. Yao Lao smiled as he raised both hands. His withered face softened slightly as he gently said, Make your own choice and think about the factors that drive you. As long as you remember that whatever your choice, you will always be my disciple and I will never blame you for it. Ziyan's palm supported his chin as he stared blankly at the two glittering scroll in front of him. A long time later, he licked his lips and raised his shoulders lazily while smiling. Although I am afraid of death, without power there is no honor. I refuse to go through the kind of humiliation that Nalan Yanran gave me that day ever again. And still, even if it does not go well, I can always change to another Cho method. Shaking his head, a brilliant smile lit up Ziyan's already delicate face. In Yao Lao's slightly red and moist eyes, the figure of Ziyan could be seen stretching out his hand to firmly grab the black scroll. When his hand touched the scroll, it transformed into a stream of information which poured directly into Ziyan's head. Chapter 68, Fallen Heart Flame. In the narrow cave, Yao Lao watched with closed eyes as Ziyan trained his Dou Qi. Rubbing his reddish eyes with his hands, Yao Lao knew that he was one of the reasons why Ziyan had chosen this dangerous technique. Emotions welled up within his old heart as he turned to face the sky. With a low sigh, he murmured, Rest assured, I will definitely nurture you into the most outstanding alchemist. After making the breakthrough to become a Dou Qi, one would possess the qualifications to practice a Qi method. After practicing a technique, the attributeless milky white Dou Qi within the body would change into the same attribute as the practiced technique. One did not need too much time for the first Dou Qi change, thus barely 2 hours later, Ziyan slowly opened his eyes from his cross-legged sitting position. Having practiced the Dou Qi technique, Ziyan looked full of vitality and vigor compared to before. In high spirits, his delicate face shone even more with the glossiness of a beautiful piece of jade. Ziyan blinked a few times as his eyes adjusted to the lighting in the cave, which had become much brighter than before. Lightly smiling, he knew that this increase in sensitivity was due to the practice of the Qi method. Have you succeeded? Yao Lao asked with a smile on his face. Yeah. Ziyan nodded as he held out a fair palm. The Qi vortex within his body swirled as a stream of pale yellow Dou Qi left the vortex before finally stopping at an acupuncture point on his palm. Materializing Dou Qi could only be achieved by those who had attained at least the Dou Qi level. The current Ziyan obviously did not possess that level of strength, thus the Dou Qi in his body was unable to emerge from the acupuncture point on his palm. The Dou Qi stayed stuck, causing Ziyan's fair palm to be gradually suffused in a light yellow glow, like an almost burnt-out candle, barely able to scatter away the darkness. Light yellow was the color of a fire attributed Lo Huang Che method. The higher the rank of the Che method, the deeper the color. As his eyes gazed upon the meager yellow light on his palm, Xian helplessly shook his head. Lifting his head, he forced a smile as he said, "Before this flame mantra evolves, my Dou Qi would be of a lower rank than almost everyone else. No need to consider those of a higher level. I can't even be sure of winning over someone of the same level who had practiced a Zhuan level method. Though the flame mantra is only at the Lo Huang now, its might would not lose to that of a middle Huang. Moreover, although the Che method is weak, don't you still have your Dou techniques? 3 Zhuan level Dou techniques are enough to make up for the gap in your method." Yao Luo smiled as he consoled Xian. Shortly after he added a warning. "Since your Che method is inferior to others, it also means that your endurance levels cannot compare to theirs. Therefore, in future battles, you need to be more efficient. No more wasted movements, and every move must contain your full force behind it. Make sure to end each fight quickly." Xian nodded in understanding, however his face puckered as if still somewhat depressed. Seeing this look on Xian and knowing his personality, Yao Luo helplessly shook his head. With no other alternative, he could only pay the price and say, "When you have thoroughly mastered the 3 Dou techniques you now possess, I will once again give you a new Dou technique. You'll be biting off more than you can chew right now. You should understand this principle right." "What rank?" Xian's eyes lit up as he very carefully inquired. Angry yet happy at Xian's cautious appearance, Yao Luo stroked his beard and coldly snorted. "All I'll say is that it won't be lower than the level of Octane Blast." At these words, Xian's face immediately lit up like the sun. Octane Blast was a high Zhuan Dou technique. What could be higher than that? D level. Though D level was only 1 grade better than high Zhuan level, the distance between the two was as wide as the Grand Canyon. With enough wealth and a bit of luck, one could occasionally obtain a high Zhuan Dou technique from a high-ranking auction. Yet a D-level Dou technique could be said to be priced beyond the market, as it was once heard that in the imperial capital of Jiamo Empire, the price of a D-level Dou technique had rocketed to a sky-high price of about 10 million, which was equivalent to an entire year of taxes from the entire Jiamo Empire. Although it was merely 1 grade of difference, the price between the two was more than 100 times. From this it could be seen that Zhuan level and D level were two completely different concepts. Thinking about this almost legendary level, Xian's feelings boiled over, wishing he could compel Yao Luo to teach it to him straight away. However, after considering the status and relationship between the two of them, he decided to obediently give up on that comical idea. "Teacher, when will you teach me alchemy?" Temporarily letting go of the thoughts of the D-level Dou technique, Xian asked yet again. "Alchemy is not meant to be learned in this small and tiny clan," Yao Luo answered as he shook his head. Smiling, he continued, "In addition, almost half the time has passed since you made the 3-year bet between yourself and Naylan Yanran. It is foolish to stay in Wuten City anymore. The training speed here is too slow. Furthermore, I am unable to utilize some training methods due to complicated and various reasons. Thus I want to bring you on a training trip for slightly over a year. More than a year." Hearing this, Xian was somewhat hesitant. However, when he thought about that haughty woman, he resolutely nodded his head and replied, "Okay, a year, so be it. When do we leave?" "Let us wait for 2 months." Yao Luo smiled and said, "Why wait for so long?" Xian asked in bewilderment. "Because 1 month later is the time for Jianan Academy to enroll new students and you need to go register." Yao Luo lightly smiled as he replied. Rolling his eyes, Xian forced out a smile and questioned, "What do I need to do there? I am not lacking in Che methods or Dou techniques. What else can they teach me?" "I'm not asking you to learn something there." Yao Luo gave him the eye as his eyebrows creased. Lowering his voice, Yao Luo said, "You need to go to Jianan Academy to search for a type of heavenly flame. I had previously obtained intelligence that in Jianan Academy there should be a type of heavenly flame called Fallen Heart Flame. This heavenly flame is ranked 14th on the heavenly flames list. If you are able to obtain this heavenly flame, flame mantra could possibly evolve." Fallen Heart Flame. Xian softly whispered this queer name to himself as his eyes gradually lit up. Chapter 69. The Furious Zana. After settling everything, Xian slowly emerged from the cave. Following the mountain path, he sneakily climbed to the mountain top and glanced about to check that no one else was around. Finally, Letting out a sigh of relief, he took large strides as he walked directly towards the clan home. Leisurely returning to the clan, Xian chanced upon the 3 clan elders, who hurriedly rushed past as they brushed shoulders with him in the front courtyard. Pausing his step, Xian was somewhat puzzled at the gloomy yet furious faces of the 3 elders who had just left. Who has offended them now? Amazed, Xian shook his head and turned around to find a green-clothed young maiden scuttling out from a side path to stand, slender and elegant, before him. At the sight of the adorable Zana, who wore a smiling expression on her face, Xian's heart skipped a beat. Thinking back on what Yao Luo had asked in the cave, his face grew hot as he somewhat guiltily turned his gaze to the sky to act as if he was in thought. Slightly dazed by Xian's unusual behavior, it was only a moment later that Zana shook her head as she could not make heads or tails of the reason behind this change. Taking a step forward, she fluidly glanced over Xian as a look of surprise appeared on her delicate face. Both hands on her back, she leaned forward until there was only 1 centimeter between them. She feigned a smile and said, "Elder brother Xian, you've advanced to Dou Qi?" Overwhelmed by the fragrant, warm breath that blew onto his face, Xian momentarily lost his wits. Furiously shaking his head to break the spell, he firmly forced down his fluttering heart. Patting the head of the young maiden who was as tall as him, he grudgingly said, "Why can't you let me say it myself to satisfy my conceited tendencies?" Hearing this, Zana's eyes slightly curved into the shape of a beautiful crescent moon. Like always, she extended out a fair, delicate hand and started to earnestly smooth the creases on Xian's clothes. In the past, when Xian was treated this way by Zana, he did not think twice about it. Yet today, after the feelings in his heart had been exposed by Yao Luo, he was now suddenly disturbed by this gesture. Near this path, other clansmen occasionally passed by. At the sight of Zana helping Xian to tidy his clothes like a wife, they could not help but be full of envy. As he inclined his head to look upon her delicate and flawless face, a strand of fine black hair fell across her forehead. It emphasized the largeness of her eyes, which fluidly wandered about, an exceedingly touching sight. Staring blankly at Zana, the pace of Xian's breathing gradually increased as his gaze heated up with passion. "Xian Zheizhe, what are you looking at?" Zana quietly grumbled after she patted down the creases on Xian's clothes. She had finally become aware of his passionate gaze, her cheeks reddening in response. Coming to his senses, Xian's face also turned a shade of pink. Luckily his skin was much thicker than Zana's. After faking to coughs, he nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much, it's just that Zana has become more and more pretty." Hearing Xian's words, Zana did not reply and gently snorted. However, her rosy lips lifted to form a pleased expression. "Oh, right." Recalling something, Zana abruptly cast a glance over Xian's body again before gently asking, "Since Xian Zheizhe has already advanced to Dou Qi, then a Che method has also been learned." Xian's expression stiffened as he embarrassedly nodded in affirmation. Slim fingers pressed against her snow-white chin, Zana laughed merrily and said, "Would you let Zana see what level Che method it is? Coughs asterisk. A Che methods are just objects. That aside, as long as one works hard, won't the level not matter?" Xian replied as he gave out a hollow laugh. Observing Xian's expression, a dangerous glint slowly appeared in Zana's eyes, yet her tone remained gentle as she said, "Xian Zheizhe, just let Zana take a look." At the obstinate Zana, Xian could only helplessly shrug his shoulders as he stretched out a hand. A moment later, a weak light yellow glow appeared. "Xian Zheizhe, this is the better technique that you talked about?" Staring at the light yellow glow that looked as if it would be extinguished at any moment, Zana's face turned a little unsightly. Her rosy lips pursed, displaying the indignation in her heart. Xian awkwardly laughed, unsure of how to explain. "You clearly know that if you possess a high-grade Che method in the initial stages, it goes without saying that it would benefit your future training. Yet you rejected me. Zana was not trying to give you charity. Worst-case scenario, you could have returned the Che method when you got a better one. However, now you're practicing the lowest tier of Che methods. Is this not to spite me?" Zana's eyes widely opened as she glared at Xian in anger. Her long eyelashes sparkled with moisture. Being capable of making the sweet-natured Zana use this manner of speech, it is possible to imagine just how much Zana was puzzled and furious at Xian's actions. As his eyes fell upon Azana, who was biting her lips while stubbornly hoping for an answer from him, Xian helplessly shook his head. He forced a smile and replied in a low voice, "We have lived together for 10 years. Do you still not understand me? Do you really think that I would be the kind of person that would let go of a high-level Qi method and instead practice the lowest level of Qi methods like an idiot? But your method is undoubtedly of the low Huang level. I can feel it." Zun obstinately insisted after hearing Xian's reply, though the anger on her face had already slightly dissipated. "A book cannot be judged by its cover. Currently, it is not convenient for me to tell you in detail about the reason, but someday in the future, you will understand. The present me is definitely not letting my emotions cloud my judgment," Xian said as he smiled. "Really?" Gazing at the serious look on Xian, Zun mulled in silence for a while before hesitantly asking once again, "Yes, it's true, of course it's true." Xian hastily nodded his head. Fearing that she would continue to ask about the issue, he quickly changed the topic by asking, "Did something happen in the clan recently? How come the elders had such uncomfortable expressions?" "Yay, recently the Jialai clan managed to invite a first-tier alchemist from God knows where. At present, their marketplace has a new remedy called Return of Spring Powder. This remedy is cheap yet effective, making it extremely well received and loved by the mercenaries in Wuten City." Zana nodded as she furrowed her eyebrows and continued explaining, "Because of the influence from the Return of Spring Powder, the traffic in the Z clan marketplace has been cut by almost half, and because of this loss, the merchants from the marketplace have relocated to the Jialai clan's marketplace. Though it had only been a few days, the Z clan has already suffered economically by quite a bit, causing Uncle Z to worrying about this event." Hearing this, Xian nodded his head in understanding. No wonder the three elders had such gloomy expressions. Xian slightly narrowed his eyes as he rubbed his nose, sneering in his heart, "Just a mere first-tier alchemist. Does Jialai clan really think he's something?" Chapter 70. Investigation. Xian found an excuse to part with Zun before stealthily slipping out of the clan. Pausing quickly to think, he decided to go to the nearest small marketplace owned by the Jialai clan. Although he was not interested in helping the elders to ease their troubles, he hoped within his capabilities he could be of some help to his father. To help, he would need to know where to start. Thus, Xian needed to first investigate the Jialai clan's marketplaces. This small marketplace owned by the Jialai clan was positioned in a somewhat remote area and thus usually enjoyed a small crowd. However, when Xian walked into the marketplace, he was overwhelmed by the jam-packed streets and the deafening clamor of the crowds. On the wide street, people rushed about. Some bare-armed and burly men were shouting while desperately pushing their way through the crowd. From the faint smell of blood emitting from these men, they were probably bloodthirsty mercenaries. Due to being in frequent contact with death, they held a great love for healing ointments. After all, when penetrating deeply into dangerous lands, a little healing ointment might be just the right price to buy back a comrade's life. Standing at the entrance of the marketplace, Xian saw a few mercenaries carrying small wooden cases while pushing their way out of the crowd before joyously darting out of the market. Those cases should contain Return of Spring Powder, right? Quietly whispering this line, Xian also entered the street and used all of his might to burrow into the crowd. At a store selling Return of Spring Powder, he spent 100 gold to buy a case. Holding the case as he once again painstakingly squeezed out of the crowd, Xian finally let out a breath of relief. Thinking back at the proud and impatient faces of the medicine sellers, he could not help but sneer bitterly in his heart. Those dogs who use their position to bully others. As he walked out of the market with the case, Xian lifted the case lid. Within it were 10 small bottles made of a crude material, probably the lowest grade of jade stone. It would be impossible to maintain the effectiveness of the medicine with this kind of material. Opening the bottle, a mildly green fluid which emitted an extremely weak medicine smell was found to be contained within. Teacher, can this even be called medicine? Somewhat amazed at the diluted medicine, Xian could not bear but ask in his heart, "Yea, it can count as the lowest grade of healing medicine with some healing effects. This kind of simple healing medicine is not hard to make, and because of its commonness, it can only be sold at a cheap price. This is why only a few first-tier alchemists bother to manufacture it. It is indeed very cheap. 100 gold for 10 bottles is 10 gold per bottle. To an alchemist, this is really shameful. Slightly nodding his head, Ziyan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Teacher, do you have any remedies that are somewhat better than this?" "A lot, but those potions are too low level, so I seldom manufacture them." Yao Luo paused before speaking again. "Do you want to manufacture them for the Z clan? That's good, since you are already a Dou Qi. It is time to try your hand at refining some medicine." "Ho, I get to refine." Ziyan was slightly astonished at Yao Luo's words. "Could it be that you still expect me to personally handle this kind of thing?" Yao Luo unhappily retorted before proceeding with his instructions. "First, go to the auction house to find a somewhat better quality medicine cauldron. Afterwards, you need to purchase a big batch of basic medicine ingredients. At the early stages, a new alchemist depends on mass-producing pill to gain experience." Ziyan licked his lips with an eager expression on his face. Throwing the case into a ditch by the roadside, he ran quickly towards the location of the Primo auction house. Right before he arrived at the auction house, Ziyan once again donned the black mantle in a hidden corner before taking his time to slowly approach the auction house. All of the staff at Primo auction house were already familiar with Ziyan's disguise. Thus, when they saw a figure wearing a black mantle slowly advancing from afar, one of them quickly entered into the auction house to inform Yafei and Guanai. Hearing their subordinate's announcement, Yafei and Guanai simultaneously abandoned their current work to appear at the auction house door and were all smiles as they led Ziyan into the guest room. "I have made this visit to ask for your help in obtaining a quality cauldron." The old voice sounded from under the black gown. Then, with both hands, he brought the cup of tea towards his mouth to take a sip. Aware of the other party's status, Yafei was not at all surprised at his request. Smiling while nodding her head, she beckoned to call a serving girl. Yafei softly gave the girl a few instructions before waving her hand to send the girl off. "Ha ha, sir, you have come at such an opportune moment. Just this morning the auction house received a medicine cauldron refined by fiery flames. This cauldron was forged by the famous blacksmith from the Jiamo Empire, Master here. Not only does it amplify the Dou Qi flame, it is also made of some rare metals that help to increase the chances of successfully refining medicine. These days, these kinds of medicine cauldrons are highly praised by the alchemists of Jiamo Empire." Yafei explained as she smiled. Her eyes moved about bewitchingly. The old voice carried a slightly pleased tone. Slightly hesitating before asking again, "Also prepare for me a low-level storage ring with 500 stalks of blood-clot grass, 600 bone-growing flower, 500 poppy flowers, 500 lively fruits." Hearing these requests, Guni's eyelids jumped up slightly. Even the lowest-grade storage ring costs about 70 to 80,000, and though the latter medicine ingredients were not that rare, the large quantity required meant that it would take no less than 100,000 gold to prepare. Lastly, if the medical cauldron mentioned by Yafei was auctioned, it could fetch a price of about 150,000. All these things added up. Without 300,000 gold it would be difficult to manage. Yafei was likewise stunned by the request. The auction house was not owned by her alone, and thus she had to report most of the profits and transactions to the headquarters. Privately using 300,000 worth of funds was not impossible, but it would definitely be found out by her superiors. Lightly biting her red lips and taking a bit of time to weigh the benefits a fourth-tier alchemist could bring, Yafei gave an easy smile as she said, "Old sir, everything will be prepared in an hour." "Ha ha, good." For the first time in front of Yafei, Yao Luo, normally an enthusiastic tone, was replaced by a pleased laughter. A fair hand emerged from beneath the black gown to fish out a blue jade card and place it on the table. Yao Luo smiled and said, "I am not sure if this money is enough for the purchases, but you can add in another set of chair-gathering pill materials." Hearing what was said, Guanai's complexion changed faintly. "Another set of materials for a chair-gathering pill? Wouldn't that be another 50,000 gold?" Rosy lips slightly parted. Yafei was a little angry too. Although the other party was a fourth-tier alchemist, this was too much. Though she was angry, Yafei kept these feelings in her heart, not letting even the slightest bit show on her lovely face by donning a fully smiling expression. Thinking to herself for a moment, she laughed bitterly in her heart. Reminding herself that sometimes sacrifices had to be made for the greater good, she had no choice but to sigh and nod, indicating her agreement. Ha ha, looks like the two of you have misunderstood. This set of materials is not for myself. I was only thinking of helping out by making a che gathering pill for you. Letting you to pay for the cost of the materials shouldn't be too much, right? The old voice coolly laughed. A slightly dazed but still lovely face was soon after suddenly filled with joy, your face, which were temporarily scattered by this abrupt yet pleasant surprise. A short period of time later, Thai finally managed to suppress her flushed face and calm down. Making eye contact with the similarly joyous Guanai, she somewhat nervously replied in a soft voice, "Then I'll have to thank you, sir." Chapter 71, Circumstances of the Zi clan. After sitting for nearly an hour, a pretty maid finally walked in. Her two hands carried a silver tray, and in the center of the tray was a faint red ring. Taking the silver tray and sending back the maid, Thai personally handed over the goods to Xiao Yan and smilingly said, "Old sir, the cauldron as well as all the alchemic ingredients you need are all in the storage ring." Extending a hand to pick up the storage ring, Xiao Yan let it roll about in his palm, then faintly nodded. Yao Lao's voice also sounded out at just the right time. "Okay. After refining the che gathering pill, I will bring it to you." Yafei's pretty eyes were filled with delight as Shay hastily nodded. "All right. There's no need for you to send me out. I'll go out by myself." Waving his hand, Xiao Yan took the ring and slid it onto his finger. Then, without even turning back, he headed towards the back of the parlor and went out. On the table, the blue jade card was still there as he did not want to owe the people too much. Thus, he had just left it there. Staring at the receding figure leaving through the door, Yuethii nibbled her red lips, then stepped forward to take the blue jade card into her hand. Musing a bit, she asked in a clear voice, "Uncle Guanai, to refine a che gathering pill, the success rate is not that high, right?" "Yes." "It said that? Even Pill King Wang Gui's success rate for refining che gathering pills is only around 7 out of 10. For normal 4th tier alchemists, the success rate is only around 5 out of 10, Guanai said in a low voice. "But this old sir, he succeeds in refining on the first try," Yuethii said as she knitted her thin black brows. "Who knows, maybe his luck is good." Guanai shook his head and didn't care too much about the matter. After all, for alchemists, luck was a big factor in successfully refining pills. If one's luck was good, even when continuously refining several times, one would not fail. Could it be that he's not just a 4th tier alchemist? Yuethii asked with hesitation after pondering a bit. "Ha ha, how is that possible? The number of 5th tier alchemists in GMO Empire can be counted on one's hands. At that sort of status, even if it was the Empire or great forces like the Misty Cloud faction, they would all view this person as a VIP. Why would such a person come to our own auction house to auction pills?" Guanai laughed. At this, Yuethii also slightly nodded her head and let out a sigh, bitterly laughing. "It seems that I don't have enough experience. I'm afraid that my previous hesitation negatively impacted this mysterious alchemist's favorable impression of us by a large amount. You can't blame yourself for this. That kind of huge transaction, even I wouldn't dare to answer easily. That you are capable to this extent is already very good. In regards to our relations with that alchemist in the future, just take your time and get along amiably. As long as he does not develop any sort of ill will towards us, then it's fine," Guanai said comfortingly. Forcing a smile to her face as she nodded, Yuethii sat lethargically on the chair, revealing her figure. As her lovely eyes blinked, having some doubts, she softly asked, "What does he intend to do with so many low-grade medicine ingredients?" "Those medicine ingredients have the effect of stopping bleeding and strengthening bones. I think he should be planning to manufacture healing medicine," Guanai muttered as his eyebrows pursed together. Similarly puzzled, he said, "But with his status, why would he manufacture these cheaply priced healing medicine?" Hearing this, Yafei's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Her long fingernails lightly tapped on the table. A moment later, realization dawned upon her. She softly said, "Looks like this old sir seems to be very caring towards the Zi clan." Eyebrows wrinkled tightly together, Guanai's expression suddenly changed into one of amazement. "Are you saying that he wants to give the Zi clan healing medicine?" Recently I've heard that the Jialai clan had invited over a first-tier alchemist. The cheap return of spring powder has already snatched away half of the city's crowds. If the Z clan does not act soon, I'm afraid that their marketplaces will end up embarrassingly empty. Yuefi's eyes darted around as she voiced out her conclusion. Smugly smiling, she continued to explain. Previously, the old sir had already said that if there was a chance, he would cooperate with the Z clan, and buying so many healing ingredients at this time could only mean one thing. He meant what he said. Hey, looks like the Z clan has really lucked out this time, while the Jialai clan is going to be in trouble. Having listened to Yuefi's analysis, Guenai grinned. An envious look was on his face, since obtaining the help of a fourth-tier alchemist was not something just any clan could receive. Slightly inclining her head, Yuefi gave an easy smile as she said, "We should also make some contact with the Z clan soon, though adding a flower to a bracelet will make one somewhat happy. Providing help when one needs it the most is a much better way of strengthening both parties' ties." Guenai approvingly nodded his head. With a fourth-tier alchemist behind them, ties with the Z clan were now important. Exiting the auction house, as usual, Ziyan prudently turned round and round the streets for at least half a day before finally taking off his disguise in a desolate alley. Tossing and catching the light red storage ring in his hand, Ziyan was somewhat happy. This kind of storage ring was made by a type of uncommon material called storage stone. The characteristic of this material was that there was a unique small space within it where any lifeless objects could be stored. Though this was extremely convenient, due to the sparsity of the storage stone, it was extremely precious. The lowest grade storage ring in Ziyan's hands only had a space of about 3 to 4 square meters, yet it costs almost 100,000 gold. In the Z clan, Ziyan had only seen his father and the first elder own storage rings. Ziyan fiddled with the storage ring for a while, hesitatingly examining it. In the end he did not wear it, but rather carefully stored it in his bosom. This kind of ring was considerably pricey. If it was seen by his father or others, he would have a hard time explaining how he came to obtain it. Ziyan kicked the black mantle into the gutter before carefully walking out of the desolate alley. Afterwards he quickly dashed back to his clan. As Ziyan followed the lane that passed through the clan home, he heard his father's furious voice from meeting room. Eyelids twitching, Ziyan moved forward to secretly peer through a crack in the door. Damn it, Jialai by that bastard is too much. He actually dared to brazenly steal our business. Within the room, Zizon was currently raging as he pounded on the table. Tea from the teacup spilled all over the table. Presently, the marketplaces of the Z clan had already lost a great amount of traffic. The merchants left in the marketplace are also very worried and frightened. A few of them have even secretly left for the Jialai clan's marketplaces. If this continues, in another half a month I am afraid that our marketplace will go bankrupt. The second elder said with a gloomy face as he gnashed his teeth together in fury. How about I bring a few of our clan's elites and secretly deal with that alchemist? The third elder's gaze were ferocious as he suggested this in a dark tone. There are at least 2 days shy protecting the alchemist. It won't be so easy. Zizon helplessly said as he moved his hands to and fro. But if we continue in this manner, our losses will be too great. The profits from the marketplaces of Wutan City is a large part of the total revenue of our Z clan. The third elder was somewhat unwilling to back down. The corners of Zizon's mouth twitched. At the moment, he could not think of any good ideas. That day at the auction, didn't that mysterious alchemist say that there might come an opportunity where he would work with us? Seeing how Guenai was so respectful towards him, his tire as an alchemist is definitely not low. If he could help us, then that Jialai clan would definitely lose out. The first elder, who had been silent up until now, suddenly spoke up in a soft voice. Ai, who knows if he just randomly blabbered? For people of that kind of status, what kind of benefits would they get out of cooperating with us? For such little profit, would they even care? Zizon laughed bitterly and shook his head as he sat on the chair and sighed. The 3 elders were all silent as well. Indeed, it was a bit challenging for the Z clan to establish connections with people of such status. Fuck, we'll bear it for a few more days. If the Jialai clan still does not practice restraint, then don't blame us for retaliating no matter the costs. Licking his lips, Zizon gripped onto the chair frame as an ominous glint flashed across his eyes. Outside the door, listening up till here, Xian faintly shrugged his shoulders as his hand played with the storage ring at his chest. Letting out a cold smirk, he slowly left. Chapter 72. Learning to Refine Medicine. Xian left the meeting room and returned to his room to make some final preparations to refine some healing medicine. Once he was done with his preparations, he stealthily snuck back to his desolate cave, the one he previously trained in. As Yao Luo had said before, it was important to not be disturbed during the medicine refinement process, and given the great number of clan members, this would be difficult to accomplish at home. If by chance something, like Xiyu bargaining on him, was to happen, Xian would be unable fully bear with the consequences. Sneakily stepping into the cave, Xian was itching to get started, so he quickly fished out the storage ring from his bosom and pushed a stream of Dou Qi into it. The light red ring emitted a flicker of light before a roughly half-meter-long red medicine cauldron poofed into existence within the cave. The entire medicine cauldron was a dark crimson red, and it gave off a slight glow. There were two malevolent-looking snake heads carved beneath the cauldron, their gaping maws forming two connected cavities for air to enter into the cauldron. As the two cavities wound and extended deep into the cauldron, the diameter grew smaller and smaller. If one were to try to look in, they would barely be able to see anything. At the apex of the medicine cauldron was a dark crimson-red cauldron lid forged in the shape of a giant serpent. Besides the lid, there was also a special hole for ingredients to enter. The top of the cauldron lid was littered with many fine holes made by ice silver. These had the effect of dissipating heat to prevent excessive heat from building up, which might lead to an explosion. On one side, a transparent screen of essence ice was installed at the middle part of the medicine cauldron, so that the whole refining process could be clearly seen by the alchemist. The surface cauldron was engraved with the forms of wild, untamed devil beasts that seemed to almost leap off the cauldron. Observing the beautiful appearance of the medicine cauldron, Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Xian rubbed the ancient black ring, and Yao Luo appeared with a flash of light. It's a cauldron with two outlets. For an alchemic amateur like you, it's not bad at all, Yao Luo said indifferently as he cast a glance at the orifices of the snakes on the dark crimson-red medicinal cauldron. A cauldron with two outlets. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Xian's eyes blinked as he looked on doubtfully. Medicinal cauldrons also have their own set of tiers. The more outlets the fire a cauldron's furnace has, the higher tier a medicinal cauldron is, and thus the rarer it is. Don't assume that one can just randomly make a few holes to add another few outlets. Outsiders don't even have a hint of discernment for the mysteries of these outlets. Outlets are the essence of a medicinal cauldron, and require extreme precision to polish to perfection. If one were made with even the slightest error, the whole medicinal cauldron would be considered junk. As such, the more outlets a medicinal cauldron has, the better the auxiliary effect is for an alchemist when refining. Of course, if you wish to control multiple outlets, you need very high soul perception. For the current you to control to fire outlets is already the limit. Yao Luo laughed as he explained. For an alchemist, the importance of a good medicine cauldron is akin to that of a good sword to a warrior. Giving an almost indiscernible nod, Xian stared at this big cauldron in front of him and asked a bit blankly, "Now what should I do?" "For now it'd be better if you'd familiarize yourself with the medicinal cauldron. Press one hand against an outlet, and then rouse the Dou Qi within you and channel it inside." Yao Luo sat cross-legged within the cave as he directed Xian. Nodding his head, Xian placed a hand on the outlet and slowly closed his eyes. Within his body, a revolving, dim and yellowish Qi slightly rippled. Dim, yellow Dou Qi bubbled out strand by strand, consequently making the palm of his hand glow with a yellow light. Once that dim, yellow Dou Qi reached his palm, it grew still. Then, as if it had encountered an abrupt and violent gravitational pull, it suddenly flooded out of his hand and passed into the outlet, drilling into the medicinal cauldron. Piu, there was a muffled noise, then after the dim, yellow Qi had transferred through the fire outlet and unexpectedly transformed into a dim, yellow flame essence. Within the medicinal cauldron, it flickered and blazed. The fact that his palm suddenly spit out fire alarmed Xian and almost made him reflexively withdraw his hand. However, after sensing that his palm was cool, he panicked substantially less. Not bad. On your first try, you've already succeeded in producing a flame. Observing the roiling flame within the medicinal cauldron, Yao Luo nodded and said in a low voice, "The flame that you've mustered together this time isn't actually the refining flame. Right now you should concentrate on controlling the trace of wood element within your body and pour it into the medicine cauldron." Ziyin complied by closing both eyes. Bit by bit, his thoughts focused as his outstanding spiritual perception continuously scanned his body for that light trace of wood element. After more than 10 minutes, Ziyin finally found the wood element in his body for the first time. He let out a sigh of relief as he opened his eyes. Found it. Seeing Ziyin opening his eyes, Yao Luo asked, astonished. As the former nodded his head, Yao Luo could not help but inwardly praise Ziyan. When Yao Luo first found the wood element in his body, it had took him almost half an hour. From this it can be seen how strong Ziyan's spiritual perception is. Ziyin stretched out a finger to lightly press on the other fire outlet. Little by little, a stream of extremely weak green cha flowed in. Just as the green cha entered the medicine cauldron, the light yellow flame within abruptly calmed down, as if there had been a chemical reaction. At this moment, even though Ziyin had not yet been able to control the flame, he could feel that the franticness within the flame had been tamed by the wood element. Furthermore, due to the principle that wood gives birth fire, the flame at this time was much more controlled and would last longer than before. Good satisfied, Yao Luo nodded his head as he reached out a finger to touch Dian's forehead, transferring information directly into the latter's head. "This is my own healing medicine formula. You can use it for practice. I will guide you through as I warn you about the temperature of the flame and the composition of medical ingredients to refine." Ziyin squinted as he processed the new information in his head as he slightly inclined his head to acknowledge. Blood clotting powder, 1 stalk of blood clotting grass, 1 lively fruit, to poppy flowers. After Ziyin committed to memory the amount of each required alchemy ingredients, his spiritual perception gradually channeled into the medicinal cauldron as he diligently tried to control the mild flame. Making a flicking motion with his finger over the ring, a dark red stalk of blood-clotting grass appeared in his palm. A little while later, Ziyin threw the stalk into the maw of the engraved serpent at the apex of the cauldron. Once the blood-clotting grass was thrown in, Ziyin did not control the flame in time. The fire simply blazed upwards, and in the blink of an eye, the stalk of blood-clotting grass turned into a pile of ash and the cauldron's unique mechanism expelled it out of the cauldron. Looking at this first failure, Ziyin laughed with a bit of embarrassment. "Continue," Yao Luo indifferently said. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Ziyin once again threw in a stalk of blood-clotting grass. This time, the blood-clotting grass persisted within the fire for a while, but as before, it turned into a pile of ashes. "The temperature is too high," Ziyin wiped his sweat away. Now that he personally tried to refine a pill, Ziyin finally realized that this type of work, as expected, could not be easily accomplished by just any person. After continuously burning up a whole 20 or so stalks of blood-clotting grass with some difficulty, Ziyin finally had a grasp on the most suitable temperature for blood-clotting grass. Again tossing in a stalk of blood-clotting grass, Ziyan's expression grew solemn as his spiritual perception firmly suppressed the temperature of the flame. His eyes passed through the ice essence and unwaveringly fixated on the stalk of blood-clotting grass suspended within the flame. The flame seethed about for a period of time, and the blood-clotting grass finally started to shed its layer of skin, and the juice accumulated within its leaves gradually began to evaporate into spakes of faint, white powder. The essence of the blood-clotting grass had finally been successfully refined by this greenhorn, Ziyan. Chapter 73, First Refinement. In the narrow cave, the flames within the cauldron casted shadows onto the cavern walls, creating shadows of dancing fangs and claws of wild beasts. Ziyin concentrated with every fiber of his being as he watched the surging flame attentively. His pale face was streaked with beads of sweat. Refining medicine for long periods of time was a task that consumed an extreme amount of Dou Qi. Since Ziyan's Qi method was the lowest ranked Lozhuan, his Qi foundations and endurance were nothing special. Thus it was not an easy task for him to persevere for almost 2 hours in front of the cauldron. Yao Luo squinted his eyes as he gazed upon Ziyan, who had once again successfully refined a blood clot grass into a fine white powder. Knowing that Ziyan had already reached his limit, Yao Luo gave a slight nod and gently said, "Well done. take a break." Hearing this, Ziyan's shoulders immediately dropped and his body softly fell to lie on the ice-cold floor as if all the energy in his body had been suddenly drained away. Gasping for air, his chest rose and fell rapidly. Battered with exhaustion, he could barely even lift a finger now. Training now would give the best effect, Yao Lao said indifferently as he cast a glance towards the Ziyan who lifelessly laid on the ground. Laziness and diligence clashed in the heart for a mere moment before Ziyan internally howled in anguish as he unwilling sat up. His trembling hands formed into a training seal as he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Ziyan's stance, Yao Lao laughed as his sight turned towards the 10+ jade cases before the cauldron. These cases were filled to the brim with pale white powder refined from the blood clot grass and were results of the efforts of Ziyan. From left to right, the pale white color of the powder became richer and richer until the last case, in which the color of the powder had almost reached a pure white. Gazing upon this extremely obvious improvement, Yao Lao felt pleasantly surprised as he nodded his head approvingly. In his heart he once again praised Ziyan's outstanding spiritual perception. He shot a glance towards the Ziyan who was currently recovering his Dou Qi before sitting himself cross-legged against the stone wall, leisurely closing his eyes to recuperate. Ziyan had only refined the first type of ingredient. There were still 2 more types waiting for him to slowly practice on. After training close-eyed for almost an hour, the Qi cyclone within Ziyan's body once again emitted a bright light after it had previously gone dark from the depletion of Dou Qi before. Furthermore, the brightness this time seemed to be a little bit clearer than it was a few hours before. Gradually opening his eyes, the powerless feeling from before had retreated by more than half. Stretching his neck, the cracking sounds made Ziyan sigh in happiness. "Done training. Continue then?" Yao Lao smiled as he opened his eyes to look upon the now lively Ziyan. Bitterly laughing as he shook his head, Ziyan, who had experienced the painful process of alchemy, had finally understood that he had been conned by Yao Lao. When Yao Lao had previously done alchemy, all he did was twirl his hands about as he refined the ingredients to create the elixirs that people would go crazy for. This simple-looking process had left a strong impression in Ziyan's mind that alchemy was extremely easy. Yet now that Ziyan had tried a hand at it personally, he now knew that alchemy was more difficult than being a miner. This understanding had come too late. Thus Ziyan could only sigh as he once more sat before the cauldron and started to refine the essence of the other 2 types of medical ingredients. Equipped with the previous experience of refining blood clot grass, Ziyan, this time, was clearly much more relaxed than before. After burning 8 lively fruits and 10 poppy flowers, he finally managed to extract the components needed to make the healing medication. From the lively fruit, an almost fully black and small kernel was obtained. This kernel had the effect of improving blood circulation. If an experienced mercenary was injured in the wilderness while lacking healing medication, oftentimes, he would grind a lively fruit and use it to alleviate the injury. From the poppy flower, a light red liquid was obtained. This kind of fluid had a numbing effect and can be used to relieve pain. Eyeing the 3 medicines which had been arranged neatly in front of Ziyan, Yao Lao nodded slightly and quietly said, "All of the required ingredients have been refined. Now fuse their medical abilities together. This is the most important step in alchemy." With a deep sigh, Ziyan respectfully nodded. Proficiently throwing the pure white powder into the cauldron, he smoked it under a warm fire for about 10 minutes until the pure white powder turned slightly reddish before speedily pouring the poppy flower liquid in too. Just as the liquid entered the cauldron, it wrapped around the pure white powder. Boiling for a short time in the flame, the 2 ingredients slowly fused into a light, red and viscous liquid. His spiritual perception strove to control the temperature of the flame as the viscous, light red liquid was slowly smoked. As it was continuously baked above the flame, the viscous liquid gradually changed into a dark red paste. Through the transparent lens, Ziyan stared unwaveringly at the dark red paste within the cauldron. Slightly hesitating, he finally threw in the tiny black kernel from the lively fruit. Though the tiny black kernel entered the cauldron, nothing happened. The tiny kernel bounced about in the flame, refusing to fuse into the dark red paste. Different ingredients have different resistances to temperature, so you need to learn how to control the temperature of any part of the flame. In areas that require a low temperature, you have to suppress the flame, while in areas that require high temperature, You have relaxed your control to increase the temperature of the flame. Yao Luo lectured as he gazed upon Ziyan, who was perspiring in worrying. Ziyan licked his dry lips as he nodded. He promptly divided a part of his spiritual perception to exert control over the flame below the tiny kernel to gradually increase its temperature. Bang! As the spiritual perception relaxed its control over the temperature, a single uncontrolled flame fiercely soared up and burnt half of the tiny black kernel to ashes in an instant, causing Ziyan to break out in cold sweat as he hastened to desperately suppress the flame. One part of his spiritual perception had to maintain the temperature of one side of the flame, while another part had to increase the temperature of the other side of the flame. This kind of multitasking caused a headache for Ziyan. However, after going through a few more perilous situations, Ziyan finally calmed down from his flustered state. He wiped away the sweat that had gathered on his forehead as he sighed deeply before concentrating the rest of his Dou Qi into the fire outlet. Within the cauldron, the tiny black kernel could no longer bear it and finally ruptured under the increasing temperature of the flame. Fine jet black powder gradually floated into the light red paste and dyed the latter in a deeper shade of color. As the last pinch of jet black powder floated into the paste, Ziyan finally let out a long sigh. His hands slowly separated from the fire outlet and the flame within the cauldron gradually died down. At the sight of the panting Ziyan, Yao Luo faintly smiled as he waved his hand, lifting the cauldron lid and settling it onto the floor. With his right hand, he willed the huge lump of crimson red paste to leap up, where it remained floating in midair. Yao Luo glanced at the crimson red paste, which was emitting a strong medicine smell. His hands made cutting motions in the air as the dark red paste was cut into at least 100 tiny pieces. Taking the storage ring from Ziyan, Yao Luo flicked it as over 100 small jade bottles suddenly spread out all over the narrow cave. After arranging the jade bottles, Yao Luo waved his hand again as the liquid-like paste in the air accurately landed into the jade bottles. Randomly choosing a jade bottle, Yao Luo smiled as he passed it over to Ziyan while bantering. "Congratulations, your first attempt at alchemy was a success." Impatiently receiving the jade bottle, Ziyan gazed at the slightly impure crimson-red fluid within, while in his heart feelings of excitement and pride welled up. "Ha ha, from this point on, I can also be considered an alchemist." Chapter 74, Turning Up Uninvited. As several days passed, Ziyan spent nearly every day beside the cauldron. Although these days were extremely exhausting, the storage ring, which was full of healing medicine, made him feel gratified as he rested. Of course, another thing to be mentioned was that after almost 5 days of continuous alchemy, the Dou Qi in Ziyan's body unknowingly became much more powerful. Judging by his current progress, he had almost reached the 1-star Doji level. With these two pieces of good news, Ziyan managed to grit his teeth and survive the ordeal. As Ziyan hid in the cave to painstakingly refine medicine, the situation in Wuten City continued to unravel. The atmosphere between Zi and Jialai clans had become increasingly strained. Just 2 days ago, the Jialai clan took the opportunity to come up with various market rules that favored merchants, causing a large portion of the merchants who had originally been observing from the sidelines to begin moving to the marketplaces of the Jialai clan. Faced with a measure that was obviously aimed to rock the foundations of the Zi clan, all of the high-ranking members of the Zi clan came to be possessed by a violent rage that threatened to evolve into a murderous intent. "God damn it, I can't take it anymore. In a mere 5 days, our Zi clan has lost at least 50% to 60% of its profits. If this continues, all of our marketplaces will go bankrupt." Within the clan meeting room, the third elder exclaimed in anger, an ominous glint on his face. All the higher position clan members were seated within the huge hall. The fury in their hearts was expressed by their gloomy complexions. This truly cannot drag out any further. The first elder slowly spat out each word. Continuing, he said, "Although Master Guenai from Prima Auction House has aided us by manufacturing over 100 bottles of healing medicine, this amount is too little. It is completely incomparable to the massive amount from the Jialai clan. Although we might be able to maintain a deadlock with the Jialai clan in the short run, in the long run, as those healing medicines run out, we would once again arrive at the awkward situation before." The first elder sighed before letting out a bitter laugh and saying, "Although if Guenai was willing to fully support us, based on quantity, we would definitely be able to drag it out with the first-tier alchemist from the Jialai clan. However, he is from Primo Auction House after all, they seldom involve themselves in the clash of clans. To have helped to such an extent is already very unexpected. Seated in the leader's chair, Zizon nodded his head, a gloomy look on his face. Though the quality of the healing medicine that the Jialai clan sold was low, the quantity was vast and the price was cheap. This suited the preferences of the mercenaries, who were often caught in bloody situations. If we could also get a first-tier alchemist, we would be able to contend against them. In the big hall someone lamented. Hearing this, Zizon helplessly shook his head. There were only a few alchemists in Wutan City. To woo any one of those arrogant chaps was easier said than done. This time, the Jialai clan had struck the lottery and actually received an alchemist's help. In the corner of the hall, Ziyu, Zining and the other members of the younger generation of the clan were also present. As they gazed upon the gloomy expressions on their elders, they did not dare carelessly interrupt. And so they endured the stifling atmosphere in silence. Older sister, is that first-tier alchemist really so strong? How could he have forced our Z clan into this situation? Somewhat unable to tolerate the oppressive atmosphere, Zining quietly inquired Ziyu who sat beside him. Ziyu softly sighed, letting out a bitter laugh. She answered softly, "Indeed, the alchemist is a very unique profession. The strength of a first-tier alchemist is at best in the doji level, and in a straightforward battle any of the elders in the clan could easily kill him. Yet the true terror of an alchemist is not in direct battle, but rather that they are able to create elixirs that people go crazy for. With these elixirs, they possess the incomparable ability to rally supporters. Many strong practitioners are willing to serve under an alchemist for the sake of obtaining these elixirs. On the Dou Qi continent, many people compare an alchemist to a poisonous wasp's nest. Once prodded, an alchemist would immediately gather an uncountable number of fighters. Faced with so many fighters, even if they are unable to kill you, they would still be able to tie you to death. As Zining imagined the scene of being surrounded by fighters, he trembled as an envious look spread across his face. Don't be delusional, you should know about the harsh requirements to become an alchemist. The chances are even smaller than a meat pie dropping from the heavens. Rolling her eyes at Zining, Ziyu mercilessly splashed cold water over him. Set back by Ziyu's words, Zining dispiritedly curled his lip as he said, "I'm afraid that our entire Z clan does not have the fortune to come up with an alchemist." Although Ziyu nodded in agreement to these words, in her mind a certain youth dressed in black garments abruptly popped up. Looking closely at the features of the youth, it seemed to be Xiao Yan. Ruthlessly flinging away the thought, Ziyu whispered to herself in her heart, "How could I have thought of that little bastard? Humph. If someone with that kind of personality is able to become an alchemist, all of the alchemists in this world would be worthless." After cursing Ziyan in her heart, Ziyu whirled her gaze towards a corner by the window. There, a green-clothed young maiden was quietly clasping a thick and simple book, occasionally moving her finger to flip a page as her eyes scanned the contents of the book. This tranquil and elegant appearance drew the furtive gazes of many of her peers. Such a good girl, why must she favor that little bastard? Ziyu grudgingly shook her head as she once again maintained her silence. Quietly sitting beside the window, although her attention was on the book, Zana was able to sense the depressing atmosphere in the hall. Her willowy eyebrows slightly knitted together. No matter what was said, she had also stayed in the Z clan for over 10 years. Moreover, even if it was not for Ziyan, she would never let the Z clan be beaten by the Jialai clan that badly. I hope that those bastards won't go overboard. Zana sighed in her heart as she once again turned back to her book. With no Ziyan by her side, she practically had no reason to speak. As the plans continued to be discussed within the hall, a clan guard hurriedly ran in and reported in a respectful tone, "Clan leader, there is a person dressed in a black cloak outside. He says that he has some collaboration matters to discuss with the clan leader." At these words, Zizon and the rest of the elders were slightly shocked. Mutually exchanging glances, their once gloomy expressions suddenly soared with ecstasy. A few of them simultaneously stood up together and urgently ordered, "Quickly invite him in." Spotting the looks on Zizon and the three elders, everyone in the hall was somewhat amazed, immediately exchanging glances with one another. "Ha ha. No need to invite me in. Clan leader Z, how have you been? This old man has come uninvited. Yao Lao's clear laughter resounded from beyond the door just as the sound of Zizhan's order faded. Along with the laugher, a figure shrouded by a large black mantle unhurriedly walked into the hall under the crowd's stare. At the instant when the person dressed in a black gown stepped through the door, Zana, who had all along submersed herself in her book, suddenly raised her eyebrows. Gradually lifting her small face, her autumn water eyes vigilantly stared at the black-cloaked person who had just entered. Chapter 75. Big Business. Staring at the man wearing a black cloak who had just entered, Zizhan and the three elders promptly welcomed him. Advancing with quick steps, Zizhan showed a respectful smile and said, "Most esteemed guest, forgive me, for I have been rather busy with the matters of the clan and was unable to come out to greet you, Zizhan. Please forgive me." "Ha ha, no need to be so formal." Under the black mantle, an aged voice rang out. Zizhan eagerly nodded and gave a meaningful glance to the three elders, hinting them to promptly open up the path, and said with a smile, "Please sit, most esteemed guest." The man covered by a black cloak nodded and, without being overly formal, directly walked up and sat on the seat next to the head of the table. Seeing how respectfully Zizhan was treating the man in the black cloak, the youths of the clan couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Myriads of curious glances unceasingly swept over that black-cloaked man, but upon hearing the elder say that he was an alchemist, their eyes suddenly became filled with ardor and full of worship. No matter where, alchemists were the ones that had the most respected profession in the eyes of others. "Sister, this person, isn't he the mysterious alchemist we saw during the auction the other day?" Zining's two eyes fixed on this man dressed in a black cloak as he tugged at Ziyu's sleeve, eagerly asking her. "Yeah." Ziyu slowly nodded. Her beautiful eyes were still staring at this silhouette covered by a black mantle, as her lovely face showed a slight expression of pleasant surprise. "I didn't think that this honorable sir would really come to our Z clan. It looks like what he said last time about cooperating with us wasn't just lip service. If we really obtain his help, the Z clan should be able to go through this predicament with ease." Hearing the whispers from the people around her, Zana wrinkled her brows and fixed her crystal-clear eyes tightly at the stocky man in the black mantle. She didn't know why, but she felt that the man's gestures, his speech and his manners were not exactly harmonious. After knitting her brows while pondering for a long time, Zana could only helplessly renounce this idea. "Ha ha, sir, what brings you here?" Personally preparing a cup of tea, Ziyan asked with a smile. "I was passing in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd come to visit your noble clan. I brought with me a few foundation elixirs that should be able to foster a good amount of youths from your side." Under this black gown, the elder's voice was quite joyous. Having heard him, Zizhan hurried to look around but didn't see the faintest trace of Ziyan. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. "Ha ha, the Z family head doesn't need to call him out. I have already met the young master, a quite fine youth. He's quite to this old man's liking." Waving his hands, he stopped Zizhan from calling someone to get Ziyan. The tone of the black-cloaked man was filled with a touch of admiration that he didn't conceal and made the youth hidden under the cloak quite embarrassed. Hearing the black-cloaked man's tone filled with admiration, the eyes of everyone in the hall were filled with envy. To get such a high evaluation from such a high-level alchemist wasn't something that was easy to come by. All the good stuff happens only to this brat. As he twitched his mouth, full of unwillingness, Zining's tone was full of envy. Ziyu, completely helpless, sighed. Her jade-like hands on her cheeks, she silently whispered, "Is that brat so good? How come I never realized it before?" Hearing the compliment, Zizhan's face revealed a huge smile and in his eyes, a glimpse of pride could faintly be seen. "Z clan leader, I recently heard that your clan was facing hardships, right?" Zizhan's smile hadn't stretched out completely before it was struck down by the oppressive voice of Yao Lao. Nodding in agreement, Zizhan smiled bitterly. "Surely this sir knows our Z clan's current situation, right? MHH, I know a bit about it." Nodding, the black-cloaked man revealed a smile. "Aye, in the current Z clan, our business is already no more than half than what it was in the past. In the long term, I'm afraid that our influence is also going to sink down to that of a second-rate clan." Zizhan sighed in regret, wrinkling his brows. He seemed to age a few years at that particular moment. "Ha ha, Even though I am not so close with Z clan, I am getting along quite well with your son. If you, Z clan leader, are not afraid that this old man may have some bad intentions, how about cooperating together? The black-cloaked man smiled gently. Having heard him, Zizon was startled at first, but soon became wildly joyful. That was all he was what he was waiting for. He gave a look full of excitement to the three elders and soon after, nodded without the slightest hesitation. Sir, we want to cooperate with you. We'd love to in fact. The assistance of an alchemist above the second tier was something that Z clan could not even dream of. Zizon didn't think that his own clan had something that could interest a second-tier alchemist, and hearing the alchemist's words that he would cooperate with the Z clan, Zizon deduced that the reason of the alchemist helping should be because of Xiao Yan. With such an opportunity, Zizon would be fighting to get the chance. Seeing Zizon's approval, the black-cloaked man nodded and a white palm appeared from the cloak. On his finger was a red-colored ring and, with a flick, it immediately flickered in red light. Staring at his palm, as white as a youth's, Zizon was shocked. The palm gave him a familiar feeling. But Zizon didn't have the time to ponder about the cause of his sensation of déjà vu. Immediately, a pile of jade bottles appeared on the table. The huge table was, in a blink of eye, entirely covered with little jade bottles. There wasn't a single place left empty. Staring at these jade bottles that appeared out of thin air inside this big hall, except from the green-clad lady that was near the window, all the other clansmen, without the slightest exception, were shocked by this tremendous amount of pills to the point that they could hardly breathe. Here are 1283 bottles of the healing medicine, blood-clotting powder. It isn't the best healing drug in terms of quality, but compared to the GLI clan's return spring powder, its effects are a lot more outstanding. Watching the stunned people in the hall, the black-cloaked person carelessly introduced his merchandise. Zizon, shocked with mouth wide open, took a deep breath of the surrounding ice-cold air. This is truly a big business. Chapter 76:Code-Operation. In the silent hall, a crowd of red-hot gazers unwaveringly stared at the little jade bottles on the table, which numbered over 1,000. Almost no one had ever personally seen such a large quantity of elixirs. Her pink tongue licked her red lips subconsciously. Ziyu was equally dazed at the sight of so many elixirs. A moment later, she shook herself out of the daze and, with a sparkle in her eyes, she turned her sight to watch the black-cloaked person. The green-clothed maiden seated by the window shoot a glance at the table full of small jade bottles with an astonished look flashing within those beautiful autumn water eyes. Her vision once again swept across the black-cloaked person. Unable to find anything suspicious, she continued to look at the simple book in her hand. In the absolute silence of the hall, the black-cloaked person coughed softly, bringing the person next to him, Zizon, back to reality. Zizon blushed as he let out an embarrassed laughter. As he looked to the black-cloaked alchemist, the respect in his gaze had gained another level. Not every alchemist would be able to effortlessly bring out over 1,000 bottles of healing medicine at once. Sir, you should know about the Z clan's current situation. We need healing medication to pull back our lost popularity. To the Z clan, your actions are undoubtedly providing help when we need it the most. Zizon exclaimed gratefully. Slightly muttering to himself, Zizon hesitated before he finally spoke out again. How about this? Our Z clan will take the responsibility of selling these healing medicine. As for the earnings, so you will take 90% while the remaining 10% will go to us. Although I feel it is brazen of us to do so, after all, we still need some money to put things in order. Sir, what do you think about that? As he finished outlining his proposition, Zizon nervously gazed at the black-cloaked man before him, afraid that he will not be satisfied with the terms. The current Z clan could only completely depend on this mysterious alchemist. Ha ha! The black-cloaked alchemist laughed before shaking his head. Seeing this action, the expression on Zizon's face slightly changed. Just as he was about to forfeit the last 10%, an old voice interjected which left him dazed and at a complete loss. Clan leader Z is too polite. Although the elixir is refined by me, making sales is not an easy job. How can I possibly take advantage of you? Let us split it evenly, 50-50, ha ha. At the black-cloaked man's words, the originally anxious three elders and the rest of the clansmen suddenly opened their mouths in shock. It was quite a while before they subconsciously touched their ears, skeptical if the words were genuine or not. 50-50. This, sir, isn't he to consider it to the clan. Given the current situation, even if he wanted all 100% of the profits, no one in the Z clan would dare object. Meat pies have dropped from the skies. This phrase resounded in everyone's hearts as they looked towards each other. After a long while more, Zizon gradually regained his wits. He let out a deep breath, then laughed bitterly, saying, "Sir, your words have overwhelmed us. We are already truly grateful for your timely aid. How can we possibly take any further advantage of you?" As if it was of little importance, the black-cloaked man waved his hands about and smugly laughed. "This little bit of profits holds no interest for me. If it were not for the fact that you would never rest easy, truth to be told, I would be too lazy to collect even 50%. Hearing this sort of arrogant explanation, Zizon could only shake his head as he smiled bitterly. "I'll leave these elixirs for you to sell. If I have some time in the future, I will come and check up on them." The black-cloaked man stood up and smiled as he said, "I still have other matters, so I won't be staying. Clan leaders, he need not send me off. Go and set up arrangements for the sales instead. Ha ha." With a tone of dismissal, he walked out of the hall under everyone's stares. Before completely exiting the room, the black-cloaked alchemist's steps suddenly stopped. Laughing faintly, he said, "Before I go, I'll say a few words more. Ziyan really isn't bad. Ha ha, goodbye." Hearing this statement, Zizon rubbed his head. He was about to say something, but the black-cloaked man had already breezed out of the hall, gradually fading out of sight around the corner. Staring at the black-cloaked man's disappearing figure, Zizon let out a small sigh after a long while as he laughed bitterly, saying, "It seems that the relationship between Yana and this sir is a bit out of the ordinary. Or else, how could this person who isn't even familiar with us help us like this?" The three elders all shared a glance and also let out a sigh and nodded. From the way the old alchemist had been expressing praise about Ziyan, he clearly looked favorably on Ziyan, and his help to Z clan would definitely be tied to Ziyan. Within the hall, all the members of the Z clan who were of Ziyan's age, who had heard the black-cloaked man's passing words, showed undisguised envy on their faces. The blue-clothed maiden near the window slightly inclined her head, her vision gazing through the window as the figure turned around the corner. Her willow brows slightly knitting together, an expression of doubt flashed across her delicate face. Outside of the Z clan, the black-cloaked man slowly continued forward until he reached a less crowded area. Only then did a young voice softly grumble from within the black gown, "Teacher, do you have nothing better to do than to point me out every single sentence? If they find out about this, I cannot guarantee that I will not offer you up." "Hey, I was only expressing my feelings. If it were not for Zizon, who treated you well since you were young, where would I find such a good disciple? Thus it is only appropriate for me to thank him." The old voice bantered and laughed. "If I just gave them the pills, your cautious father would definitely believe that I had some ulterior motives." Helplessly shaking his head, Ziyan looked around before asking, "Where shall we go now?" "Towards the auction house, so we can pass the Che gathering powder to them, so as to avoid owing them a debt. That is something that I hate the most. Furthermore, you have burnt up all the medical ingredients for practice. It is time to purchase other medical ingredients." Yao Lo muttered as he smiled. Ziyan nodded to acknowledge these words. With some expectations, he smiled sweetly and asked, "Teacher, can the current me be counted as a first-tier alchemist?" "Chi, you think that just because you refined a few days' worth of medicine you've become an alchemist? Healing medication is the simplest kind of elixir. Refining that kind of stuff is nothing to be proud of." Yao Lo sneered, ruthlessly dousing Ziyan with cold water. Rolling his eyes, Ziyan was a bit gloomy. "Then when can I genuinely be considered as a first-tier alchemist?" In the alchemy world, the minimum requirement for a first-tier alchemist is to be able to refine a pellet-type pill, and not the simple kind, where all you have to do is mix essences into a paste. It seems that there's quite a distance for me to go. Hearing these requirements, Ziyan helplessly shook his head and strode forward, advancing towards the auction house in the city square. Chapter 77. Breaking the supply of ingredients. Prima auction house, the reception lobby. On top of a table, there was a small jade case, in which a medicine pill lay peacefully. Due to the smooth, round, and glossy pill. A strong, nice fragrance pervaded the room, causing everyone to feel attentive. Watching the pills, the two managers of the Primo auction house, Xiao and Guanai, couldn't hide the glee on their faces. Through the black gown, Ziyan could see that the two were forgetting themselves in front of him, which caused him to inwardly express disapproval and ridicule them. If they knew that Yao Lao skimped on the materials when he made this che-gathering powder, what would their expressions be like? The che-gathering powder Ziyan brought was very much inferior to the product he himself used, and yet this powder, half-heartedly created by Yao Lao, was able to surprise both Xiao and Guanai. My dear sir, your alchemy techniques are truly admirable. The che-gathering powder you created can already be compared to that made by fifth-tier alchemists. Guanai wholeheartedly praised the light green pill. Under the black cloak, an old voice lightly rang out. Please receive this che-gathering powder well. After receiving so much help, I just had to express my thanks, or else my conscience would be deeply perturbed. Ha ha, sir, you are too kind. You are a guest here, and the favors between us are simply favors between friends. Xiao smiled while lifting up the case with jade-like hands. Yao Lao refrained from commenting. Not only did Yao Lao not believe those words, even Ziyan scoffed at them as well. If it were really as she said, the premier auction house would have been bankrupt already. From inside his clothes, Ziyan produced a piece of paper and handed it to Xiao. The old voice rang out, please do me another favor by finding these materials for me. Eagerly accepting the paper, Xiao quickly glanced over it before complying with a smile. After the previous time, she dared not show any hesitation now. Xiao called forth a serving girl with a wave and passed the paper to her, instructing her to prepare the ingredients as soon as possible. Teacup in his hands, Ziyan lightly sipped. Suddenly, he thought of something, and after a few seconds, Yao Lao's voice could be heard. Miss Xiao, I have a question. Hearing Yao Lao start to talk, Xiao smiled sweetly and gently replied, please go ahead, sir. The GLI clan has bought a lot of medicine ingredients from here, right? Yao Lao questioned in a monotonous voice. At this question, Yafei's heart slightly tightened and the expression on her lovely face slightly changed. Stealthily sharing a quick glance with Guanai, she silently hesitated for a moment before replying. Previously, the GLI clan had indeed purchased almost 100,000 gold worth of medicine ingredients, and these medical ingredients also possess some healing properties. Slightly inclining his head, his old voice suddenly disappeared into silence. This sudden change in atmosphere from the black-cloaked man caused Yafei's heart to feel somewhat nervous. She long ago knew that the former was preparing to help the Z clan, and yet the auction house kept selling large amounts of medicine ingredients to the GLI clan. Though she does not know his temperament, it is highly likely that this old gentleman would hold some grudge against the auction house. The mood in the hall gradually became oppressive. Looking towards the silent black-cloaked man, Xiao started to feeling restless. If it were not for Guanai constantly stopping her with his looks, she would have opened her mouth long ago. Both of you should know what I intended to do by buying so much medicine ingredients last time, right? A good while later, the old voice finally broke the stifling silence. Lightly nibbling on her red lips, Xiao slightly nodded her head and replied in a low tone, so had intended to refine the ingredients into healing medication to aid the Z clan, yes. Just before I came, I handed over all of the refined healing medicine to the Z clan. Slightly nodding, Yao Lao said in a deep voice, perhaps in another 2 days, the Z clan and the GLI clan will start to use healing medicine to battle for popularity in Wutan City. Faced with this kind of topic, Xiao did not know how to reply, thus she could only cleverly maintain her silence. The manufacturing of healing medication requires a large amount of low-grade medical ingredients. In Wutan City, besides Primo Auction House, no other medicine stall has the capabilities to provide such a large amount. Seeing the wordless Xiao, Yao Lao continued to remark to himself, in the later stages of this healing medication battle, besides the price and quality, having a sufficient supply of medicine ingredients is a key factor. Thus I hope that Primo Auction House will decline to provide the GLI clan with medicine ingredients from now on. Just as Yao Lao's voice resounded out, Ziyan's line of sight penetrated through the black mantle and focused upon the mature beauty who was as lovely as a fox spirit. He had less than 2 months left in Wuten City, and thus, within this time, he had to help his father to defeat the Jialai clan. Only then could he leave on the training journey with Yao Luo at ease. Yafei's charming face slightly changed as she heard Yao Luo's words. In a difficult position, she said, "So, our Primo auction house has a rule that forbids us from involving in any kind of conflicts between the clans. If we agree to your request, that would be tantamount to indirectly helping the Z clan. This is not in accordance to our rules. I can refine Tuche gathering pills for you free of costs." Yao Luo said, undisturbed. "Sir, it is not a problem of elixirs, truly." The enticement of Tuche gathering pills caused Yafei's smooth hands to tremble. However, she continued to endure. 3 pills, Fei forced a smile. Right beside her, Guni's face contorted. 3 Che gathering pills. That would be worth at least 500,000 gold, right? 5 pills. An aged voice armed with an indifferent tone relentlessly smashed against the baseline in Yafei's heart. Yafei's large eyes screwed shut as she lightly inhaled a breath of ice-cold air. After a long time, her eyes abruptly opened. Yafei let out a bitter laugh as she said, "Sir, you've won. From now on, Primo Auction House will never again provide the Jialai clan with any medical ingredients. Miss Yafei's will is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. 1 month later I will bring over the goods. Of course only if Primo Auction House does not let me down," Yao Luo said as he let out a small laugh. "Sir, be at ease. Yafei knows who is important and who is not very clearly. In any case, Yafei had already experienced many years in the auction house, thus she quickly calmed down. Between the Jialai clan and an alchemist who was at the very least 4th tiered, there was absolutely no comparison. The choice was not hard to make. Actually, the true difficulty laid in how to select the best moment to earn the greatest profits, and Yafei was very satisfied with the current outcome. Chapter 78. Training and then breakthrough. Only after seeing the black-clothed man walked out of the lounge, satisfied with the ingredients in his hand, could Yafei finally relax her shoulders. Her body was cuddled up on top of the chair, making her look like a curled-up fox. This lethargic position of hers had a peculiar charm to it. "This dear sir is truly daring," said Yafei with her head stuck to the cool back of the chair. Beside her, Guinai was rubbing his forehead, sighing, 5 pills of gathering Che powder. It's true that he's a 4th-tier alchemist, but still, isn't his way of conducting business a bit grand? Yafei nodded and pursed her red, small lips before proceeding to mock herself. "I thought I could last against his pressure, but who would have thought?" Guinai laughed, replying, "If it were me in your shoes, I'm afraid I would have gave in by the time he mentioned the 3rd pill. You were able to exceed my expectations and persevere until the 5th, so be proud of it. What I showed was perseverance." Upon hearing his offer, my mind blanked out, and so I wasn't able to think straight. But who would have thought ... that he would be so forward with his request and threw in 2 extra pills, said Yafei while rolling her eyes. She couldn't refrain from laughing at the situation. "Well, facts are facts, and your mind blanking out helped the Primo auction house rake in an extra 400,000 income," expressed Guinai while laughing after he heard her explanation. Yafei used her hand to cover up her mouth, letting out a few tender laughs. As she started to get up from her chair, she sighed, "Looks like the Jialai clan is in for it now." Guinai agreed as well, nodding his head. "But doesn't it seem a bit suspicious? Isn't our dear sir supposed to be a complete stranger to the Z clan? Why is he helping them so much? He's even willing to spare 5 pills of Che gathering powder to cut off the Jialai clan's supply chain," Yafei said while a hint of suspicion flashed across her eyes. "Who knows, our respected alchemist sure is mysterious, isn't he? I didn't know that the Jiamo Empire had a figure like him," said Guinai helplessly. Yafei nodded slightly, her eyes wandering. After muttering a bit, she replied, "Looks like having a phenomenal relationship with the Z clan will be a must. With these pills, I've increased the profits of the auction house by 4-fold. Let's see if anyone can surpass me at the next employee assessment, shall we?" After these words were said, the ends of her red lips formed a smile. With hands behind her back, she exited the lounge while humming a song to herself. Walking out of the auction house, Ziyan let out a long sigh. In a low voice he said, "Teacher, thank you very much." "What's there to thank? If the Jialai clan is not stamped to the ground, would you be able to concentrate when I bring you on the training journey? Yao Luo helplessly replied. Hehe. Ziyan grinned. Without any further words, he followed his usual twisting and turning about the streets routine before taking off the black mantle in an empty corner and carefully exiting the street, heading towards the Z clan. Back at the clan, when Ziyan occasionally met another clan member, he could feel that their gazes were filled with even more envy. Evidently, word of what had happened in the hall today had spread amongst the clan. Ziyan ignored these looks as he continued his slow journey towards his room. As he turned a corner, a girl in red suddenly appeared in a head-on collision course. Thankfully, Ziyan braked to a halt in time, successfully avoiding the awkward crash that had threatened to unfold. Ziyan Zheizhe, I've finally found you. The girl in red retreated a step back and lifted her head. Her young and pure face contained its own type of charm. The combination was a bit contradictory, causing the girl to have a little more indescribable charm compared to other girls of the similar age. This kind of charm even made Ziyan glance a few more times. This girl whose face was filled with joy was none other than Zimei. Ziyan's gaze swept across Zimei's pretty face. Rubbing his nose, he asked in a monotonous voice, "Is there anything?" As she heard this somewhat unfamiliar greeting, Zimei's radiant face slightly darkened. In a low voice, she answered, "Clan leader wants Ziyan Zheizhe to make a trip to the study room." Slightly startled, Ziyan nodded and smiled in reply. "Okay, got it, thanks." He waved goodbye before turning towards the study room located in the front courtyard. "Ziyan Bazhe, thank you for before," Zimei softly said as she watched Ziyan's straightforward and clear-cut steps walking away. A flash of disappointment could be seen in her eyes as she bit her lip. Ziyan paused his step as he elegantly waved towards Zimei without turning, coolly replying, "No problem." Staring at Ziyan's retreating figure, all of a sudden, Zimei gathered her courage to ask, "Ziyan Bazhe, will you be participating in the enrollment test for Jianan Academy, maybe?" With both hands on the back of his head, Ziya slowly and gradually left, leaving behind this word. When Zimei heard Ziyan's reply, her overcast but pretty face finally brightened. Pinching her hands into a fist, she stood on the spot as she looked as Ziyan's figure finally faded from sight before lightly and bitterly sighing and turning around to leave. Ziyan strolled about in the clan before he finally arrived in front of a spacious room. Lightly knocking on the door, he slowly pushed the door open and entered. In the room, Zizon and the three elders were discussing something, but as they saw Ziyan enter, they closed their mouths in unison. "Father, you were looking for me?" With a smile on his face, Ziyan walked up and asked. Zizon smiled back as he nodded his head, glancing at the three elders. He hesitated before asking in a low voice, "You should have seen that old sir, right?" "Yes." Ziyan inclined his head. Naturally, he knew what Zizon was referring to. "Do you know where he came from?" Zizon muttered. "I've only known him for a short time. How could I find out about his origins?" These were Ziyan's heartfelt words, as he really did not know exactly where Yao Luo came from. "But I know that he is an alchemist." Ziyan smiled and added, "Nonsense." Zizon rolled his eyes as he smiled, whole scolding playfully. Zizon shook his head and laughed. With an excellent mood, he continued to ask Ziyan a few more questions about Yao Luo. However, Ziyan's muddled and silly replies meant that in the end, Zizon did not manage to find out anything. "You little brat, I can't even tell if you're pretending." As he gazed at a seemingly completely ignorant Ziyan, Zizon could not help but shake his head helplessly. With a flourish of his hand, he continued to speak. "Forget it. Go and continue whatever it is you were doing. If you meet that old sir in the future, try not to offend him. The future of the Z clan depends on him." Ziyan shrugged his shoulders, declining to comment. Ziyan, your current aura seems somewhat strong." The first elder stared at Ziyan and suddenly stuttered out. At the first elder's words, Zizon was also startled, concentrating his gaze to sweep across Ziyan. A moment later, his mouth slowly gaped open, and he let out in amazement, You have made a breakthrough to Dou Qi." Hearing these words, the corners of the second and third elder mouths pulled apart, as they stared in disbelief at the youth in front of them. Ziyan scratched his head before innocently spreading out his hands. "I think so. I was just training as usual, and then somehow made a breakthrough." The corners of Zizhan's eyes jumped, shocked at this development. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "What kind of training was that?" Over this period of time, Zizhan had already gotten used to the miracles created by Yan. With a wave of his hand, Zizhan forced a smile and said, "It's good that you made a breakthrough. If you have some time, go to the Rank Testing Association to receive a rank badge." Yan nodded, the corners of his mouth raising playfully. "Then can I leave now? Honestly, I just trained and then broke through. You can get going already." Rolling his eyes, Zizhan playfully scolded him. This young fellow was simply ruffling people's feathers. Did he truly not know that when these three elders were condensing their chi cyclone, they failed twice in a row before becoming a Dou Qi? Staring at the stiff faces of the three elders, Yan grinned and broke out into laughter. Only after Zizhan began scolding him again did he scurry out of the study. Hearing the fading laughter of that youth, the three elders' faces slightly loosened up. Looking at each other, they couldn't help but laugh with faces full of bitterness. Chapter 79. Counterattack by the Z clan. After receiving the secret aid of Yan in the form of the large quantity of healing medication, though the Z clan did not publicize this news, they had already secretly started to prepare for their counterattack against the Jialai clan. The events that occurred in the clan hall were kept a secret by Zizhan and the three elders. Everything regarding the healing medicine had been classified as the highest scale of prohibition. None of the clan members could mention this to the outsiders. If anyone were to leak information, that person shall be punished according to the clan's rule. Along with the silence of the Z family, the behavior of the Jialai clan became more and more arrogant, using all kinds of tricks and enticements without restraint to pull away all the customers of the Z family's market. Even with this, the Z clan remained silent. Seeing the Z family watching in silence, some of the small forces allied with them became disappointed and also started to secretly prepare to move to protect themselves. With an atmosphere a little bit stranger than normal, today's time quietly passed. It was another day of radiant and enchanting sunny weather while Jialai clan's market was as hot and crowded like always. On the main street, people's heads were flowing like water. On the return of spring powder stall, there was an even larger crowd of people. The sound of shouting, scolding, and scuffles all gathered in one place. The deafening voices pierced through the clouds. Behind the brown medicine counter, a medicine salesman of the Jialai clan was watching the arguing mercenaries fighting over the medicine. The smile on his face had a prideful look, knowing he had an advantage by being the only supplier of the medicine. Jialai Ku was a core member of the Jialai clan and was in charge of Jiali's clan's most popular market. Standing on the second floor of the reception hall, Jialai Ku looked down from high above upon the big streets of crowded people. His fat and oily face was filled with a complacent smile. During this period of time, return of spring powder had sold far more than Jialai clan's initial estimates. Under the huge temptation of benefits, the Jialai clan was no longer satisfied as they moved the price from 100 gold to 300 gold. Initially, the many mercenaries were disgusted by the price increase. However, there was no other supplier for the return of spring powder. Thus they could only make a din and complain for a while before grudgingly accepting the reality of getting cheated. Jialai Ku lightly hummed a small tune as his eyes pulled into a line and happily said, "Even if you don't buy, other people will still buy." Jialai Ku extended his short and fat hand to block the rays of the sun, unable to endure. He wiped the sweat off his forehead as he grumbled, "Damn, it's way too hot today. Looks like I'll have to release some of my hot spunk tonight to cool off." Chi, the young girl from last time, was so refreshing and lively. As he recalled the ecstasy of that forbidden place, Jialai Ku was filled with an unbearable impatience, yet again wiping his sweat. Then his brows suddenly wrinkled up at the sight of a disturbance at the entrance. Damn it, fighting again. These mercenaries are all brawn and no brain. Do they not know that it costs money to fix the things they break? As Jialai Ku gazed at the disturbance, he could not help but curse in irritation. The Z clan marketplace has also started selling healing medication. Just when Jialai Ku was preparing to send guards to settle the disturbance, a loud shout was suddenly heard from the main street. When Jialai Ku heard this sudden shout, the fat all over his body jiggled like a mountain crashing into the sea, and on his face, his complexion slightly changed. However, a moment later he sneered and said, "Looks like there's no hope left for the Z clan to actually come up with this kind of methods. They are practically asking for death." The shout had caused the once noisy main street to elapse into a period of silence. However, as everyone started looking at each other in dismay, one by one, the crowd started cursing. "Damn it. Don't even think about using this kind of dirty tactics to steal the place I had been queuing half a day for." It was clear that these people believed that the shout was a ploy to take the chance to shamelessly push to the front of the queue. After all, this kind of trick was common during this period of time. After cursing, these people continued their rush for the return of spring powder again. Of course, not everyone had these thoughts. A small portion of the mercenaries who were sick and tired of the overbearing conduct of the GLI clan decided to check. After hesitating for a while, they chose to squeeze out of the street and head towards the Z clan marketplace, half in doubt yet half in belief. Standing upstairs, GLI Ku looked at the still extremely popularity on the main street. He could not help but laugh proudly and spoke shaddily. "Z clan, hey, let's see how long you can persevere. Later on in Wutan City, the GLI clan may be the only big clan. The times of the three influential clans. Hehe, those days have left forever." The effect of the shout from before on the busy marketplace was like a leaf dropping into the vast ocean. It barely made any ripples. The popularity of the GLI clan was not in the least bit affected. Naturally, this was only temporary. Half an hour after the shout, a few burly men wearing mercenary garb appeared before the marketplace entrance of the LI clan. They rudely barged into the marketplace, bumping and pushing over the guards. With gleeful faces, they lifted the green jade bottles in their hands high into the air as they shouted out in unison, momentarily suppressing the noise of the marketplace. The Z clan is also selling healing medication. Their unified shout caused the marketplace to fall into silence as everyone's gazes turned to the source of the shout, a flash of understanding in their eyes. One of the burly mercenaries who had just barged in hurriedly jumped onto a large rock nearby. With a Kong sound, he drew the broadsword at his side before gritting his teeth as he pulled it over his arm, drawing a fresh line of blood. Lifting his blooded arm for all to see, the burly man tilted the green jade bottle in his other hand as a thick and viscous crimson-red liquid slowly poured out to cover the wound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the thick and viscous crimson-red liquid invaded the wound. A moment later, the flow of the blood that was previously surging out slowed, and to everyone's surprise, the blood had already congealed to form a thin layer over the wound. On the main street, the gazes of all who had personally seen this scene suddenly lit up with passion. This kind of rapid staunching effect was essential to any mission. This is the new product sold by the marketplaces of the Z clan called blood clotting medicine. Not only is it more effective, but its price is also lower than the spring of return powder by more than half. What are you people waiting for? Do you enjoy being extorted like idiots? Still not dispersing. The burly mercenary held up the jade bottle as he cracked open his mouth and laughed savagely. The main street was in silence. One of the mercenaries who had just entered the marketplace blankly stared at the green bottle in the burly man's hand. A split second later, he abruptly turned around and ran. Gazing up on the shadow of the man who had desperately run out of the marketplace, the crowd in the marketplace slightly wavered before loudly moving off. Together, their steps caused the ground to tremble as the crowd frantically stampeded out of the marketplace. On the rock, a strange smile floated upon the face of the burly mercenary at the sight of the frantic crowd. As a wind blew across the clothes of the burly man, a Z clan emblem was faintly exposed. After the huge commotion, the originally bustling marketplace was suddenly deserted. Besides the few merchants who were still dumbstruck at the scene, there was barely anyone left on the main street. The Z clan has started their counterattack. This thought raced across all of the merchants as they gazed upon the now empty main street. They exchanged gazes, and as one they lifted their heads to look upon Jialiku. At this moment, the once gleeful fatty was already paralyzed on the spot with a deathly pale complexion on his face. Meanwhile, in the other marketplaces of the GLI clan, similar situations were occurring. Chapter 80. Alchemist Liu. The atmosphere in the brightly lit hall felt stifling and oppressive. In the middle of the hall stood a table, and at its center rested a small green jade bottle. From that bottle, a faint medicine smell emanated. Many people were seated within the hall. From their attire, it was evident that they were the many upper echelons of the Jialai clan. Jialai Ku was also seated among them. In the hall, on the leftmost side, reclined a white-clad youth lazily against the back of a chair. In truth, the youth would have looked rather charming, if it weren't for the lust-filled look frequently flashing across his eyes, degrading his image. While he reclined, one of his hands could be seen slowly burrowing into the clothes of the pretty maid beside him. Even though there were so many people around him, no one seemed to care about such an unbridled action. The pretty maid's cheeks slightly paled with the youth's vulgar act, but she did not even make a sound. But it was clear that a trembling, restrained look was brewing in her eyes as her tender body continuously shuddered. This is the blood-clotting medicine that the Z clan suddenly came up with, and now our popularity in the markets has already begun to plummet. Jialai Bai gazed upon the small green bottle on the table with a gloomy face, acting as if he did not see any of the youth in white's rude actions. How could the Z clan have healing medication? Could it be that they have also managed to get an alchemist? Jialai, who often clashed with Xiao Yan, cast a glance at the man in white beside him before frowning and asking. Jialai Bai squinted his old wrinkled eyes, an ugly expression on his face. Does anyone remember the mysterious alchemist we met at the auction house? At that time, he seemed to favor the Z clan. If this blood-clotting medicine is refined by him, then we are in big trouble. As you all may know, that person could be a third-tier alchemist. Hearing the term third-tier alchemist, the white-clothed youth finally stopped the hand that was roving about the maid's body reluctantly. He stepped forward and picked up the small green bottle to take a small whiff before pouring out a little of the contents and lightly rubbing it between his fingers. With a sneer, he concluded, "A third-tier alchemist. Bull. This blood-clotting medicine is indeed more effective than the return of spring powder, but based on its quality, the person who refined it is obviously of a lower tier than me. The greater effectiveness of the medicine is due to the unique recipe." At this information, everyone seated inwardly let out a sigh of relief. If the Z clan had really obtained the help of a third-tier alchemist, then the Jialai clan would have probably been doomed. From my experience, it is highly likely that the alchemist from the Z clan is just a complete novice who somehow managed to borrow this recipe from God knows where to manufacture this blood-clotting medicine. On the face of the white-clothed youth, there was only indifference and disdain. Hehe, being able to see a maker's skills from a tiny bottle of medicine. Liu Shidaji's insight is truly vicious. Jialai smiled with a hint of flattery. It is merely one of the basic skills of an alchemist. Having been called Liu Shi with so much flattery, the white-clothed youth modestly shook his head. However, an obscure pleased look floated upon his face, which did not manage to escape the observation of the old wily foxes seated around him. Although the return of spring powder loses out to the blood-clotting medicine in terms of quality, the difference between the two isn't dramatic. The main reason why our marketplaces are losing popularity is because previously we had raised the price too much. After we reevaluate our prices, our popularity will slowly return, but lowering it back to its previous cost will be challenging. After all, this blood clot medicine will definitely pull away many customers. It seems that in the future, the Z clan will also gain a foothold in the healing medication market of Wutang City. Jialai Bai slowly muttered, "Reevaluate the prices." At these words, Liu Mu wrinkled his brows, evidently unwilling to cope with any sudden price reduction since he had already gotten used to the high prices. Having seen the look on Liu Mu's face, Jialai Bai inwardly cursed at how brainless Liu Mu was before obligingly explaining with a smile on his face, "Mr. Liu Mu, the current market situation is unlike before. Previously, we monopolized the healing medicine market in Wutang City, but now, that is no longer so. Thus, we need to reduce our prices to regain our popularity." Liu Mu grudgingly shook his head, curling his lip. He said, "Do whatever you want, but remember, even if you reduce the price, I still get the cut we talked about when the medicine was worth 300 gold. Jialai Bai's eyes couldn't help but twitch as a cloud of anger began to descend upon his mind. He took a deep breath to calm down. His face still wore a smiling expression, however it seems to have grown a little colder. "Ha ha, of course. I will definitely pay Liu Mu's share as we agreed." "Okay." A satisfied look on his face, Liu Mu nodded his head and once again returned to his seat. Even more unbridled than before, he dragged the pretty maid onto his lap. "Mr. Liu Mu, We do not have much return of spring powder left. Earlier, I have already sent people to the Primo auction house to purchase ingredients. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience you again. Jia Bai smiled before supplementing. Additionally, I managed to buy a pair of valuable Turgea desert snake women yesterday, and I have already sent them to your room. When Liu Mu heard that he had to refine medicine again, a look of impatience flashed clearly across his face, yet after hearing the two words, snake women, the impatience immediately changed into a perverted expression. With the flame of lust burning in his eyes, he nodded his head and took charge of the situation. As long as there is enough medicine ingredients, the clan leader need not worry about the quantity of return of spring powder. At the sight of a Liu Mu who was so easy to control, the corners of Jia Bai's mouth turned to form an expression of disdain. Inwardly he sneered. With only thoughts controlled by lust, besides knowing alchemy, he has no other good points. Jia Bai sneered as he shook his head, lifting his teacup with both hands to his mouth to take a sip before engaging in the topic Liu Mu was most interested in, sexual affairs, smiling all the while. As he was once again making light talk with Liu Mu, a clan member hastily barged into the hall, quickly arriving at Jia Bai's side before lowering his head to speak some words into Jia Bai's ear in a hushed tone. With a smile on his face, Jia Bai listened to the clan member's report. A moment later, the smile on his face went rigid. Kocha, the teacup in his hand, was suddenly crushed to dust, and the dust and tea mixed together as they flowed down his hand, dripping onto the floor. That wretched Primo auction house, to actually use such a ploy with me? With a face full of fury, Jia Bai abruptly stood up and roared in anger. A berserker suddenly exploded out of his body, forming tiny whirlwinds, which hissed in midair. Seated closest to Jia Bai, Jia suddenly found it hard to breathe due to the imposing chair that emitted from his father, and hastily rushing a few steps back, he anxiously shouted, "Father!" Jia shout aloud Jia Bai to regain his senses. His face slightly twitched before coldly sitting down and saying, "Primo auction house has refused to sell our Jia clan any more medicine ingredients." Once these words were said, the entire hall was in uproar. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Alarm was visible on their faces. How can it be possible? Hasn't Primo auction house always preserved their neutrality? How can they suddenly choose to oppose the Jia clan? Jia complexion changed at Jia Bai's words and shuddered while involuntarily voicing his thoughts. If there were enough incentive, who would pointlessly maintain their neutrality? Jia Bai coldly snorted in reply as he slowly spit out a sigh. He cast a glance towards the Liu Shi, who was in a sorry state due to his chair, before icily saying, "I fear that the Z clan had some hand in this matter. They shouldn't have the ability to cause Primo auction house to refuse to sell us medicine ingredients, right?" Jia muttered. "Humph, who knows what kind of conditions they used to move Primo auction house." Jia Bai stroked his aged face, and without knowing why, a sense of unease filled his heart. What can we do now? Without enough medical ingredients, our stock of the return of spring powder will quickly run out. At that time, it would be our turn to experience the spectacle of an empty marketplace. Jia anxiously said. Jia Bai ground his teeth and coldly replied, "There are quite a few medical ingredient stores who still stand by our side. First, send people to buy all of the medical ingredients. They have to support ourselves as much as possible over this period of time. If even then we are still unable to survive, then go to the other cities and towns to buy medical ingredients at high prices. I don't believe that the influence of the Z clan will reach the other nearby cities and towns." As the words left his mouth, Jia Bai took another teacup, only to realize that his hands were lightly trembling. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Jia Bai had an inexplicable feeling that the Jia clan had stirred up something that should never have been touched. Chapter 81. Detection. The appearance of the blood-clotting powder, like a thunderbolt, swiftly ate up over half of the market share for healing medication and allowed the Z clan's marketplaces to not only recover their popularity, but to surpass it within 2 days. 2 days after the debut of the blood-clotting powder, the Jia clan had gradually reduced the price of the return the spring powder back to what it was initially. However, the profiteering practice of the Jia clan just days before had repulsed many mercenaries, resulting in their marketplaces failing to return to the bustling places they once were. Since Wutang City was close to the edge of the magical Beast Mountain range, the scale of mercenaries the city needed was very large. Moreover, the magical Beast Mountain range was filled with danger, stimulating an extremely great demand for healing medicine. Hence, despite the Zi clan snatching over half the market share for healing medicine, the Jialai clan continued to remain profitable. Yet, when compared to the past, the profit has shrunk to half of what it was. The furious sales of the healing medicine had far outstripped the expectations of the Zi clan, which was venturing into this profession for the very first time. Every day, the market's blood-clotting powder would be quickly purchased in the morning by the mercenaries who had been waiting beforehand. By the afternoon, all of the healing medicine would have been sold out. At this time, the mercenaries, who had failed to buy any blood-clotting powder, had little choice but to go to the Yelai clan's marketplace to purchase the slightly inferior return of spring powder. With the indirect help from the overwhelming demand of healing medicine from the mercenaries, the Jialai clan barely managed to survive the fierce retaliation of the Zi clan. However, their respective futures would ultimately hinge on who had a greater stock of medicine. Sitting in the meeting room, Ziyan helplessly watched Zizon, who could not stop grinning. Shifting his gaze slightly, he found that the three elders were also full of smiles. Silly laughter also continuously penetrated the hall. The cause of all of this was the stock of blood-clotting powder that Ziyan had delivered that morning under the disguise of the black-robed man. Ho ho! The sales of the blood-clotting powder was simply too crazy. Had the esteemed elder not delivered another batch, I'm afraid that our warehouse would be empty by now. Zizon smiled as he held a green bottle with both hands in a manner that suggested he was holding a treasure. True. In only a few days, our marketplace's popularity had more than doubled what it was at our peak. The losses we previously suffered have slowly been recovered. Hehe, adding the sales from the healing medicine. The profit from the last few days already amounts to about 2 months of our previous income. The usually quiet first elder was unable to control himself and became talkative in the face of such a huge gain. The wrinkles on his aged face were like a blooming chrysanthemum. Zizon smiled and nodded. Turning his head to face the seated and slightly bored Ziyan, he could not help but reprimand, "You little rascal, you always disappear when the esteemed elder is here. Why can't you be less active and stay put at home?" Being wrongfully scolded, Ziyan rolled his eyes while helplessly thinking, "If I did not move around, where would you get the healing medicine from? Aye, the esteemed elder is too generous. Luckily, I managed to inquire about the ingredients needed. Moving forward, we will be responsible for the ingredients. The Zi clan has already obtained so much from him. If we are too greedy, I'm afraid that it will do us more harm than good." Zizon muttered as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Yes. The three elders quickly nodded at Zizon's words. Had Zizon not been meticulous, they would have forgotten about this matter. Hey, knowing where to draw the line in the face of such a large profit, not bad. It's little wonder why your father could become the head of a clan. Yalao's praise was heard in Ziyan's heart. Nodding his head and smiling, Ziyan gained some peace of mind. Although he could temporarily help the Zi clan materially, the ultimate success of the clan depended upon the leader's ability. If the leader was someone with horrible character, regardless of how great Ziyan's ability was, he could not help the useless succeed. Yet, from the looks of things, it seemed that Zizon was capable of being a great leader. Clan leader, elders, Monsieur Fi from the Primo auction house is waiting outside. A clan member hurried into the hall and spoke just as Ziyan was praising his father. You are Fi. Hearing the clan member's words, Zizon was silent for a moment before hastily speaking. Quickly, invite her in. Not long after the clan member went to relay the order, a graceful and lovely woman slowly appeared in their field of vision. Her mumbling laughter also began spreading and lingering in the hall. Ho ho! Clan leader Z seems to take pride in his clan's recent success. Leaning his head back on the cold chair, Ziyan turned his gaze towards the main entrance and was slightly stunned as his eyes were filled with a breathtaking sight. Beside the main entrance stood a smiling, mature woman wrapped in a red robe. The tight, red dress thoroughly hugged her exquisite body. Her curvy waist swayed so radiantly and gracefully from side to side that it caused others to covet it. From the bottom of the dress came a straight cut that came upwards to her thigh, both revealing and hiding her dazzling leg beneath. Vixen, watching the aura of matureness that the lady instantly emits, the young, middle-aged and 3 elderly men in the hall involuntarily voiced their misgivings. Ahem. Coughing dryly, Zizon smilingly stood up and began with the pleasantries. Ufizia, the Z clan's annual profit cannot compare with even a branch of your primo auction house. What right do we have to be pleased? KK clan leader Z is really eloquent. Recently, the popularity of the Z marketplace has far surpassed that of our auction house. This truth is something all of us have witnessed with our own eyes. Yufi faced the 3 elders in the hall and greeted them respectfully. Blinking her bright eyes, her gaze slowly shifted to Ziyan, only to be shocked. In a slightly stunned voice, she said, looking at young Master Z's current state, "It seems he is stronger than when I last saw him. Yufi Ziya, please drop the honorifics and simply address me by my name." This young master is frightened of hearing them. Ziyan gave a seemingly pure smile as he spoke. The form of address has caused him great uneasiness. Hearing this, Yufi could not help but smile. "Is there a matter that brings you to the Z clan?" asked Zizon with a smile. Yufi nodded while smiling. She sat down on the empty chair beside Ziyan, licked her red lips and cut to the chase. Clan leader Z, Prima Auction House, has stopped supplying the Jialai clan with their medicinal ingredients. Once these words were out, a significant amount of tea from Zizon's cup was spilled onto the table. His pupils secretly skipped over his extreme happiness as he wiped off the tea, leaving no evidence. Shifting his gaze to the 3 elders, the radiance in their eyes was also apparent. The big hall slowly became silent. Zizon emptied the tea in his teacup in one gulp before asking hesitantly, "For what reason? Hasn't the premier auction house always adopted a neutral position?" Yufi smiled without answering. Clenching his teeth, Zizon asked softly, "What price do you expect us to pay for this?" "Nothing." Yufi continued to smile as she spoke. Being surprised once again, Zizon watched the smiling Yufi doubtfully. He did not believe that the Primo auction house would help them hurt Jialai clan without a price. Touching his chin, Zizon abruptly moved. In a whisper, he sounded her out. "Is this that esteemed elder's doing?" Licking her red lips, Yufi nodded slightly and replied with a grin, "The esteemed elder has already paid our reward, so there isn't any need for clan leader Z to worry that we will demand something from the Z clan. From now on, we are fighting alongside each other." Hearing this, his face finally displayed extreme happiness as he faced upwards and laughed. His laughter sent faint tremors throughout the clan. Gradually restraining his laughter, Zizon suddenly realized that his behavior suggested that his head was overwhelmed by success. He lowered his head and realized that 3 elders were curling their mouths in helplessness. Smiling embarrassingly, Zizon watched Ziyan, who was covering his mouth and secretly laughing. He could not refrain from flying off the handle and scolding, "Little rascal, why are you laughing? Where are your manners? Go and serve tea to your Fiz." Rolling his eyes helplessly, Ziyan reached over to the table beside him and picked up a cup of warm tea and rushed over to serve your Fi with both hands. Giving Ziyan a gentle smile, your Fi received the cup of tea from Ziyan. Abruptly, her pretty face changed. The pair of beautiful eyes focused on Ziyan's pair of fair hands. Or rather, the black ring on his right hand. Following Yafei's line of sight, Ziyan's gaze slightly froze. Without leaving any trace of avoidance, he retrieved his hands. With his back facing his father and the others, he squinted his eyes and stared at the beautiful lady before him. Being openly stared at, Yafei's heart slightly tightened, following which she sensibly lowered her head and sipped her tea. The expression on her face was also well hidden. Seeing the beauty's obedient behavior, Ziyan relaxed and rubbed his nose. He lazily walked back to his seat while frowning as though he was deep in thought. Chapter 82. Coming clean. After making idle chat with Zizon and the others, Yufi decided to take her leave. Beside her, Ziyan, who had remained silent, displayed his duty as a host and escorted Yufi out under the approving gaze of Zizon. After leaving the main entrance, Ziyan did not show any intention of returning home. With his hands behind his head and his eyes narrowing, he followed Yufi closely. No one could tell what he was pondering. Walking beside Ziyan, Your FBI became slightly anxious. Her clenched fists were already covered in perspiration. Since she was young, she had an extremely good memory, and by chance, she had saw the hands of the mysterious black-cloaked alchemist the last time they met at the auction house. The fair complexion and vitality appeared to be that of a young man, and moreover, on the fair hand was a black ring that was exactly the same as the one worn by Xian. Having this coincidence as the starting point and thinking back on why the Z clan was in the good grace of the alchemist, the key to the riddle seemed to be about to burst forth. Biting her red lips, Your FBI secretly measured the young man beside her from the corner of her eyes. The young man, dressed in inexpensive black clothes, had a tall and vigorous body. His hands were cupping his head, emitting a lazy feeling, while his dedicated face had the tenderness of a young man. The angle that appeared and disappeared from the corner of his mouth did not appear to belong to an inexperienced and naive young man. Despite having carefully sized up Xian, Your FBI still had trouble believing that the person that forced both herself and Guenai into obedience at the auction house was actually a young man of about 17 years of age. Sane enough. Just as Your FBI could not help but smile bitterly, the young man beside her finally spoke in an indifferent voice. Slowing down her footsteps, Your FBI sighed. You, should I address you as the esteemed elder or Xian DD? TL. DD equals younger brother. Xian raised his eyebrows before abruptly raising his chin towards one corner. Go in. Your FBI followed his gaze and walked over. Her cheeks involuntarily reddened. The place where Xian had indicated was Wutang City's famous meeting place for lovers. Following a brief hesitation, Your FBI had initially wanted to weakly suggest changing the venue. However, Xian had already swaggered over and had sat down on a stone chair under a dark green willow tree. Faced with Xian's overbearing manner that was the total opposite of his respectful manner back in the Z clan, Your FBI could only helplessly shake her head. Isn't this change in personality a little too quick? Slowly stepping forward, Your FBI sat face to face with Xian. A pair of long, narrow, beautiful eyes sparkled, gauging the young man in front of her. Have you recognized me? Xian vaguely asked as he reached out to pluck a willow leaf to chew. Your FBI pushed her fallen hair back, and her expression caused a man just a short distance away to widen his eyes. Licking her lips, she laughed bitterly. I was actually hoping that my guess was wrong. Hearing those words, Xian's eyes narrowed and his teeth ruthlessly bit at the bitter leaf. You are not intending to kill me, are you? Seeing Xian's attitude, Your FBI momentarily asked in a timid voice. Nonetheless, a brief smile flashed in her eyes. I intend to do much more and then dispose of your corpse, said Xian evilly. Hearing such crude and inappropriate words, Your Fei's face reddened. Her coquettish eyes stared at him and scolded. Where has this child learned to pick up such bad things? Xian curled his lips and stretched lazily. Since his identity was already revealed, there was no longer a need to beat around the bush. The black-cloaked man who had done business with you was indeed me. But the one who makes the medicine is a different person, right? Your FBI laughed as her gaze wandered around. She was not stupid. The extent of Xian's ability was something that she was very certain of. Even if he was an alchemist, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to refine high-quality medicine like the Che-gathering pill. If a lady is too smart, no man will like her. Xian curled his lips and said as he glanced at Your FBI, who had already correctly guessed most of the truth. That is just the thinking of some vulgar men. Your FBI raised her eyebrow and said disdainfully. Xian rolled his eyes. He did not have the time to discuss such unimportant matters. Chewing the bitter leaf that had spread in his mouth, Xian indifferently said, You should know the reason I have come to find you. Please do your utmost to keep my identity a secret. This will be to the benefit of everyone. Licking his lips, Xian threw a glance at the lovely beauty in front of him. Naturally, do not treat this as something you can threaten me with. Otherwise, you will lose more than you will gain. Do I look like a brainless, large woman? Your FBI innocently opened her hands. Xian watched the surging billow on her chest seriously for a while before nodding his head. They are indeed very large. As for whether you have brains, it will depend on your behavior from now on. Being taken advantage of by a young man a few years younger than her, Your FBI shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even if his double identity was put aside, with just his handsome appearance alone, it was difficult to arouse anyone's ill will. What about our collaboration? Your FBI anxiously stared at Ziyan. This was the question that she really wanted to ask. There will be no change. You will continue to refuse supplying the GLI clan any medicinal ingredients, and I will pay you with 5 gathering pills. Ziyan shrugged his shoulders. His indifferent voice allowed UFVI to heave a sigh of relief. Haha, I look forward to working with you. UFVI said with a beautiful smile as she extended her hand in a natural and generous manner. Lazily nodding his head, Ziyan shook the delicate hand. Contrary to Yafei's expectations, only a brief contact was made. Looking at the young man whose actions were unpredictable, UFVI sighed uncontrollably. It really causes one to suspect whether you are really only 17. I've only realized now that you have been leading me by the nose. Disregarding such a topic, Ziyan waved his hand. He stood up and began leaving. As he walked he said, "When we meet again, you should use the same attitude as before lest anyone should find something amiss." Nodding with a smile, UFVI softly said, "If you have time, could you invite the alchemist behind you to the Prima auction house? He will always be welcomed." Slowing his footsteps, Ziyan rubbed his nose and vaguely replied, "We will consider it when we have time." After turning around and waving once more, Ziyan left decisively. Watching as the young man's figure disappeared into the distance while standing on the same spot, UFVI smiled bitterly and shook her head. In a low voice, she said, "What a little devil. I cannot understand why the girl from the Nolan clan would cancel her engagement with him. In the future, I'm afraid that Nolan Su will vomit blood in regret." Chapter 83. Young Head of the Marketplace. Less than a month after the release of the blood-clotting powder, the Z clan won 70% of Wutang City's healing medicine market. The huge profit filled the Z clan with joy. The courtyard and doorway, which were rarely used recently, were now used constantly and were now as lively as a market. Compared to the Z clan, the GLI clan was filled with gloominess. Due to their recent profiteering ways, they had aroused the dislike of the majority of the mercenaries. Moreover, the Z clan's blood-clotting powder was more potent than the Return the Spring powder. Hence, the GLI clan's healing medicine business continued to be suppressed by the Z clan's business. Had it not been for the Z clan's daily limit on the sale of their healing medicine, the GLI clan would not have had any business at all. While their market share in the healing medicine industry had shrunk, there was still a tidy profit to be made. The main headache for the GLI clan lied in the large amount of medical ingredients needed for them to make their medicines. The largest resource warehouse in the city, the Prima auction house, had already rejected having any further cooperation with them. Facing this embargo on medical ingredients, the GLI clan was filled with fury. Despite their anger, however, they did not dare use any force against the Prima auction house. Supporting the Prima auction house was a force that could rank amongst the most powerful of the entire GMO empire. A small family clan in Wutang City like them did not have the ability to provoke them. Unable to procure goods from the auction house, the desperate GLI clan could only purchase all the stocks of the medical ingredients shops in Wutang City at a price several times higher than their market value. Nevertheless, this was only a temporary measure. The medical ingredient shops did not have the ability to meet such a large demand in the long term. More importantly, everyone in Wutang City had recognized the anger and killing intent between the Z clan and GLI clan. Helping the GLI clan now would undoubtedly offend the Z clan, which was getting stronger each day. Therefore, after their first sales of medicinal ingredients to the GLI clan, many medicine shops did not dare to sell to them in bulk again. This restriction had also worsened the predicament of the GLI clan. With this, the GLI clan's source of medicinal ingredients from Wutang City was cut by nearly 80%. The remaining sources were far too insufficient to meet the demand from the manufacturing of their healing medicine. Due to this, the utterly helpless GLI clan could only use high prices to purchase medicinal ingredients from other cities, barely managing to overcome the crisis caused by the shortage of medicinal ingredients. By doing this, however, the GLI clan's profit once again shrank. If it was not for the profit from the healing medicine, the GLI clan would have faced bankruptcy already. Currently in Wutang City, the Z clan's position was rising with the help from their healing medicine and was even faintly showing the momentum to surpass the other two large clans. Ziyan was sluggishly walking on a street within the rowdy marketplace. Behind him, 7 to 8 tall and sturdy, large men were adorned with the Z clan's guard uniform. On all of the chests of these large men, there would be 4 or more golden stars. Clearly, all of these large men had the strength of at least a 4-star doji. On the street, where the flow of people was rather large, many fierce and tough mercenaries that were emitting the scent of blood all gave a friendly smile upon seeing a young man walking lazily with his hands behind his head. Occasionally, those who were more familiar would laughingly ask, "Young head, have you come to patrol the marketplace again?" Each time he was faced with such a form of address, Ziyan would helplessly pull his mouth before letting out a soft sigh. Half a month ago, Zizon had suddenly placed him in charge of this marketplace in the name of training him. Regarding Zizon's action, the Z clan had an argument. Having someone manage a marketplace in his teens was unheard of in the Z clan. However, after considering Ziyan's much elevated position in the clan, some eventually agreed. Thus, Ziyan, who was originally resting at home, was placed in charge of this marketplace. Although the marketplace was huge, the management of it was not very tiring, which was something that comforted Ziyan. Ziyan, through the miscellaneous matters regarding the division of the streets and the discussion of the rental rates of the shops in the prime locations to the old housekeeper that his father had specially assigned to him. Each day, he would occasionally bring a group of large men to patrol the streets and manage the security issues of the marketplace, spending his days in a calm, yet unrestrained manner. On the surface, Ziyan appeared to be mild and indifferent. However, he loved to gather with the mercenaries and discuss the stimulating and dangerous experiences they had during missions, the strange monsters, and the Che methods that are left behind in caves. These discussions increased Ziyan's thirst for risk-taking and adventure. He desired to enter those remote mountains that had almost no traces of people to search for those secretive, yet strong Dou techniques and Che methods. Ziyan's young age and his delicate face already made it difficult for others to have ill feelings. On top of this, each time the discussion became exciting, he would retrieve the limited healing medicine from his breast pocket and pass them around for free. This caused those straightforward mercenaries to have a good impression of him. Over time, the marketplace managed by Ziyan had the highest number of customers returning amongst the Z clan's marketplaces. Recalling the events over the last half a month, Ziyan emotionally smiled. Such days were numbered. At most, after another half a month, he would have to leave with Yao Luo on a training journey, and it would be at least another 1 or 2 years before he would return. Throwing away his melancholy, Ziyan raised his head. A wretched and skinny image from the crowd came rushing at him abruptly. Pausing his steps and looking at the ordinarily dressed small man, Ziyan's eyebrows creased as he spoke indifferently. "Kalu, why are you here instead of being out there making your fortune?" The dreadful-looking small man, Kalu, in front of him was the marketplace's well-known pickpocket, Goldfinger. When faced with this kind of shady occupation, Ziyan did not unrealistically attempt to eliminate them. He knew only too well that if there is a front side, there will be a back side. Although such an occupation is looked down upon, they are extremely well informed. Regardless of whatever happened anywhere in Wutun City, they would have some information on it. "Hehe, young master," facing Ziyan with a flattering smile. The skinny small man called Kalu said with a smile, "This lowly person is here to inform you that I have information from my subordinate saying that Zun Ziya was verbally insulted by a man of unknown origin just outside the marketplace. I came here after hearing about it." "Oh right, Jialio of the Jiali clan was also amongst present. It seems like he is acquainted with the man wearing funeral clothes and talking to Zun Ziya." Quite a few people were also accompanying them. Narrowing his eyes, Ziyan's indifferent face gradually became cold. Slightly slanting his head, he softly said, "Zili, call the others. As long as they are alive, they need to be here, understood?" A large man respectfully replied before hurriedly turning around and running towards the interior of the marketplace. "Lead the way," said Ziyan indifferently as he turned around and raised his chin. Looking at the sudden coldness on Ziyan's face, Kalu hurriedly nodded. Not daring to utter any unnecessary words, he immediately began leading the way. "This bastard dares to come to the Z clan's territory to molest a member of the Z clan. If I, Ziyan, allow you to leave the marketplace unharmed, I will abandon my post as the head of the marketplace. Licking his lips, Yan's ghastly voice caused Kalu, who was at the front leading the way, to tremble and pick up his pace. Chapter 84. To cripple, Liu Qi was currently very excited. The source of his excitement was the pretty lady clad in green standing a short distance away. The young lady's clothes were elegant and her exquisite small face was devoid of any cosmetics, displaying an image of natural beauty and innocence. Her sleek black hair, which was randomly restricted by a short green cloth, gathered at her waist. When the wind blew, her drifting hair stirred one's heart. On the young lady's unbearably small waist that one felt compelled to hug, a pale purple belt thoroughly outlined her graceful curves in a manner that even the eyes of a passerby could not help but peep at her waist. In his heart, Liu Qi secretly thought, if I could embrace such a small waist, how enjoyable would it be? As his red-hot face watched the young lady, Liu Qi's palms trembled due to excitement. The graceful young lady in front of him was totally different from all the others that he has had fun with. Adding her refined temperament, which was much like a lotus flower, the lustrous Liu Qi could not help but feel the desire to immediately have her. Glancing at Zining, who had just been driven to the ground with one strike, Liu Qi laughed. Protecting ladies requires real ability which you do not have. Zining's face turned red and furiously clenched his teeth angrily as he was mocked by Liu Qi. Zining, come back. You are no match for him. Ziyu softly hooted as she stepped forward. Her face was slightly icy. Zining clenched his teeth. He weighed both sides' strength in his mind and could only unwillingly retreat. Having lost face in front of the girl he liked, Zining was utterly embarrassed. After scanning Ziyu's body with his eyes, Liu Qi's gaze finally landed on her sexy and long legs and felt compelled to praise her, another lady of the highest grade. It seems my luck is quite good today. Ha ha, Liu Qi Daje, they are members of the Zi clan. This woman's name is Ziyu. Her temper is short and man without some ability would not be able to conquer her. Jia Liao, who was accompanied by a group of burly large men, walked forward with a smile and laughed dreadfully. TL, Doge of Big Brother Kick, the spicier, the more delectable. Liu Qi's gaze once again turned to the silent young lady clad in green. His eyes released a greenish light. Who is this lady? Seeing that his beloved person had caught the attention of Liu Qi, Jia Liao's mouth twitched slightly. He silently but ferociously cursed this bastard with worms in his head and in his heart before helplessly replied, She is Zizana. A good name. Laughing while nodding his head, Liu Qi stopped wasting his breath on Jia Liao. He took 2 steps forward and acted like a gentleman as he spoke. My name is Liu Qi. May I invite you ladies to join me in looking around the marketplace? Haha, if there is anything in the marketplace that you ladies are interested in, feel free to put it on my tab. As he spoke, Liu Qi's arms slowly widened, boastfully exposing the badge on his chest that revealed his occupation. On the badge was a simple medicinal cauldron. On the surface of the medicinal cauldron was a silver ripple that reflected a peculiar radiance upon receiving the rays of the sun. A first-tier alchemist. Seeing the badge on Liu Qi's chest, the surrounding crowd of people immediately choked. Liu Qi's smile widened at these choked voices. Hearing the words first-tier alchemist, Ziyu's face slightly changed. However, with her personality, she would not go shopping with a shifty-eyed person simply because of his occupation. Without pausing, she spoke. We're not free. You can find someone else. After she spoke, she grabbed Zuna's hands and turned around to leave. Just as she was turning around, a few large men stepped out from the crowd of people. They smiled licentiously as they blocked the way out. Seeing the large men blocking their path, Diyu's face sunk. She turned around and spoke coldly to Jia Liao. This is the Z clan's territory. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Kick the Z clan. Are they very strong? All they did was gain a little popularity with the help of the blood-clotting powder. If I wished to, I could easily destroy the Z clan. The spring reviving powder is but a healing medicine that I randomly made. Liu Qi stroked his snow-white sleeves as he said proudly. Hearing these words, Ziyu became furious, but she remained quiet. Deep in her heart, she knew the ability of an alchemist and did not dare to speak to Bristly to avoid bringing any unnecessary trouble to the Z clan. Although Ziyu may care about such details, Zana was not concerned with such worries. She now understood that this human-shaped garbage was delaying her meeting with Xiao Yan. Lightly raising her eyes and watching the arrogant Liu Qi, Xuna's small lips opened slightly. The words that her ethereal voice spoke, however, caused everyone to be in a daze. Garbage will always be garbage. Even after wearing the skin of an alchemist, he will still be garbage. Someone like you who goes around flaunting your little bit of ability. Using Xian Zheji's words, stupid. The street became quiet. Many people were stunned. The young lady who appeared so elegant was as good as anyone else when it came to scolding people. Ziyu was similarly stunned while watching the Xuna beside her. A long while later, she helplessly curled her lips and said, I have said that you would be corrupted by that little bastard. Having been publicly ridiculed in an unrestrained manner by Xuna, the smile on the narrow-minded Liu Qi's face diminished. He said gloomily, in all these years, you are the first person who dared speak to me in such a manner really. What foolish words. As her small hands rubbed her bright and clean forehead, Xuna was now almost certain that the person in front of her was either an idiot or was overly arrogant. Jialayo, do it. Originally, I wanted to use legitimate means. It's too bad that she is ungrateful. The gloomy-faced Liu Qi waved his hand and ordered coldly. Jialayo was startled. He rubbed his head while suffering a headache. With a wary smile, he thought, what is this guy thinking? Father was right. Other than alchemy, he knows nothing. How can such a person be an alchemist? Sighing, Jialayo could only say with a smile, Liu Qi Doge. Currently our Jialai clan cannot afford to offend the Z clan. The Z clan. Laughing coldly, Liu Qi said disdainfully, if I can have her, I will help you ruin the Z clan. Besides the return of spring powder, I am able to make 2 to 3 other types of medication. Once I refine them, I assure you that the Z clan will return to the sorry state it was in before. Listening to the assurance, Jialayo was once again stunned. He had not expected that this person would so easily reveal all the cards in his hands. Besides being secretly delighted, he once again sighed. Does this mean that the greater the stupidity, the greater the probability of one becoming an alchemist? Jialayo waved his hand and ordered, capture them. Hearing Jialayo orders, over 10 huge men behind him immediately wore fierce and tough faces as they approached and surrounded Xunyana's group. Seeing the arrogance of the other party, Ziyu became extremely furious. Accompanied by a sneer, Ziyu retrieved a long green whip from her waist and mercilessly whipped the bulky man that was rushing towards her. Pa! In the blink of an eye, a long bloodstain appeared on the man's face. Although Ziyu was a 3-star doji, against over 10 people with strength similar to a doji, she fell into a disadvantaged position after beating off 2 to 3 of the big men. She ended up being forced to dodge, causing her to be embarrassed. After causing another big man to cough up blood and retreat, a pale-faced Ziyu was forced to take a few steps back. Turning her head, she ordered Zining, take Xun away. Go and call that rascal here. Zining hurriedly nodded. His face abruptly changed as he quickly warned, Sister, be careful. Hearing Zining's warning, Ziyu swiftly turned around and found the man whom she had whipped earlier raising his iron fist sinisterly and then viciously threw a punch towards her chest. Seeing such an unexpected and dirty attack that focused on such a position on a woman's body, Ziyu was livid with rage. Dou Qi gathered on her palm. Just as it was about to be furiously released, a black figure speedily appeared by her side. A fierce wind smashed into the huge man. The enormous strength directly caused the man to roll a couple of meters with his face covered in blood before gradually stopping. Cripple everyone who attacked. A young man carrying a steel rod glanced coldly at Liu Qi and Jialayo standing on the other side. The soft sound emitted by his lips was a little frightening. Hearing the young man's command, tens of huge men carrying the same steel rod and wearing evil smiles came charging out at once. Chapter 85, Acceptance. Facing dozens of 4-star doji level practitioners wielding steel rods, the squad of over 10 people that had been flaunting their power suddenly froze. Before they had the chance to escape, those black metal rods ruthlessly rained down on every part of their bodies. In an instant, horrible shrills echoed through the entire street. After throwing a cold glance at the ashen-faced Jialayo, Ziyan tilted his head and faced the furious, red-faced Ziyu and asked in a gentle voice, Are you all right? You should have informed me that you were coming over. Recently, this bunch of bastards from the Jialai clan have been looking to stir up some trouble. Being suddenly treated so gently by Ziyan for the first time, Ziyu was obviously shocked. The redness on her face grew a shade darker. At a loss, she randomly shifted her gaze and spoke. I met Zana when I left the house. She said that she wanted to come and see you, so I decided to accompany her. How was I supposed to know that I would encounter these bastards? Ziyan couldn't help but shake his head. He shifted his gaze to the young lady clad in green, whose face was full of joy at his appearance. The smile on his face became even gentler. You seemed to enjoy cursing just now. Listening to Ziyan making fun of her, Zana innocently shook her head, pursing her lips and saying with a bright smile, "That wasn't my intention. It was just that I didn't like his attitude." Even Ziyan JJ back then didn't dare to openly snatch someone off the street. Facing Zana's hidden rebuttal, Ziyan touched his nose and smiled forcefully. He might have been a little arrogant back then, but he could not be as bad as the man in front of him. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Z clan? Having not seen you for over a year, I heard that you have finally gotten rid your name, Cripple." Jialayor couldn't help but butt in after seeing Ziyan speak to Zana. Who is he? Liu Ji's gaze was equally cold. Seeing Zana chatting and laughing with another man after giving him the cold shoulder was a great blow to the arrogant Liu Ji's ego. He could not accept this. Hehe, Liu Ji Doge, this is the Z clan's famous genius. His name is Ziyan. Back then, despite training for over 10 years, his Dou Qi remained at only the 3rd or 4th stage. I don't know what he ate recently, but his Dou Qi rose quickly to the 8th stage within a few months. Jia Liao stood beside Lu Xi and made the introduction with a cold smile. Regardless of how great one's talent is, if one isn't even a doji, he is nothing but trash, said Liu Xi coldly. Hearing these words, Zana's small face grew even icier. A golden flame flashed in her limpid eyes. Reaching out his hand and lightly patting on Zana's stretched, taut body, Ziyan smiled indifferently and shook his head. Turning his head, Ziyan glanced at Liu Xi, who was completely dressed in white. His gaze randomly swept towards his chest where the alchemist badge resided and smiled. You should be the alchemist who refined the potion Return of Spring Powder, right? Liu Xi coldly smiled and stuck out his chest with the badge, proudly announcing, "That's right. I am the alchemist hired by the Jialai clan." Ziyan, seemingly having realized something, nodded and laughed. No wonder. Only an alchemist like you could refine such a low-grade healing medicine. You really have been worthy of your master's teaching. Upon hearing Ziyan's words, the surrounding mercenaries promptly laughed loudly. After having experienced the profiteering ways of the Jialai clan, these mercenaries held a significant grudge against the creator of the Return of Spring Powder. Seeing that Ziyan dared mock the creator in his face, they felt a little satisfied. The laughter of those around him resulted in Liu Ji's face gradually growing darker. His eyes coldly stared at Ziyan. You are helping your Z clan offend someone they cannot afford to offend. Hearing this, Ziyan was a little stunned. He laughed bitterly and massaged his head, utterly speechless at how arrogant the man was. Did he really think he was some disciple of a Dodi? A one-star alchemist would be respected by the Z clan, but to say that he was someone the clan couldn't afford to offend, that would be a joke. TL, Dodi is the highest Do rank AI. How did he become an alchemist with such low intelligence? Sighing and shaking his head, Ziyan, who was a little depressed, exchanged a glance with Zana. After having a brief conversation with Liu Xi, he finally understood why the gentle and soft Zana would dislike this man so much. Rubbing his palm gently on his face, Ziyan was too lazy to continue conversing with this obviously stupid person. Waving his hand at the dozen of large men behind him, he smiled. Attack. Go after their master too. Since these people dared to create trouble in our territory, we do not need to give them any face. Otherwise, we may be laughed at. Seeing Ziyan's actions, Jialaya's face changed. He did not expect Ziyan would really attack. Turning his eyes, he insultingly provoked, I thought that you had grown quite a bit. To think that you are still a useless person who only knows how to rely on his subordinates. Your provocations really are rather weak. Ziyan waved the metal rod in his hand as he spoke quietly. If you wish to treat it as a provocation, then consider it one. A useless person like you doesn't have the qualification to walk beside Xianxia, said Jialio insultingly. A cold look stealthily flashed across his eyes as he continued with his evil design. You should have undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, haven't you? Hey, that means if I challenge you now, you won't have any reason to decline, right? You are really shameless. Ziyan is only 17 this year while you are 23. You actually dare to issue such a challenge. If you wish to play, I am willing to accompany you. Ziyu rebuked Jialio's challenge. Her eyebrows straightened and she lashed out with her whip, leaving a thin white scar on the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as Jialio provokingly said, You seem to have quite good luck with women. Yet another woman has come forward to stand up for you. Hey, you are but a coward who only knows how to hide behind women. Damn it, this white face is too cocky. Young master, I will play with him in your place. Watching the overbearing Jialio, some of the surrounding mercenaries who had a better relationship with Ziyan howled. Seeing that his words had stirred up such a large commotion, Jialio's face changed. His strength was that of a 3-star Dou Qi and was a little overwhelmed at offending such a large crowd. Glancing at the expressionless Ziyan, Jialio brushed his sleeves and coldly said, Since you don't have the guts to accept the challenge, then let's forget about it. Liu Din Doge, let's go. A person who did not dare to accept such a challenge doesn't deserve any respect. Liu Qi nodded his head while wearing a shady smile. His gaze covertly landed on Zuna for a moment before furiously glaring at Ziyan and threatening, Brat, just you wait. I will have the Z clan voluntarily send her over to me. Amongst all the women who had caught my eye, there was not a single one whom I cannot get my hands on. Zuna indifferently glared at Liu Qi, whose face was filled with obscenity. Within her eyes, a killing intent finally emerged. Jialio and Liu Qi turned around, but a couple of haughty large men from the Z clan appeared at the entrance of the marketplace and barricaded the entrance. I know that you really wish to cripple me. All right. Let's fulfill your wish. I accept your challenge. Just as Jialio was about to send a signal for help, a young man's indifferent voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hearing this, Jialio was first stunned before a sinister smile appeared. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted as he whispered, It's you who seeks death. Don't blame me if anything happens. Chapter 86, Challenge. Turning around slowly, Jialio slanted his head. The smile on the corner of his mouth was a little sinister. Liu Qi Daji, may I play around with him? Liu Qi nodded his head and smiled. Without leaving any trace, he straightened his palm in front of him and perversely said, If you have the chance, don't hold back. Jialio smiled and shut his eyes. Liu Qi's words had abruptly prompted him to recall a secret private conversation he had with Jialio. Back then, Jialio had just received the news of Ziyan having recovered his talents. After a long silence while wearing a gloomy face, Jialio used an extremely solemn and cold voice when he finally spoke to Jialio. If that boy ever accepts your challenge, you must not show any mercy. It would be best if you could kill him on the spot. Even if you are unable to, crippling him will also help the Jialio clan remove a potentially terrifying enemy. Gradually remembering the grave and chilling voice that his father used to deliver the message, the smile on Jialio's face grew increasingly sinister. His awful eyes gazed at the calm Ziyan a short distance away. He felt a premonition that the young genius would be killed by his own hands. Jialio's confidence originated from his own strength. In addition to the position of a 3-star Dou Qi, the Che method that he had trained with was a wind element Hai-Zhuan-1, hurricane chant. Adding the few Dou techniques that he knew, he was already able to be victorious in a challenge against a 5-star Dou Qi. Compared to him, even though Ziyan had his talent return was only 8 Duan Cha at the coming-of-age ceremony. Even if his strength once again increased during this period, it was impossible for Ziyan to surpass him. Regarding this, Jialio had absolute confidence. Within the entire street, Jialio was not the only one who thought that Ziyan had no chance of victory. Even the observing mercenaries and Ziyu similarly thought that regardless of how outstanding Ziyan's talent was, the gap in the rank of the two was not something that anyone could ignore. Isn't this little rascal normally overtly shrewd? Why did he fall for that guy's lowly provocation? Seeing Ziyan, who had a metal rod in his hand, Ziyu's face became bleak. Stepping forward, she cruelly scolded in order to protect Ziyan. When have you become someone who doesn't know his limits? Knowing that you can't win, why did you accept the challenge? Are you tired of living? Receiving the spurt of reprimands from Ziyu, Ziyan merely shrugged and smiled. We haven't even started fighting. It is difficult to say who is the one who is tired of living. You watching the stubborn Ziyan, Ziyu savagely stomped her feet. Her sexy long legs leapt to his front, blocking him. Next, she lashed her green whip in the air and releasing a splitting sound. Let me fight in your stead. I know your potential is great, but that is something for the future. Watching Ziyu, whose back was facing him, Ziyan was stunned. He did not expect that the woman who had always fought with him would in the face of others protect him to such an extent. He rubbed his head, unable to make heads or tails out of it. After which, he swept his gaze across Ziyu's back to her slender waist, her beautiful butt, and finally landing on her pair of perfect and sexy long legs. Somewhat surprised at the perfect outline of this wild woman, Ziyan smacked his lips and quickly retrieved his gaze before the body's owner discovered them. His head leaned forward. When viewed from a distance, he appeared to be putting his chin on Ziyu's shoulders. Hey, back then, didn't you wish for someone to beat me to death? The sound of breathing beside her ear led to Ziyu's body instantly tense up. The delicate tip of her ear was quickly covered by a pink blush. A moment later, she took a deep breath and spoke with indifferent voice that hid a difficult to discern shiver. You should clearly understand the value you have to the clan. Therefore, you cannot accept any challenges as you please. As your barrier, I have the right to protect you from some danger. Hey, what a strange argument. Ziyan could only helplessly scratch his head. Forget it. I will settle my own problem. As a woman, you should stand aside. Finishing the sentence, he fiercely tightened his grip on the metal rod and turned his body to one side, bypassing Ziyu, who had been blocking him. Stepping off the ground, he suddenly rushed towards the impatient Jialayo. Watching Ziyan's actions, Ziyu became anxious. Just as she was about to knock Ziyan back with her long whip, a young lady's clear voice caused her to pause. Ziyu barrier, have faith in Ziyan Zheizhe. He is not an impetuous person. If he did not have the confidence, he would not proactively provoke another. Zana turning around, Ziyu watched the smiling Zana. Ziyu was stunned. All she could do was nod and sigh. Her hands, however, continued to grip her long whip tightly. Hey, little bastard, I will make you regret your foolish actions today. Staring at Ziyan, who was rushing over armed with a metal rod, Jialayo laughed coldly. The pale green Dou Qi was quickly being embodied on his palm. Jialayo stood on the spot without moving. His palms had suddenly changed into the shape of sharp claws. At the tip of his fingers, the green Dou Qi faintly formed 10 sharp wine nails. With a sinister laugh, he moved his hands. Together with a wine-breaking sound, he ruthlessly attacked Ziyan. Feeling the faint sharp sound of ripping air, Ziyan narrowed his eyes. He raised his left hand and ferociously punched the ground in front of him. A shapeless strong gust of air hit the surface and its reflected force suddenly halted Ziyan's advance. Seeing how flexible Ziyan was in controlling his momentum, the surrounding experienced mercenaries immediately exclaimed in admiration. At the moment when his body came to a stop, the metal rod in Ziyan's hand was released and continued forward. Just like a released arrow, it shot towards Jialayo's head. Watching the metal rod flying towards him, Jialayo smiled disdainfully. With the flip of the hand with the floating green Dou Qi, the air in front of him became turbulent and a few small green hurricanes appeared. After bypassing a few small hurricanes, the metal rod's strength was easily eliminated. Losing its strength, the metal rod fell onto the ground half a meter away from Jialayo with a clear and loud crash. Observing Ziyan's offensive being easily overcome, the surrounding people could not help but sigh. Jialayo, who possessed a high-level skill, seemed to be unbeatable. Chapter 87. Try to kill. Yeah, Ziyan's situation isn't looking too good. Looking towards the field at the weaponless Ziyan, Zining said nervously. Ziyu, with a calm and collected face, whispered, "Why should I care if he dies? He wanted to be a hero. Now he's better. He failed to become a hero and is being bullied by others while losing face." Slightly staying silent for a moment, Ziyu sighed. Get ready to save him. Jialao, that scoundrel looks like he's out for blood. Zining nodded his head reluctantly and did not dare to get on her bad side. Compared to the nervous Ziyu, Zun appeared to be exceedingly calm. The pupils of her eyes swept across the field and fell upon the disadvantaged Ziyan while her luscious lips held a faint smile. Sidestepping with some difficulty, Ziyan dodged Jialao's attack. Just as Ziyan retreated, Jialao closed in since the wind attribute technique amplified his speed. Clenching his fists firmly, with a fierce expression, Jialao heavily attacked towards Ziyan's head. With his back to the wall, unable to evade, Ziyan's face was still as calm as pond water and slowly let out a breath. A faint yellow Dou Qi ferociously rushed out onto his clenched fists. With an indomitable, violent manner, he finally started to direct clash with Jialao. Seeing that Ziyan chose to meet force with force against Jialao, the surrounding crowd could not help but make some commotion. The large discrepancy between the levels of both sides was obvious. If Ziyan had continued to choose to evade, then he could still stall the fight. But if he chose brute force, then he would undoubtedly be defeated. Just when everyone was about to feel pity for Ziyan, those firmly held fists of Ziyan suddenly spread out and a fierce formless pushing force abruptly appeared and ruthlessly smashed into Jialao's stomach. Jialao's stomach suffered an indescribably powerful attack as his quick and violent charge was immediately reflected back. His face became pale and with eyes full of maliciousness, a thought hurriedly flashed through his head. What Dou technique is this? How could it be so strange? The faces of many people watching were astonished after seeing Jialao unexpectedly blown backwards. Vacuum hand, spreading out his palm and targeting Jialao who was flying back. Ziyan, with an extremely sinister gaze, chose the best opportunity. Immediately, with a wild suction force, he ruthlessly pulled at Jialao. In midair, pulled back as if he were a leather ball, Jialao became extremely furious and gritted his teeth towards Ziyan who was getting closer and closer while holding a trace of cruelty on his face. Cyan Dou Qi quickly condensed onto the surface of his fist, unexpectedly forming into a small whirlpool. Lo Zhuan Dou technique. Green wind whirling fist. The fist in midair brought a sound of piercing wind, while the immense wind pressure from the technique blew back the junk on the ground next to Ziyan. Slightly narrowing his eyes, feeling that colliding violent wind pressure, Ziyan's complexion gradually turned grave. His body, after a moment of silence, suddenly turned around. His right foot stamped firmly onto the wall with an enormous force, leaving a half-inch deep imprint. Using the wall's counterforce, Ziyan's body whirled around in midair and his right leg curved into a weird arc. In this moment, his flexible legs appeared as if they were as hard as steel. Octane blast. Pursing his lips, Ziyan's face was cold. His right foot in the air had finally stored up enough force and under the gazes of the crowd, it met with Jialao's oncoming fist and made an explosion on contact. Don't get cocky just because you're a 3-star doge. At the moment foot and fist clashed, yellow Dou Qi rushed forth from Ziyan's right leg with a light sound, making Jialao's face change abruptly. Bang! Fist and foot collided as a muffled thunder arose from the point of contact. Gotcha! Right at the moment of contact, the sound of bones being broken pierced through the air. Following the noise, Ziyan and Jialao's bodies flew backwards at almost the same time. His body smashing heavily against the wall behind him, Ziyan tasted something sweet rise up in his throat and then spat out a mouthful of blood that sprayed onto the ground. Seeing that Ziyan had vomited blood, the mercenaries in the vicinity all sighed with regret. They all thought that Ziyan had already been defeated, but suddenly Jialao, who had fiercely slammed onto the ground, suddenly gripped his right hand. He rolled all about on the floor, releasing howls of anguish. Within the crowd, there was no lack of shrewd spectators. Once they noticed the grotesque shape that Jialao's arm had been twisted into, they couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, their faces displaying shock. The sounds of clamour within the crowd went silent at this moment. Gazes of astonishment fixated on the youth who was panting heavily near the wall. After a long while, cheers suddenly erupted into the air. Her red lips slightly pouted. Ziyu gazed in disbelief at Jialao who was wailing miserably and said in amazement, "That little bastard, he actually won. It seems that way. That guy's arm was broken by Ziyan." Zining swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ziyan's ferocious attack made him recall the miserable condition he had been put in before. However, Jialia's current condition was obviously worse, about 10 times worse. Staring at the Jialia, whose bone was nearly sticking out of his arm, Zining could tell that this guy's arm was most likely permanently disabled. Hearing Zining's confirmation, Ziyu didn't speak for a while. Her vision fiercely fixated on Ziyan, who was gasping for air, so it turns out that this little bastard had already advanced into the Doji realm. No wonder he wasn't the least bit scared. After sitting on the ground for a whole 10 minutes, Ziyan slowly climbed to his feet and swept a cold glance at the nearby Liu Shi, who gawked stupidly. Dragging his numb right leg, he picked up an iron rod at his side. He gazed ominously at the howling Jialiao on the ground and drew over with difficulty. Jialia's attack from just a moment ago already revealed the murderous intent he had towards Ziyan. To those who wanted his life, Ziyan wouldn't be unnecessarily merciful either. Lying on the ground and staring at the Ziyan, who drew steadily nearer, Jialiao's face no longer held any hint of viciousness, but rather looked panic-stricken as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could clearly distinguish that look of murder in Ziyan's eyes, and couldn't help but hastily say, "I yield." Ziyan's face was completely expressionless and seemed as if he didn't even hear a word. He gripped the iron rod in his hand even tighter. Looking at that youth's steeled expression, even if it was the bloodthirsty mercenaries, they couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. The current Ziyan made it hard for people to believe that he and the previously ever-smiling youth were the same person. His steps halting, Ziyan towered above Jialiao and stared at him. He suddenly grinned, but that full smile which showed off those pearly white teeth made Jialiao's heart grow cold. Only now did he realize that this youth, who was normally as calm as a sheep, actually possessed a heart even more cruel than his. "Die, you scum!" Laughing lightly, Ziyan's pitch-black pupils suddenly radiated even sharper killing intent, and the black iron rod in his hand whistled fiercely through the air to smash towards Jialiao's head. Chapter 88. Conclusion. Staring at the merciless Ziyan, Jialiao's face turned white. A frightened expression enveloped his face. On the street, the observers spontaneously sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched Jialiao about to be killed. Ziyan's decisive move led to many people changing their opinion of him. Ziyu opened her red and moist mouth as her entire body was utterly frozen on the spot. Ziyan's ruthless and decisive character had totally overturned the gentle image she had of him. She had never expected that the young boy who she usually fought and lost her temper with could practice ruthlessness with such familiarity. Everyone's gaze followed the metal rod in Ziyan's hands. When the metal rod was half a meter away from Jialiao's head, however, there was a sudden violent sound that was like a clap of thunder. On the street, someone abruptly called, "Brat from the Z clan, a challenger's purpose is to learn from each other. You actually dare to be so brutal." Hearing the furious scream, Ziyan narrowed his eyes, the edge of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Instead of stopping, the metal rod in his hand smashed downwards with an even more vicious force. "Move aside." Ziyan's action had obviously fanned the flames of the person who had shouted. With a curse, an extremely sharp wind energy was released, whistling forward. Like green lightning, it cut across the middle of Ziyan's metal rod, and instantly, the firm and hard metal rod was cleanly cut into midair. Ziyan's face changed when the metal rod was broken into two. Clenching his teeth, Ziyan wanted to ruthlessly pierce the remaining half of the metal rod into Jialiao's throat when the green wind stuck once again. The strong pressure from the wind actually caused Ziyan to have difficulty breathing. Shrinking his eyes, he used all his strength to pierce forward with the metal rod. However, he was blocked by an invisible air film that could not be broken. Twitching his lips, Ziyan's right hand tightly gripped the rod as his body moved slightly and twisted over. The metal rod left his hand and became a black shadow, ferociously shooting toward the figure flying towards him. HMPH. Seeing that Ziyan had actually dared to attack him, the figure coldly snorted. His hands curled into claws and fiercely waved in front of him. The thick green Dou Qi formed a few pale green wind blades. Raising his finger, the wind blades left his hands and cut the metal rod into over 10 pieces. To have such a ruthless heart despite being so young. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson in Zizhan's stead." The figure coldly laughed after cutting the metal rod into pieces. Within both of his palms, Green Dou Qi was being quickly gathered. A cyclone gathered under his legs and lifted him into the air. Like a cannon, he threw himself towards Xian. A pale green wind blade appeared just as he waved his palm and explosively shot towards Xian. The air pressure originating from the wind blades blew the ground free of any dirt. Teach me a lesson. Who do you think you are? You should discipline your son first. Xian shook his head and smiled coldly. From the attribute of the Dou Qi, he had recognized the figure to be Jialia's father, Jialibai. Xian watched the wind blades that were shooting towards him with a calm face. When they were 5 meters from his head, Xian violently struck his palm in the direction of the ground. A shapeless burst of air was released and upon coming into contact with the ground, pushed Xian's body into the air. He somersaulted in the air and landed on an empty piece of land dozens of meters away. The wind blades missed. With a clang, many deep scars were left on the hard rock surface of the ground. Father, kill him. Seeing the figure who swooped down, Jialia's face was filled with unrestrained happiness as he viciously cried. Landing on the ground, Jialibai darkly glimpsed at Jialia's hand. His face slightly tensed and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Without replying, he pushed off from the ground and once again frenziedly rushed at Xian. Let me see just how great this genius of the Z clan really is. Only a short time had passed from the appearance of Jialibai to the hurried retreat of Xian. The crowd recognized Jialibai and began to boo. A Dou Qi had launched a sneak attack at a doge. Wow, Jiali, you old dog. You big watermelon. You actually have the face to attack. Xian scolded. Seeing how Jialibai ignored the difference in their status and once again rushed towards him, Xian's face finally started to ashen. Brat, after breaking my son's arm, you can forget about leaving in one piece. Jialibai stepped off the ground. Like the wind, he bizarrely appeared above Xian. A sinister expression flashed across his face. His fist fiercely tightened and a turbulent green Dou Qi quickly gathered into a huge swirl. Crap. You are even using a Zhuan-level Dou technique. You old dog. You have brought shame on the entire Jiali clan. Feeling the ferocious strength that was gathered on Jialibi's fist, Xian's face turned very ugly. Secretly, he began pulling the black ring on his finger. A short distance away, Zana's face changed upon seeing the danger Xian was in. Slowly taking a breath, a golden flame appeared in her clear eyes. In the blink of an eye, the pale golden Dou Qi was beginning to emit an aggressive energy. Just as Xian was preparing to save himself and Zana was preparing to rescue him, a sudden loud yell filled with anger blasted across the street. Fuck, you old dog. Since when has it become your turn to teach my son? When the cry died down, a flame-covered figure sped over from beyond the marketplace. Stomping his feet violently, he was propelled with lightning speed towards the front of Xian and raised his head to roar like a lion, furious lion's rage. Looking awe-inspiring, Xian tightened his iron fist and punched viciously at Jialibai above him. A huge red-collared lion head flashed on his fist. Boom! The green and red Qi made contact and exploded like a thunder, causing the ears of most of the people on the street to ring. In mid-air, the two men engaging in combat shaked and hurriedly stepped back. As he was retreating, Xian grabbed Xian with him. The two men stepped on the ground hurriedly as they retreated, with each footstep leaving a visible footprint on the ground. From this, it was obvious just how strong both parties were. Dissipating his QI, Xian coldly stared at Jialibai just a short distance away. He coldly laughed. Jialibai, you have really lived like a dog. To have the face to attack the younger generation, Jialibi's face was dark. His mouth slightly twitched as he pointed towards Jialiao, who was lying on the ground. In a cold voice, he said, "He has hurt my son to such an extent. Xian, you will give me an explanation." Explanation? What explanation? If my son had not reacted fast enough, the one lying on the ground would have been him. If that had happened, would I hold you accountable? Xian sneered as he swiftly and fiercely scolded back. This challenge was issued by your son. Everyone present can be a witness. Moreover, in a challenge, losing one's legs or arms is very common. Why are you making such a big fuss over it? Xian's ferociousness slowly faded as he said with a smile. Jialibi's face twitched in anxiety. He scanned the laughing gazes around him and knew that he had lost the opportunity to hurt Xian. Clenching his teeth angrily, he said, Don't give me any opportunity, otherwise, I will return the same sentence to you. Zizhan's eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he smiled. Good, good. Let's wait and see. Jia Bai nodded his head and smiled furiously. He went over to lift the groaning Jia Lai, turned around and left. As he passed Liu Qi and noticed the latter's shocked and speechless manner, the anger in him rose once again. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and said, Mr. Liu Qi, let's go now. That lady. Liu Qi unwillingly gazed at Zana nearby. With his eyes twitching, Jia Bai was ready to kill, there and then, this idiot whose mind was filled with nothing but women. He tightened his fist. After a moment, he forced himself to put on an awful smile. Regarding this matter, we shall discuss it further after returning home. Oh, all right. Seeing the pain on Jia Bai's face, Liu Qi could only unwillingly nod his head. His gaze once again obscenely swept across Zana's before reluctantly leaving the marketplace with Jia Bai. Looking at the shameful-looking Jia Bai and group out of the city with his eyes, Zizhan let out a cold laugh. His gaze swept across his surroundings before turning around and facing Xian, who had a trickle of blood on the corner of his mouth. His gaze was gentle as he heavily patted the latter's shoulders. Sucking his lips, he regretfully said, Your attacks are not vicious enough. Jia Bai has only one son and today, if you had castrated him, Jia Bai would have gone crazy. If that had happened, the three elders who were hiding outside would have had the excuse to kill him. Zizi, what a wasted opportunity. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. He could not help but roll his eyes. On the other hand, Zana and Ziyu's faces turned red at the dirty words as they stood on one side. Listening to Zizhan's words, the surrounding mercenaries felt their heads grow numb. No wonder the son was so vicious. His father was even more ruthless. Chapter 89. Dark and windy night. The silver moon hung high in the sky, emitting a faint moonlight that covered the ground in a silvery layer that gave it a mysterious look. After the disturbance in the day, Wuten City had become dark and quiet in the night. From within the houses on some streets, there was only the occasional sound of nightly activities. In a room in the backyard of the Z clan's home, a young man was lying on the bed. His eyes, as dark as the night sky, were filled with a cold quietness. Teacher, what is your strength in your current state? After a long quietness, Ziyin abruptly asked in a soft voice. Why? The black ring that he wore emitted a random response. A moment later, Yao vaguely said, Although I am currently in my soul form, I should have no problem handling some small flies like Dodoshis or Dolings with my heavenly flame. Hearing this, a slight happiness appeared on Ziyan's face. His eyes, however, still carried a coldness. You wish to kill the boy from the afternoon. Seeing Ziyan's behavior, Yao asked with surprise. Jia isn't deserving of such effort. Ziyan smiled and whispered, 2 months is fast approaching and I am losing my patience to drag out the competition with the Jia clan. Thus, I am hoping to secretly kill the alchemist called Liu Qi. Once he dies, the Jia clan without any healing medicine will lose their remaining market share. Once that happens, even if their clan can continue surviving, their strength would have greatly declined and will no longer be able to threaten the Z clan. Oh, have you really lost your patience? Seeing your character, you don't appear to be an impulsive person. After a brief silence, Yao Lao's joking voice escaped from the ring. It seems that you care a lot for the girl called Zana. All that guy did was to act a little dirty. Yet you bear such a deep grudge. What a jealous child. Hearing this, Ziyan's face warmed. The shame of having his thoughts so easily revealed arose his anger. From the start, I did not have much time. How can I continue to play with them? Even if I had not met that guy today, I would have started using some tricks. All right. It has nothing to do with the girl. Watching Ziyan's manner, Yao laughed loudly. The mocking tone in his laughter caused Ziyan to roll his eyes helplessly. Since you wish to take action, let's get going. I am just a soul, so I'll need to borrow your hands. Yao ceased his laughter and said. Hurriedly nodding his head, Ziyan quickly jumped off his bed. He took out a red storage ring from his breast pocket and retrieved a large black cloak which he had prepared beforehand. He pulled it over his body in a practiced manner and the thin body of the young man was transformed into a bloated, mysterious black-cloaked man. Let's go. You need not do anything. Just let me control your body. With my spirit encompassing you, you need not worrying about anyone recognizing you from your scent. Seeing the well-prepared Ziyan, Yao gave a smiling reminder. Ah. Nodding his head, Ziyan easily reached the side of the window and scanned his surroundings like a thief. Only then did he jump out and his body quickly descended, following which, a mysterious strong strength was emitted from the ring on his finger. The mysterious strength quickly encompassed Ziyan's entire body. Immediately, the rapidly falling figure suddenly floated in midair. Stepping lightly off a roof, his black figure was like an eagle, silently speeding out of the Z clan's home and disappearing into the dark night. The dark and windy night presented a good opportunity to kill GLI clan. Mr. Liu is really able to refine other medicine. In the well-lit hall, the originally anxious GLI Bai was initially stunned upon hearing Liu Ji's pleased announcement before asking happily. Extremely satisfied with GLI Bai's surprised manner, Liu Ji lifted the teacup beside him and took a sip. The expression on his face was very proud. Besides healing medicine, I am able to refine something that's very suited for the mercenaries' use. The drug's called explosive strength pill. It can raise the strength of the user by 10% for a short period of time. Hearing this, the happiness on GLI Bai's face grew. If a drug with such effect could be refined, he could use it as an advertisement to attract quite a lot of people. He might even be able to once again suppress the Z clan. Unfortunately, this explosive strength pill cannot be refined in bulk like the healing medicine. With my current ability, I am afraid I can only refine 20 pills a day. Liu Ji said in a regretful voice. Haha, 20 pills it is. We can create something like an auction, where the highest bidder will get it. In any case, the healing medicine is the main aim. We are only using this to raise our popularity. GLI Bai waved his hand and said with a smile. Hey, clan leader GLI, I am indeed able to make this explosive strength pill, but according to our agreement, I am only responsible for making the healing medicine. Seeing how the explosive strength pill had attracted GLI Bai, a thought struck Liu Ji and he abruptly spoke. GLI Bai's face suddenly changed. The crafty man knew what the guy was planning. However, at this stage, all he could do was to laugh dryly and ask, What is Mr. Liu Ji's meaning? Ha, relax. I know what kind of situation the GLI clan is in right now, so I won't ask for much. Watching a relaxed GLI Bai, a sinister smile flashed across Liu Ji's eyes. All I want is clan leader GLI to help me get hold of the lady called Zana. Before a smile could appear, GLI Bai's face stiffened. The corner of his eye twitched. He had not expected that this guy, who was strongly driven by sexual urges, would actually directly target the Z clan. Mr. Liu Ji, if our GLI clan touched a member of the Z clan, Zizon would have the excuse to openly attack us. By then, it would not be just a business confrontation, but actual violence. Saying, GLI Bai smiled bitterly. Tapping his finger on the table, Liu Ji quietly said, This is not a matter for me to consider. I don't care if clan leader plans to forcefully snatch or stealthily drug her. All I care about is the result. As long as you can bring her to me, I will begin to refine the explosive strength pill. The corner of GLI Bai's eye twitched. Despite his anger surging, he could only forcefully laugh. Can you give me time to think? May I give you an answer tomorrow? Hee. It's just as well. Clan leader, you may think it over. Before I leave, I would like to add something. The GLI clan and the Z clan have already become irreconcilable enemies. So why do you need to worry about adding another grudge into the mix? Laughing perversely, Liu Ji stood up, patted his backside and swaggered out of the hall. With hurried footsteps, he headed towards his room in the backyard. The lotus-like extraordinary young lady from the day had ignited the lust in him. All he wanted to do now was to find a young and beautiful servant girl to relieve his lust. Gazing at Liu Ji, who disappeared into a corner, GLI Bai turned even more gloomy. It was only after a long time that he exhaled a long breath and thickly said, This bastard, whose head is full of women, would sooner or later die at the hands of one. In a room at the backyard, Ziyan helplessly watched the knocked-out beautiful lady lying on the bed. Her body was covered only by a thin robe, exposing much of her naked body. That guy's back, Yao whispered from within the ring, causing Ziyan to quickly squeeze into a hidden corner. Through a small gap, his eyes managed to observe everything in the room. Creak, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. Liu Xi's discernible laughter instantly came from within the room. "Ho ho, precious, I am here. Prepare to be ruined tonight. What a sperm-filled head idiot. YOLO, prepare to strike," Ziyan said in his heart as he coldly smiled and shook his head. "All right, wait, there's a change." YOLO shouted a warning just as he was about to agree, resulting in Ziyan's heart tightening. His forehead was full of perspiration after being frightened by YOLO's warning yell. Ziyan stayed where he was, not daring to move. "On your left." Within his heart, YOLO's voice once again emerged. Listening to the warning, Ziyan slowly turned his head. His gaze shifted to the window on his left and his eyes suddenly contracted. The originally closely shut window had already been unknowingly opened, allowing the pale moonlight to scatter into the room. In the blink of an eye, the emptiness in the window and its surroundings was strangely replaced by a young lady in a golden dress. Below the golden dress was a pair of jade-like round and white small feet, which drew an attractive arc in midair. Moonlight spilled into the room, shining on the exquisite face of the young lady. It was just like a goddess under the moonlight, beautiful yet mysterious. Gazing at the sudden appearance of the young lady, Ziyan felt his throat becoming dry. His heart softly moaned a name. Zana. Chapter 90. Arranging Everything. After staring at the young lady who had appeared beside the window like a ghost, Ziyan whispered in surprise, "What is she doing here? Hee. From the looks of things, it seems that she has the same intentions as you," YOLO softly said with a smile. Frowning slightly, Ziyan hid his entire body within the shadows. He immediately, but with some hesitation, asked in his heart again, "Zana's strength, why is it so overwhelming?" Looking at the speed at which she had appeared, it seems comparable to that of a Dou Qi. Her real strength is indeed what you usually see. For now, she is clearly using a secret technique that enables her to temporarily raise her strength for a period of time. Considering her background, being in possession of such a mystical secret technique is not something surprising, YOLO indifferently said. Hearing this, Ziyan was slightly shocked and bitterly laughed in amazement. Once again, his inner curiosity about Zana's mysterious background led him to sigh helplessly. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking. His gaze passed through the curtain on the opposite side and watched the strangeness unfold. Within the room, the sudden ghost-like appearance of Zana had yet to catch Liu Xi's attention. For the moment, he was entirely overcome by lust and had his pair of eyes staring at the beautiful woman on the bed. His hands were tugging at his clothes in a mad rush. At some point, Liu Xi's hand, which was tugging at his clothes, froze. As a 6-star doji, he had finally felt that there was something amiss. After a brief hesitation, he slowly turned his neck and his gaze shot to the widely opened window. On top of the window was a young lady in a golden dress, lazily leaning on the window frame. A pair of eyes which were filled with a golden-colored flame were indifferently watching the partially dressed man in the room. Floating above her white hand was a golden flame that was orbiting in an active and bewitching manner, much like a spirit. Liu Qi foolishly stared at the young lady who was bathed under the moonlight. He slowly shifted his gaze until it landed on her indifferent and exquisite small face. Within his eyes, a tipsy feeling emerged. Despite the wrong atmosphere, Liu Qi could not help but become slightly dazed in the face of the perfect face and extraordinary disposition. After being in a daze, however, Liu Qi abruptly turned around. Slamming his feet on the ground, his body crazily shot towards the main entrance like a released arrow. In this strange atmosphere and with a cold feeling of being near death, he knew that the young lady's sudden appearance was not a good sign. The room might have been spacious, but with Liu Xi's speed, he only needed a short few seconds to move from the bed to the front door. Seeing that the wooden door was within reach, happiness flashed across Liu Xi's eyes. Once he exited the room, he would be able to loudly call out for help. Once Jialai heard his distress calls, he would immediately come over to rescue him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to touch the wooden door, he felt a sudden pain in his legs. His body, which was running at extreme speed, tilted and slammed against the floor, and Liu Qi coughed out a few of his broken teeth along with accompanying blood. Lowering his head in terror, he saw that two fist-sized blooded holes had unknowingly appeared on both of his legs. The edge of the blooded hole was entirely black while emitting a faint charred smell. "Somebody. There's someone who wants to murder me." The intense pain from his legs nearly caused Liu Qi to faint. However, he clenched his teeth and withstood it. Then he opened his mouth and screamed as loud as possible. "You can stop shouting. The room is surrounded by my aura. No one can hear you?" The young lady leaning on the window edge said indifferently. A golden flame blade formed on the tip of her finger as she lifted it. It seemed like the injury on Liu Qi's legs was caused by this flame blade. "You? What do you intend to do? What do you want? Money? Medicine? I can give you anything as long as you let me go." Watching the young lady with utter terror, Liu Qi's face was utterly white. In the face of death, his lust was finally suppressed. Glancing impassively at the crippled Liu Qi squirming on the ground, the young lady lightly jumped from the window. With slow, continuous steps, she walked toward Liu Qi. Watching the Zana who had lightly jumped from the window, Ziyan realized that her hair, which usually ended at her waist, had lengthened and extended down to her bottom. Apparently, this was another effect of the secret method. In the spacious room, the young lady wearing the elegant golden dress continued to head toward Liu Qi, who was groaning on the ground. When she was in front of him, she halted her footsteps, lowered her head and gave a sudden light smile. The instantaneous smile caused Liu Qi's heart to violently jump. "Didn't you wish to capture me?" Zana's light voice was filled with coldness as she lowered herself. Liu Qi swallowed his saliva. His face was filled with cold sweat that originated from his fear. "I actually dislike killing." Seeing Liu Qi's terror-stricken face, Zana suddenly sighed. Hearing this, a faint hope appeared in Liu Qi's eyes. Before he could beg for mercy, however, the sudden coldness that appeared on the young lady's face sent him to an even greater despair. "I don't mind a little pointless gaze. But why did you insult him? What right do you have to insult him? He might not take to heart what trash, like you, said, but I cannot allow it. Really cannot." As the young lady's voice abruptly turned cold, the golden flame blade above her finger was suddenly and violently released. It transformed into golden lightning and penetrated Liu Qi's chest. Instantly, a blooded hole appeared. Having received a fatal blow, Liu Qi's body suddenly contracted. His white face slowly went dark, while his slightly protruding eyeballs looked frightening. After indifferently glancing at the lifeless corpse, Zana stood up and lightly sighed. The cold, small face exhibited a helplessness as she quietly whispered, "If I were not worried of Ziyan blaming me for being a busybody, the Jialai clan would have long vanished from Wutang City. All these troublesome matters would not have appeared if that happened." Shaking her head, Zana's gaze randomly swept the room before turning her body. When she appeared again, she was already by the window. With a light leap, she disappeared into the night. "ZZ, to think that this girl who seemed to be so gentle and soft is actually decisive when it comes to killing people. Hehe, it seems you have found something precious." Yao Lao's joking voice sounded from Ziyan's heart not long after Zana left. Bitterly smiling as he shook his head, Ziyan sighed once more. "It seems that I have made a futile trip tonight. Hey, that's hard to say. Although that girl was merciless in her attack, she's too young and lacks experience." Yao Lao spoke with a smile. Hearing this, the stunned Ziyan immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Just watch. Yao Lao smiled mysteriously before becoming quiet. Seeing Yao Lao's manner, Ziyan could only shake his head and continue hiding himself in the dark. His gaze observed everything in the room. The dark room, with the exception of the servant girl's breathing, was utterly quiet. Ziyan waited quietly for over 10 minutes. Just as he was beginning to frown, the eyes of the haphazardly fallen corpse of Liu Qi moved. Beside the door, the hands of the originally lifeless Liu Qi had began to move slightly. A moment later, the closed eyes slowly opened while the grayness on his face had also disappeared. Looking at the blooded hole on his chest, Liu Qi took in a light cold breath. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Damn girl! Had I not stolen some turtle breath pill from teacher when I left, I would have really perished here." Reaching out his hand with great difficulty, Liu Qi extracted a jade bottle from his breast pocket. He carefully poured some of the white powder on his wound before taking out a pale green pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After completing these simple action, Liu Qi's face once again turned pale. It will likely take at least half a year to recover from this serious injury. Tomorrow, I will ask the Jialai clan to send me back and invite my teacher over. With teacher's help, the Z clan will not have any good days left. At that time, I will torture that woman until she dies. Liu Qi sinisterly clenched his teeth. His face was filled with wickedness. Sorry to interrupt, but you may not have the chance to return. As Liu Qi was imagining how he would proceed, a bland voice with a hint of laughter suddenly erupted from within the room. The sudden voice caused Liu Qi to freeze. His face changed as he turned around with great difficulty. A figure that was entirely covered in a black cloak slowly emerged from the shadows. What a careless girl. In the end, I am still required to put an end to it all. A young man's voice escaped from under the black cloak. His palm was lightly stretched out and a white heavenly flame slowly emerged. A heavenly flame. Seeing this strange white flame, Liu Qi's eyes narrowed and he involuntarily cried out in horror. Congratulations, you are correct. Here's your reward. With a smile, the black-cloaked man waved his hand. The gloomy white flame instantly left his hand. With lightning speed, it covered Liu Qi, burning him into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. Liu Qi did not even have the time to scream. From that moment forth, the alchemist known as Liu Qi vanished from the continent. Coldly clapping his hands, the black-cloaked man waved his hands once more. A wind swept away the ashes on the ground, leaving a clean floor. Then, he leisurely leapt from the window, soared into the air and sped off. Without alerting anyone, the black-cloaked man quickly left the Jialai clan's home. His feet lightly touched the roof of a house, and just as he leapt for a couple dozens of meters, he suddenly paused. Helplessly sighing, he gradually lifted his head. On the edge of a tower to the side was a young lady in a golden dress who was randomly swinging her round snow-white feet. With limpid eyes that contained a golden flame, she was lazily staring at the black-cloaked man on the roof. Who are you? The young lady's finger gently touched the black hair that was lifted by the night breeze as she lifted her delicate chin. Her agile voice reverberated through the small space around them. Chapter 91. A meeting in the night. Just who are you? Hearing this young girl's calm voice, the black-clothed person shrugged his shoulders helplessly. After a short bit of silence, an aged voice slowly rang out. I believe you've seen me at the Z clan's home. Lightly shaking her snow-white legs, Zana's glance roamed around. She offhandedly asked in a soft voice, why did you go to the Jialai clan? I was entrusted by someone to settle some trouble. Entrusted by someone? Zana hurriedly asked, narrowing her eyes. This is something I cannot disclose. Yolo waved his hands and said, but I want to know. With a faint smile on her exquisite face, Zana leapt forward. Her body seemed to float in midair. On her finger, a spiraling pale golden flame with a pointed edge was quickly being formed. Hey, little girl, I know that you are very strong now, but that is not enough to stop this old man, Yao Lo said with a smile. Zana knit her eyebrows, but she did not speak. She raised her finger, causing several more spiraling golden flame blades to continue appearing. Seeing that Zana was refusing to give up, the two men in the black cloak had a headache. Sighing once again, Yao Lo helplessly said, I don't wish to fight with you. If I hurt you accidentally, that guy would be heartbroken. All right, I'm afraid of you. Today, there was someone stupid who took advantage of a girl who was held in high regards by another man. This other man happens to know me, so I was requested to perform some task. Oh, do you think it is easy for an old man like me to run all over the place in the middle of the night? Zana's long eyelashes lightly blinked. Her exquisite face gradually became flushed. She flipped her hand and the flame blades slowly disappeared. Gazing at the black-cloaked man, she said with a wide smile, as expected, Old Sir and Xianxia have relationship? Hey, what a quick change in the manner you address me, Yao Lo said with a smile. I'm afraid that you have already guessed my relationship with Ziyan a long time ago. In the past, it was only a guess that I couldn't be certain of. Zana shook her head with a smile. She bowed to Yao Lo while still in midair and said, although I am unaware of the old sir's background, I believe that you have something to do with Xianxia being able to be rid of his weakened self from a year ago. Yao Lo faintly laughed, neither denying nor confirming her conjunction. With her beautiful eyes staring at the black-cloaked man, Zana smiled sweetly and whispered, regardless of what was the original motive old sir had in approaching Xianxia, I hope that you do not have any other intentions towards him. Zana will look at anyone who poses a threat to Xianxia with enmity. Old sir may be very strong, but believe me, I have the ability to say such things. TSK. What a strong girl. Hearing Zana's slightly threatening words, Yao Luo was stunned as he commented, "My only wish is that Xianxia not be deceived and hurt by others." With a slight smile, Zana once again bowed to Yao Luo and said, "It's already late. I need to return home. I hope that you will not tell Xianxia what you have witnessed tonight. Rest assured, I will not mention a single word." Yao Luo nodded his head. Within him, he jokingly added, "Because he has already witnessed everything himself." Hearing Yao Luo reply, Zana smiled. Just as she turned her body, a green shadow suddenly appeared. After being momentarily stunned, Zana's small hand reached out and drew it into her palms. Zana was startled as she stared at the jade bottle. She shifted her gaze toward the black-cloaked man. "Having used a secret technique, you will likely be weak for the next few days. This bottle contains energy replenishment powder. Keep it and recover quickly. Otherwise, someone will feel hurt seeing your sickly appearance," Yao Luo said indifferently. Hearing this, Zana's small face turned red. Carrying the jade bottle in her hands, she nodded gratefully at the black-cloaked man before lightly pressing her feet in the air. Her body quickly shot into the darkness and disappeared from sight. Standing on the rooftop and watching the disappearing figure, Yao Luo suddenly took in a deep breath and muttered, "Back then, when you stealthily entered the girl's room and strangely came up with some useless idea of warming blood vessels, you had accidentally got hold of the girl's heart. Oh, come to think of it, your luck is something that others would be jealous of." Under the black cloak, Ziyan rubbed his nose. He knew very well that had it not been for the incident in their childhood, the grown-up Zana would have treated him with the same attitude that she gave others. Of course, these hypothetical thoughts held no water in front of reality. Hey, he had silently entered the heart of a girl at her most fragile moment and unintentionally left a memory which consisted only of him within her heart. Laughing a little pridefully, Ziyan cupped his hands behind his head and allowed Yao Luo to control his body. His body quickly shot toward the Z clan's home. Once he reached the Z clan's home, Ziyan carefully avoided the courtyard where Zana's room was to not alert her about his presence. He landed in the courtyard near his room and rushed into his room, gently closing the door behind him as he did so. In his room, Ziyan hurriedly removed the black cloak and stored it within the storage ring. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He weakly lay on his bed and lazily mumbled to himself, "Oh, what a beautiful night." In the early morning of the next day at the Jialai clan's home, Jialai's current expression was gloomy and frightening. Threads of cold aura were emitted from his body, terrifying the kneeling beautiful female servant who was trembling in fear. Sweeping his cold gaze across the room where Liu Qi had resided, Jialai said crisply, "You said that Liu Qi had disappeared." "Yes, clan leader. Yesterday, this lowly servant suddenly fainted without reason and only woke up the next morning. Master Liu Qi was already missing by then. This lowly servant had asked the guards outside, but they have not seen Master Liu Qi either," the female servant cautiously said while trembling in fear. "From the time he returned to his room yesterday night, I have not detected him leaving. Moreover, there are Dou Qi level guards posted at the two entrances into the Jialai clan's home. With Liu Qi's ability, he would not be able to leave the place without anyone noticing. This girl doesn't know either." The servant girl's face was ashened. She was afraid that Jialai would put the blame on her. Jialai felt the corner of his eyes twitch. His feelings were in a mess as he took in a deep breath and ignored the quivering female servant. Slowly, he walked to every corner of the room. Seeing Jialai's action, the servant girl dared not speak. Her kneeling body did not even dare move an inch. As he was walking through the quiet room, Jialai suddenly came to a stop at one corner. His eyes stared at the small pile of ashes at the corner of the room. With his heart beating wildly, Jialai bent down. He used his finger to extract some of the powder and sniffed it under his nose. Instantly, the cold expression turned into fear. Jialai let out a deep breath. He suddenly felt that his legs were a little numb. A cold feeling was slowly but uncontrollably coming up from deep within his heart. Liu Qi was actually murdered under my watch. Chapter 92, Rob. By the time Ziyan woke up from his sleep, the sky was already very bright. Warm sunlight entered through the gaps in the window, leaving spots of light on the ground. Getting up, Ziyan's sleepy gaze was hazy as he sat on the bed and stared blankly for a long while before finally getting rid of his desire to continue sleeping. Shaking his waking head, he lazily got out of bed and randomly washed his face. Just as his washing was done, a faint knock vibrated from the door. This was coupled with a young lady's soft and gentle voice. "Ziyan Zheizhe, have you not woken up?" Hearing this voice, Ziyan's eyebrows twitched. He quickly wiped off the moisture on his face and walked to the door. The door screeched as he slowly pulled it open. After opening the door, a blinding light suddenly shot into the room, causing Ziyan to habitually close his eyes. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes and shifted his gaze to the lady in green who was standing quietly by the doorway. Today, Zana was once again wearing green. Her appropriate clothes matched her lotus-like refinement, prompting the young man in the room to let out some praise in his heart. After randomly scanning Zana's delicate and slim body, his gaze finally landed on the slightly pale, exquisite small face. His eyebrows could not help but form a frown. What happened? With charming big eyes focused on Ziyan's expression and finding nothing but accusation, Zana immediately replied with a smile, "I'm not feeling well." "It's no big deal, not feeling well." Ziyan's eyebrows twitched as he walked out of the room. After closing the door, his palm suddenly grabbed Zana's small hand. A weak and warm Dou Qi under the control of his spiritual perception slowly circulated in Zana's body. A moment later, Ziyan expressionlessly retrieved his Dou Qi and sighed in his heart. It seems that the secret technique Zana had used last night was extremely exhausting. In her body right now, only a little weak Dou Qi was flowing. Clearly, this was the aftermath of using the secret technique. During the early morning, there were many clan members who had woken up to practice. This group was filled with envy upon seeing Ziyan holding Zana's hands while standing by the doorway. "Ziyan Zheizhe," a red-faced Zana lightly whispered as she struggled to free her hands. "I have no idea what you have done. How can you become so weak?" Putting down Zana's small hand, Ziyan stiffened his face and softly said. After those intelligent big eyes scanned Ziyan's face and once again found nothing, Zana secretly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Yesterday, I had tried to train a Dou technique that surpassed my level and this is the result. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Ziyan Zheizhe need not worry." Rolling his eyes, Ziyan could only shake his head helplessly as he accompanied Zana to breakfast. After that, he found an excuse and secretly left the clan. Ziyan walked aimlessly in Wuten City and casually inquired about news on the Jialai clan. Liu Zhi's disappearance would definitely cause some sensation within the Jialai clan. Contrary to his expectations, however, he could not discover any abnormality in the Jialai clan. The marketplaces had continued to operate and the healing medicine continued to be sold. There was nothing different. Hey, no wonder this Jialai Bai is a clan leader. He could actually suppress this news. Still, he might be able to suppress this for a day, but he can't do it forever. Once the remaining healing medicine is sold out, I want to see what he can do. Ziyan laughed coldly for a while before heading to the Prima auction house at the center of the city. In a remote area outside the auction house, Ziyan put on a black cloak just like he always did and entered the busy auction house. Upon entering the auction house, Ziyan was courteously led into the VIP room by a beautiful female waiter. He waited for a moment before the graceful-looking Yuethii appeared with a smile in front of Ziyan. "Ha ha, an important guest. Ziyan DD, what brings you to the auction house?" Lifting a teapot, she personally bent her body and poured a cup of tea for Ziyan as she spoke. Whether it was intentional or otherwise, the attractive snow-white skin on Onyenfei's chest appeared and disappeared as she bent her body to pour tea. It caused one's eyes to be fixated on it. Ziyan's gaze was almost lost in the magnificent view, but he used his fairly strong willpower and managed to shift his gaze away with a dry cough. His gaze did not leave his cup of tea as he pulled out a dark red storage ring from his breast pocket and extracted 5 small jade bottles from it. In an indifferent voice, he said, "Today, I am here to fulfill our agreement." As Yuethii already knew about his identity, Ziyan no longer let Yao Lo speak for him and simply used his young voice. Yuefei's gaze never left the small jade bottles upon their appearance. Happiness appeared on her enchanting face. Yuethii elegantly sat on the chair beside Ziyan. She carefully picked up one of the jade bottles and weighed it with equal care, after which she slightly opened the bottle. A green-colored round pill naughtily rolled out from the bottle. Taking a deep breath of the medicinal smell that assailed her nostrils, Yufei's beautiful eyes constricted. A while later, Yufei finally attentively returned the pill to the bottle. She threw an enchanting and beautiful smile at Xian, who was beside her. It seems that Xian Didi is prepared to take action against the Jialai clan. Otherwise, why would you come over to prematurely complete our deal? Hearing this, he shrugged his shoulders, neither denying nor acknowledging it. He took out another scroll which contained the names of some medicinal ingredients. These medicinal ingredients had the ability to recover one's strength. Naturally, this was prepared for Zana. Seeing her weak and pale face, Ziyan felt his heart ache. Receiving the scroll from Ziyan, Yufei, who had a number of such experiences, knew Ziyan's meaning. Without any unnecessary words, she proceeded to call a female waiter and got her to quickly prepare what was on the list. Sitting in the quiet VIP room, Xian, who had been silent, suddenly said, "It appears that the Jialai clan has gone to other cities in search for a new source for medicinal ingredients. The Jialai clan is now working with a medicinal supplier in Tiancan City. However, the price of the medicinal ingredients they purchased from there is 4 times more expensive than it is in Wutan City." Yufei nodded and agreed with a smile. "To think that they are willing." Mockingly shaking his head, Xian continued with a smile. "Can you provide me with some information on the transportation of these medicines?" Hearing this, Yufei's hand, which was holding a teacup, trembled. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man beside her with astonishment and said, "What do you plan to do, Rob?" After a bitter smile, Yufei once again sighed. "The Jialai clan was really unlucky to meet a little fiend like you." Shaking her head, Yufei became quiet. She finally stood up and went to the room behind her. After some time, she finally came out with a scroll and handed it to Xian. She quietly whispered, "I have received some information from the auction house in Tiancan City. 2 days ago, the Jialai clan had once again purchased for 100,000 gold coins worth of medicinal ingredients. This batch of medicinal ingredients should reach Wutan City by this afternoon. The Jialai clan has only paid 100,000 gold coins as deposit for this batch of medicinal ingredients. The remaining 300,000 gold coins is on credit. Protecting the medicinal ingredients are the warriors of the Jialai clan, 3 Dou Qis and a Dou Qi. There are also another few dozen guards with at least the strength of a Dou Qi. For 100,000, what a large amount," Xian said with a smile as he deposited the scroll into the storage ring. His laughter slowly became colder. "If this batch of medicinal ingredients disappeared, I wonder how they would account to the medicinal supplier. With the current Jialai clan being close to bankruptcy, this 300,000 gold credit would be its final blow." Lifting his head, Xian watched a female waiter who had just entered. After cupping one hand over the other and thanking Yufei, he went forward and received the medicinal ingredients before walking out of the hall without a backward glance. Sitting on the chair and watching the decisive manner in which Xian left, Yufei laughed bitterly and shook her head. She gently sighed. This little boy's actions do not correspond with his age at all. That old man, Jialai Bai, is likely going to be in deep trouble. Chapter 93. Midway destruction of medicine. 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages slowly trotted down the road under the scorching sun of the noontide heat. In its overbearing heat, the guards all around the carts were drenched in a fine mist of sweat, and agitated voices drifted out from the carriages. Part of the escort team was Jialai Nu, a 3-star Dou Qi and one of the 2 elders of the Jialai clan, was considered one of the strongest within Wutan City. With his strength, having him personally escort the medicinal ingredients highlighted the importance they held to the clan. However, it would seem that Jialai Nu had received no news of the disappearance of Liu Shi, otherwise the elder would have immediately returned the expensive ingredients. Jialai Nu sat crossed-legged on one of the horse-drawn carriages. Regardless of how much the carriages tossed and shook, his body did not move. Having lived in luxury and comfort for some time, he was growing impatient after 2 days of travel. "It's all because of that damn Z clan. Sooner or later, I will destroy all of you." Jialai Nu clenched his teeth and muttered angrily. He then turned his head slightly and observed the neatly stacked medicinal ingredients through a window behind him. A look of helplessness appeared on his expressionless face. Although storage rings would certainly make transportation more convenient, a low-grade ring only had 2 or 3 cubic meters worth of space, and in order to fully store all the medicinal ingredients, it would have required at least 5 low-grade storage rings. These rings were rare and expensive, and even the entire Jialai clan had 2. Thus, they could only use the cumbersome method of carriages to transport the ingredients. Tiredly blinking his eyes, Jialai Nu, who had begun napping, realized that the carriage at the front had suddenly stopped. Faint angry shouts vibrated through the air. Furrowing his eyebrows, Jialai Nu was about to call someone to investigate what happened, when a guard of the Jialai clan came hurrying from the front. He urgently reported, "Elder, there is a black-cloaked man blocking our path." Hearing this, Jialai Nu's face darkened. Now that they have entered the territory of Wutang City, who would dare block them? With a cold glint appearing in his eyes, Jialai Nu nodded his head slightly and hopped off the horse carriage. He swiftly progressed in the direction of the convoy and finally saw a black-cloaked man sitting on a huge rock in the middle of the road. Although he could not see the black-cloaked man's face, he could feel the ill intention from the gaze of the black-cloaked man. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" Jialai Nu's gaze swept across the black-cloaked man before asking in a deep voice, "You must be members of the Jialai clan." "No." An aged voice escaped from below the black cloak. Jialai Nu's face twitched. With a somber expression, he waved his arm. The dozens of guards behind him immediately drew their weapons from their waist and stared inhospitably at the unknown and mysterious black-cloaked man. "Well, it seems that I was right." Looking at the reaction from Jialai Nu, the black-cloaked man simply smiled and leapt from the huge rock before strolling over to the convoy. Coldly watching the approaching black-cloaked man, Jialai Nu grabbed a huge bow and arrow from the guard beside him. He pulled at the bowstring and the bow bent like a cord. Upon release, the arrow transformed into a ferocious wind and shot towards the black-cloaked man's throat. Accompanying the arrow was a frightening whistle of breaking wind. When it was 1 meter away from the black-cloaked man, however, a group of white flames appeared suddenly, turning the arrow into black ashes as soon as it touched the flame. Watching the scene before him, Jialai Nu's face changed color. An uneasiness began rising from within him. It appeared that the black-cloaked man in front of him was not weaker than a Dou Qi. Slowly releasing his breath, Jialai Nu grabbed a deep blue long spear from a guard behind him. A faint blue Dou Qi was emitted from his body. Instantly, the surrounding air became more humid. Clearly, his Qi method was that of the dark and chilly water element. Grabbing the long spear, Jialai Nu stared intently at the black-cloaked man. He adjusted his body slightly before suddenly jumping off the ground. His body turned into a blue light, rushing forward and closing in on the black-cloaked man. In midair, Jialai Nu maintained a respectful face as the long spear suddenly and violently shook. The Dou Qi on it shone brilliantly. With a vibration of the spear, echoes followed. Overlapping waves a Lozhuan Dou technique, was the strongest technique that Jialai Nu could fully control. His long period of training had allowed him to master this Dou technique to perfection. Being released at its full force, the strength was such that even a 6-star Dou Qi would not dare to underestimate it. Following the yell from Jialai Nu, a huge blue wave comprised of energy emitted from within the shining blue long rod. The huge wave of energy rose up high into the sky before abruptly gashing towards the rooted black-cloaked man. Around the convoy, proud cheers erupted upon seeing their elder reveal his godlike strength. Throughout their journey, the group had met a couple of robbers, but each and every one of them were all killed under Jialai Nu's spear. In most people's eyes, another victim was about to be added. The huge blue wave rolled along the horizon. Within it, a tiny light suddenly expanded. Like lightning, a long spear shot toward the black-cloaked man's head. Seeing that the target was almost within reach, a sinister expression flashed across Jialai Nu's face as he coldly smiled. Energy gushed uncontrollably from the spear in his hand. Just as the long rod was about to strike his skull cap, the black-cloaked man slowly raised his head. The image of a delicate and pretty face was revealed under the sunlight was imprinted upon Jialai Nu's eyes. "This is that rascal from the Z clan." Recognizing the familiar face, Jialai Nu's eyes narrowed and his killing intent grew immediately. The long spear grew increasingly closer. Just as it was about to make contact, however, a white flame suddenly flowed from the black-cloaked man's body. Finally, it acted as a fire source and swept towards Jialai Nu, who was in midair. The white flame flashed across the horizon and everyone felt a chill on their skin. Immediately, the wave, spear, and person disappeared. On the road, the cheers were suddenly halted. The guards of the Jialai clan, like a duck with its neck broken, widened their mouths and hyperventilated. The arrogance on their faces slowly transformed into fear. When their gaze once again fell on the black-cloaked man, the terror within was much like how one would look at a monster. Scanning the guards indifferently, the black-cloaked man slowly extended his hand. A couple of white flames appeared. Jerking his finger, the flame shot forward and lightly fell on the carriages under the gazes of everyone. Boom! With a muffled blast, the horse carriages and the medicinal ingredients simultaneously caught fire and turned into ashes in front of everyone's dull gaze. Chapter 94, Poor Foresight. What? All the medicinal ingredients were destroyed by someone? The furious roar within the large hall nearly caused the roof to collapse. The trembling guard that knelt in front of Jialai had a face filled with horror as he swallowed his own saliva. Quaking in fear, he said, "The second elder was also killed by the one who destroyed the medicine." Jialai's furious face suddenly froze. His face fell and legs felt weak as he collapsed backwards onto the chair behind him. Jialai Nu was one of the 3 Dodoshis of the Jialai clan. His death added to the turmoil that the Jialai clan currently faced. Seeing Jialai's reaction, the face of the guard who delivered the message was also filled with distress. At that moment, his mind recalled the frightening strength of the black-cloaked man. It was difficult to imagine that the second elder, a 3-star Dodoshi, would actually be burnt to ashes by the mysterious man. The frightening scene had given those present the true taste of fear. Who was the one who killed the second elder? After a few minutes of silence, Jialai finally began to gradually recover. His slightly hoarse voice revealed how big a blow Jialai Nu's death was for him. "I have no idea." Back then, the man was wearing a black cloak so no one saw his face. But he could control some kind of white flame, which was also the flame the second elder perished under. The guard shook his head and replied softly, "A black cloak, controlling a white flame." After a brief silence, Jialai's face changed. Manipulating flames to hurt the enemy was the preference of an alchemist, and the only alchemist who had any enmity with the Jialai clan and possessed the strength to easily kill Jialai Nu. All of these criteria caused an image of the black-cloaked alchemist he had accidentally met at the auction house to flash into his mind. Recalling the respectful manner Ufi and Guinai showed towards the black-cloaked alchemist, Jialai suddenly felt a bitterness in his mouth. They were wrong from the beginning. Back then, just because of a statement from Liu Shi, they had thought the Z clan was simply lucky enough to hire a novice alchemist. However, the current situation told them that the alchemist of the Z clan was much stronger than the incompetent Liu Shi. Jialai gently shook his head as malicious fury flashed across his eyes. The 400,000 gold coins worth of medicinal ingredients were destroyed, and moreover, they still owed 300,000 gold coins to the medicinal ingredients supplier in Tolan City due to cash flow problems. Jialai had originally intended to refine this batch of medicinal ingredients into healing medicine and sell the medicine to repay the loan. With the latest development, all of his plans were ruined. The medicinal supplier that worked with the Jialai clan had significant influence and strength in Tolan City. Once they knew that the medicinal supplies were destroyed, they would definitely send someone to collect their debt. However, with the coffers of the Jialai clan having been exhausted, how were they going to find such a large sum of money? If they failed to raise the money, then the Jialai clan's reputation would be completely destroyed by this event. Damn! Unable to think of a solution, Jialai slammed his palm angrily into the table beside him. Immediately, the black wooden table was smashed into pieces and a wooden fragment hit the face of a guard standing by the side. The latter simply clenched his teeth and withstood it. Taking a light breath, Jialai forcefully suppressed the fury and malicious resentment towards the Z clan in his heart. He shook his hand and purposefully acted calm as he said, "Distribute all the remaining healing medicine in the warehouse to all the marketplaces. One more thing. I want everyone to keep quiet about everything that has happened today. If anyone spreads this news, they will be punished in accordance with the clan rules." "Yes." The guard's body trembled lightly before he respectfully gave a reply, after which he got up and quickly exited the hall. Staring at the empty large hall, Jia Lai tiredly leaned against the chair. This time, even if the Jia Lai clan managed to survive, their strength would be greatly diminished. From then on, it would be difficult to fight with the Z clan. Thinking of this, Jia Lai sighed deeply. For some unknown reason, he was beginning to regret having started the conflict with the Z clan back then. However, this regret came a little too late. After settling a few other matters, Ziyan threw off his disguise and quickly returned to his clan. He requested Yao Lo to refine some strength-recovering pills before quickly delivering them to Zana. Seeing the girl caress the pills and her slightly red limpid eyes, Ziyan received a great boost to his confidence. A few days after Ziyan destroyed the medicinal ingredients of the Jialai clan, Wuten City continued to remain calm on the surface. However, the more observant people began to realize that the members of the Jialai clan who had been causing trouble near the Z clan's marketplace silently disappeared. Their usual arrogance had also diminished. In the face of the Jialai clan's inexplicable actions, some people began to feel a little suspicious. Z clan's meeting room. What is the Jialai clan trying to do these days? Are they trying to give us the impression of being weak? After receiving various amounts of information in the past few days, Zizon narrowed his eyebrows as he spoke to the three elders in the hall. His face was filled with suspicion. Exchanging looks with one another, the three elders shook their heads in unison. After a deep hum, the first elder slowly spoke. This abnormality may not be that simple. Jialai Bai is a cunning man. He may well be carrying out some schemes. It is better to be cautious. Zizon nodded his head. Naturally, as a prudent person, he would not relax in the face of the Jialai clan's actions. Shifting his gaze, Zizon helplessly shook his head at Ziyan, who was almost napping in his chair. The rascal seemed unable to show any interest in clan matters. "Yana, have you met with the esteemed elder recently?" Zizon randomly asked as he raised his teacup to his mouth and took a sip. TL, of an intimate form of address. Yan refers to Ziyan. Hearing Zizon's question, the three elders also shifted their gaze to Ziyan. That esteemed elder's importance to the Z clan was understood even without saying. However, it appeared that only Ziyan in the entire Z clan was favored. No other person had the opportunity to meet the esteemed elder alone. Seeing how Ziyan got to enjoy such a privilege, everyone was filled with envy. Lazily raising his eyelids, Ziyan said with a bored voice, I've seen him." After a brief silence, he continued, "He intends to take me as his disciple." Upon hearing Ziyan's words, Dijon's hand, which had lifted the teacup, froze. He lifted his face, which was filled with emotion, and stared at the young man who had shrunk into his chair. Swallowing his saliva, he asked in disbelief, "Did you say that he wants to take you as his disciple?" Raising his eyelids and watching Zijon's face fill with happiness and excitement, while the faces of the three elders grimaced with knitted brows, Ziyan nodded lazily. Good, good, good." With a flushed face, Zizon emptied his teacup in one go and excitedly stood up. He paced the room and rubbed his hands eagerly. "I knew that my son was not an ordinary person. Damn it, whoever dares to call my son cripple in the future will be killed personally by me." Watching Zijon's agitated manner, Ziyan could only helplessly shake his head and say softly, "In half a month, I will leave to train with teacher. I'm afraid it will be over a year before I return." Huh. Zizon was stunned. The smile on his face diminished as he raised his eyebrows and hesitatingly asked, "Are you not planning to take the entrance examination for the Jianon Academy?" Jianon is a well-known top academy across the whole Dòupò continent. If you can enroll there, it would definitely benefit you. I will take entrance examination, but I may skip for 1 or 2 years. Ziyan rubbed his nose and smiled indifferently. Although Jianon Academy is great, they cannot help me surpass Nalan Yanran in less than 2 years. TL. Nalan Yanran, Ziyan ex-fiancée. Nalan Su, Nalan Yanran's father. Ziyan smiled as his gaze swept across the entire hall. Back then, that arrogant woman had crushed his remaining pride at this very place. Hearing the name that was taboo to Xian, Zizon's face trembled and he became silent. Standing up, Xian lazily stretched his arms and cupped the back of his head as he slowly... The young man's faint laughter floated through in the large hall. Since I made a promise back then, I must keep my word and meet her. Ha ha, it is not that I wish for her to look at me in a better light, it is just that I want to tell her that her foresight is terrible when I finally meet her. Chapter 95. The Circumstances of the Jialai Clan. As the next few days slowly passed by, the amount of healing medicine that the Jialai clan sold in their marketplace at Wuten City began to decrease. On the last day, when the last bottle of healing medicine was finally sold, the Jialai clan members responsible for selling the medicine had little choice but to embarrassingly smile at the mercenaries jostling outside. I'm very sorry. Due to a shortage of stock, our stall will be temporarily closed. The mercenaries, who were squeezing for a better spot outside the stall, became silent upon hearing those words. After glaring furiously at the stall workers for a long time, they began to start scolding angrily. As the crowd dispersed, some of the less courteous customers verbally abused the medicine sellers. The news that the Jialai clan had ceased the sales of healing medicine spread throughout the entire Wuten city in less than an hour. The first reaction of everyone was shock, followed by some who gloated at their misfortune, some who felt regretful, and some who sighed. Without the support of the healing medicine, the Jialai clan, in the fight against the Z clan, was totally defeated. Following their miserable defeat, the Jialai clan was severely weakened and their influence within Wuten City was unlikely to ever recover to the high influential level that they had enjoyed in the past. The Z clan's home, meeting room. The Jialai clan has lost the source of their healing medicine. Hearing the news that his subordinate had brought him, Zizon was momentarily stunned before abruptly standing up. The happiness on his face was difficult to hide. In his excitement, he exchanged glances with the three elders, only to find that their faces were also filled with uncontrolled happiness. Zizon agitatedly took 2 steps in the hall. A while later, he finally suppressed his happiness and asked the messenger with a smile, "What about Liu Qi, their alchemist? I have no idea. Ever since the day when Jialai Luo and young master Xian fought, he was never seen again." Hearing this, Zizon and the 3 elders were surprised. They shifted their gaze stealthily at Xian, who was sitting in one corner. "Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me." Seeing the 4 pairs of eyes looking at him, Xian rolled his eyes and innocently said. Zizon helplessly shook his head. In any case, he did not believe Xian's denial. Nothing to do with him? Then why was it that Liu Qi would vanish after having a conflict with him? That's right. Clan leader, a member of the Jialai clan inner circle, accidentally leaked out that the Jialai clan's second elder, Jialai Nu, was killed by a black-cloaked man when he was transporting medicinal ingredients. After a brief hesitation, the messenger finally said in a low voice. Zizon's strolling legs suddenly froze. He drew his eyelids and nodded before waving his hand to dismiss the messenger. He stared intently at Xian and said with a wide smile, "Yana, I don't think that there is anyone in the entire Wuten city who has the ability to kill the 3-star Dodo Shai Jialai. No other than your teacher." Xian rubbed his nose and sighed. He helplessly nodded his head. Jialai Nu is indeed dead. Hearing the admission from Xian, Zizon also shook his head and sighed. The Jialai clan, which had fought for decades with the Z clan, had actually fell into a decline because of a single young man. This feeling? Zizon bitterly smiled and said, "I know that the reason for the esteemed elder to extend his help is because of you. Still, if there is time, please convey our Z clan's thanks. We owe him so much." Xian shrugged his shoulders and carelessly nodded his head. "Now, let us see how the Jialai clan tries to get out of this mess." Zizon laughed quietly. The gloating manner in his laughter was hard to hide. In the competition for the healing medicine market, the Jialai clan had pulled out after a big loss, and this huge loss had severely weakened the Jialai clan, while the Z clan benefited greatly. In these short 2 months, the Z clan had miraculously pulled themselves from their initial miserable position to win the competition. In addition, the 2 months of profit from the healing medicine was equivalent to their annual income from before. Moreover, their influence within Wuten City had obviously surpassed both the Jialai clan and the Dòupò clan. Even the Prima auction house had made gestures of goodwill because of Xiao Yan. With the accumulation of these factors, the Zi clan had the greatest spot in the limelight in the entire Wutan city. Nevertheless, a centipede dies but never falls. Although the Jialai clan had received a terrible blow, they were still a force that couldn't be underestimated. The armed forces that the clan had built up over the years was a force no one in Wutan city dared look down on. The Jialai clan was also well aware of the current influence of the Zi clan. Hence, after they knew that it was hopeless to continue to compete, they gathered their body like a poisonous snake and began licking their wounds, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to devastate their enemy. However, the days that were occupied in such a manner did not last long. 2 days after the Jialai clan announced the ceasing of the sales of the healing medicine, the Tolan city medicinal supplier sent a group led by Dou Qi. They aggressively entered the Jialai clan family home and rudely demanded that Yalai Bai pay up the 300,000 gold coins owed to them within 2 days. The action by the Tolan city medicinal ingredient supplier was equivalent to worsening the problem for Jialai clan. At this moment, however, Jialai Bai did not dare to recklessly offend a party that was not weaker than the Jialai clan regardless of how angry he was. Therefore, he could only swallow his bitterness and attempt to raise money. After searching all over the Jialai clan, however, they could only find 100,000 gold coins. This was a far cry from the debt they had. Helplessly, Jialai Bai could only thicken his skin and attempt to borrow money from the powers which the Jialai clan had better relationships with. However, there are far more people willing to share in your happiness than aid in your sorrow. Seeing the current pathetic state of the Jialai clan and the hostility from the Zi clan, those powers which once had a good relationship with the Jialai clan did not want to get involved in the mess. Helping the Jialai clan now would undoubtedly offend a rising Zi clan. As a result, even after putting in tremendous effort, Jialai Bai was unable to raise a sufficient amount of money. With his face filled with gloominess, Jialai Bai returned home and raged like a war god. After which, he unwillingly voiced a shocking suggestion: selling the marketplaces. Jialai clan had a total of 3 middle-sized marketplaces, and for small-sized marketplaces in Wutan city. The ones that Jialai Bai intended to sell were 2 of the middle-sized marketplaces with the best location and popularity. Once these words were out, the members of the Jialai clan reacted strongly. Even the entire Wutan city was in a state of shock. The revenue from these to marketplaces basically made up half of the income of the Jialai clan. Being forced into selling their marketplaces showed just how desperate they had become. If a marketplace had a sufficient crowd, it was a business venture that would definitely be profitable. However, there were only slightly more than 10 marketplaces in the entire Wutan city. These marketplaces were usually controlled by both the Jialai clan and the Zi clan. The Dòupò clan did not rely on a marketplace for a living. Instead, their income mainly comes from underground gambling dens and brothels. Therefore, after hearing that the Yalai clan intended to sell the marketplace with the best location, many people were tempted. However, after the initial fervor subsided, they became downhearted. In the current Wutan city, almost all of the crowds were dominated by the marketplaces of Zi clan. Other than the extremely profitable marketplaces of the Zi clan, all of the marketplaces could at best only break even. Buying the marketplace at this moment would undoubtedly be a bad business venture. More importantly, whoever bought the marketplaces of the Jialai clan would definitely offend the Zi clan. Those who were slightly interested had little choice but to withdraw their interest with plenty of disappointment. After announcing his intentions to sell the marketplaces, Jialai Bai, who had originally thought that there would be a surge of interest, once again tasted embarrassment. He had not expected that the current influence of the Zi clan had already reached such a great stage. With the 2-day deadline drawing closer and the inability to raise the needed money, Jialai Bai began perspiring anxiously. Just as Jialai Bai became extremely anxious, a stranger appeared. After spending the entire afternoon discussing about the price, the marketplaces were finally bought by the stranger at a cheap price of 200,000 gold coins. In front of the Jialai Bai's extremely gloomy face accompanied by killing intent, the stranger swaggered out with 2 sales agreements, feeling extremely satisfied. Upon receiving 200,000 gold coins as payment for the 2 marketplaces, the Jialai clan finally managed to be rid of the group from the medicinal ingredient supplier. Seeing those bandit-like debt collectors leaving the courtyard, Jialai felt like crying, though no tears came out. Not long after sending off the debt collectors, a member of the clan came rushing over to report the latest news. The 2 marketplaces, which they had sold in the morning, were now under the name of the Z clan. Hearing this news, the extremely furious Jialai was stunned for a moment before finally coughing up blood and fainting. Watching Jialai being hurriedly carried into the room, all the members of the Jialai clan let out a sigh. From then on, the Jialai clan was condemned to be a second-rate power in Wutan City. Chapter 96. Promise. The economic confrontation between the 2 families of Wutan City finally ended with the Z clan's victory, whereas the Jialai clan, as the defeated party, had their influence rapidly shrink. They would never be able to regain their former glory. The confrontation between both clans stopped being a hotly contested topic in Wutan City after a week or so. People who loved the new and loathed the old gradually shifted their attention away and started to place it on another important matter, and this matter was regarding the enrollment of the Jianan Academy. As one of Dou Qi continent's most famous institutions of higher learning, Jianan Academy was almost a holy place in every teenager's heart. If they were able to graduate from it, their journey henceforth would be smooth sailing. Not only would they be able to prudently return home, they would also be fervently sought after by all parties. Jianan Academy was located in the vicinity where Jiamo Empire's borders intersected with 2 other large empires. In that no man's land, Jianan Academy was almost like a small country in itself. According to common sense, for this trapped force, the 3 empires would naturally not ignore it, as there was no assurance that someday this power would be roped by an opponent, which would result in a major threat to that side of the empire's defense. Of course, this was under the condition that this force was weak, but if its prowess had already risen to be able to contest the 3 empires, the 3 empires had no choice but to stop their actions and leave Jianan Academy alone, as if it was like a huge dragon coiling at the edge of their empire, and so no one would willingly provoke it. After experiencing plenty of growth over many years, the current Jianan Academy was not only one of Dou Qi continent's most famous institutions of higher learning, but also quite reputable between the citizens of the 3 empires due to kind of concealed cooperation between it and the 3 empires. For the incompatible 3 empires to smoothly maintain close to a century's peace between them, the Jianan Academy was a large factor in mediating and threatening them. These many things caused Jianan Academy's reputation in the 3 empires to grow even stronger. In addition, every year, Jianan Academy would dispatch a large numbers of teachers to head into the 3 empires to recruit gifted students. Towards Jianan Academy's act of sending teachers into the 3 empires to recruit students, the 3 royal families all expressed a high degree of approval. After all, an academy is ultimately not a sect. Academies do not have many restrictions, and after graduation, a large portion of the graduates would choose to return to their own empire. This would be the new and powerful blood into the empire's strength. So as long as the royal families of the 3 empires had working brains, they would naturally agree. After another few days, the recruiting instructors of Jianan Academy were about to arrive at Wutan City. All of Wutan City's attention was shifted away from the matters of the 2 clans from about half a month ago into this new recruitment. This shift allowed the Z clan, which was constantly the topic of gossip, to breathe a sigh of relief. Jianan Academy's enrollment placed importance on talent and not on the person's background. Without sufficient talent, one would be hard-pressed to enter the academy, which signified a smooth future. Of course, nothing is for certain. If you were to have powerful backing, Jianan Academy would not mind taking you into the academy for a few years to collect a large sum of tuition. Due to Jianan Academy's indifference regarding status and position, now in Wutan City, even the young beggars or thieves or whatnot began to await the arrival of the teachers eagerly. If they were able to get past the tests, they would finally leave their degrading jobs, which was looked down upon by the public eye, and henceforth become a respected doji. Under this driving mood, the recent atmosphere in Wuten City was even livelier than during the New Year, and every day outside the city, there would be people eagerly gazing off into the distance with hope-filled expressions. Compared to these people with wholehearted expectations, Xian was extremely busy. Due to him having to travel soon, during this time period, he was almost always desperately making healing medicine. Looking at Xian's desperate figure, Yao Lao finally felt bad and decided to help him. With Yao Lao's unknown ability in alchemy's help, huge batches of medicine were completed and was constantly entering the vaults of the Z clan. With this stored amount, as long as the Z clan sold it periodically, they could sell for a year or longer. After the Z clan finally sold all of this healing medicine, they would have already earned an envious sum of money. This high degree of alchemy of course made Xian tired. However, the refining process also allowed his control of his inner Dou Qi to become more and more smooth. Even his control over the temperature of the flames became more skilled. This improvement, combined with his highly praised soul perception, made Xian's success rate in making blood-clotting medicine almost close to 60%. Such a high success rate would be something only an experienced second-tier alchemist could accomplish. Comparable to his improvement in alchemy, Xian's own strength, under the help of Yao Lao's carefully made elixirs, was also slowly and steadily increasing. After Xian's last completion of a batch of medicine, the Dou Qi collected inside his body and forced itself to break through and lands Xian among the ranks of a 4-star doji. Xian was very delighted by this unexpected gain. Looking at this, the high intensity of alchemy had quite the reinforcement effect on raising one's strength. Of course, although alchemy had some reinforcement effects, it was very taxing on energy, and once the last batch of elixirs were completed, Yao Lao immediately stopped Xian. Seeing Yao Lao's severe expression, Xian considered the fact that the storage was sufficient and decided to stop. He then went to his room and tiredly slept for a day as his daily life became more relaxed again. Slowly walking in his clan, gazing at the suddenly squeezed practice grounds, Xian was a little bored. In each field, many young clan members were toiling away at training. These people were hoping that these last days' worth of effort were enough to let themselves achieve Jianan Academy's enrollment criteria. Standing at the edge of the practice ground, Xian lazily looked at a few fields, then with a bored expression, turned and left. For these procrastinators, he didn't have much compassion. Although he initially regained his talent, he also had to work like a dog to keep improving. These people, without much talent, always depended on their clan's background to philander, which didn't settle well with Xian. Jianan Academy's enrollment baseline was not low. Before the age of 18, one had to achieve 8 Duan Cha. This slightly stringent criteria alone had destroyed many people's dreams. Of course, with Xian's view, there would only be 2 people on this practice ground that could meet this criteria. Both hands holding the back of his head, Xian threw these clansmen out of his mind, since how many people being enrolled was none of his business. Shaking his head, Xian entered another small path, walking into the flower gardens in the backyard. A familiar female figure was prettily sitting amongst the flowers, appearing very beautiful. Slightly narrowing his eyes, gazing at that perfectly curved back, a gentle look appeared on Xian's face. Lightly smiling, he slowly walked toward the green-clothed girl that was staring at the willow tree in a daze. Xian Zheizhe, you are leaving soon. Before reaching the young girl, a slightly sad voice entered Xian's ears. His footsteps stopping briefly, Xian powerlessly nodded his head and slowly walked forward to stand beside Zana. Turning his head, he saw that slightly dejected, exquisite face. Lightly smiling, he reached out his hand and patted Zana's small head before having his hand quietly sliding down her soft hair. The comfortable feeling made him feel a little enchanted. You aren't going to Jianan Academy anymore. Letting Xian intimately play with her hair, which no other male had ever touched, Zana softly asked. Nodding his head, Xian gently laughed. I also have my own things that I definitely must do, Nalan Yanran. Zana lightly bit her lips as she said in a low voice, with her watery eyes throbbing with a kind of inexplicable coldness. The palm that was playing with her hair briefly stopped. Xian shrugged, faintly laughed and said, that promise that was set in front of so many people, I can't miss it, right? If that was the case, even you would despise me. Zana's brow lightly knitted, softly sighed, and then using a voice that only she could hear muttered, I really shouldn't have let her live back then. Ha ha, rest assured, after this matter is finished, I will go to Jianan Academy to find Zana. At most a year and a half. Wait, no, just a year. Looking at Zana's face that had suddenly become bitter, Ziyan promptly laughed and changed his words. Ziyan Zheizhai, actually, if you follow Zana, Zana also has a plan to let you be able to defeat Nalan Yanran within the promised time. Biting her lips after thinking for a while, Zana suddenly hesitantly spoke. Bitterly laughing, Ziyan shook his head and self-deprecatingly sighed. This girl sometimes says some words that make me feel a little ashamed. I know Ziyan Zheizhai won't think that this is charity. Zana sweetly smiled and said. Softly smiling, Ziyan lightly shook his head. He breathed out in consternation and laughingly said, rest assured, I have confidence that after a year, I will ascend to Misty Cloud faction and battle Nalan Yanran. Gazing at Ziyan, who suddenly became prodeful, Zana helplessly shook her head and was about to persuade him one more time, when Ziyan suddenly turned over, extended his arms, and in a split moment, grabbed Zana's small waist, roughly pulling her into his embrace. A gentle wind blew across the flower garden, the willow lightly floated, a young man tightly hugging a young girl like they would never split apart. Ziyan's sudden action scared Zana, and after a brief moment, Zana's soft ear tips turned bright red. Lightly struggling for a while, then shyly stopping, her small face was slightly suffused with an enticing layer of blushing red. Zana, after a year, I will go to Jianan Academy to find you. Wait for me. Burying his head in that soft hair, the young man's promise finally let the girl, who was at a loss, to obediently nod her head. Chapter 97. Duenai. Walking on a small street and observing the clan that had become much emptier, Ziyan shook his head helplessly. Today was the day that the recruitment team from Jianan Academy would arrive at Wuten City, and thus almost half of the clan members had gone to watch. By now, the entrance to Wuten City would likely be entirely blocked by people. What a bunch of insane people. Did you think that they would easily let you pass the entrance examination just because you went to look? Ziyan shook his head and whispered, in a relaxed manner as he headed towards the mountains. At this time every day, he would train his Dou technique without fail. Although the recruitment team this time stayed in Wuten City, the territories that they were responsible of included other nearby cities. Thus, when Ziyan and his group rushed to the recruitment location on the next day and saw the seemingly never-ending queue, they could not help but be stunned. In the huge plaza, there were continuous noises and disturbances. Countless young people were struggling to head into the interior of the plaza. Were it not for the soldiers from the governor's barracks maintaining order at the edge of the plaza, the agitated crowd would have desperately rushed in. After staring in shock at the sea of people for a long while, Ziyan sighed lightly. His face was dispirited as he shook his head. From the looks of things, it seemed he could forget about passing the entrance examination today. There's nothing you can do, right? Looking at Ziyan's dispirited manner, Ziyu, who was having a conversation with Zana behind him, immediately said in a pleased voice. Rolling his eyes, Ziyan ignored her. Does Ziyu Bai have a solution? Seeing that the pair was about to argue, Zana, who was standing beside them, quickly changed the conversation topic. The one who is in charge of the recruitment team in Wuten City is my teacher. Naturally, as her favorite pupil, I have a solution. Ziyu raised her nose and laughed as she waved her hand. Follow me. Watching Ziyu raise her sexy long legs and head towards the other side of the plaza, Ziyan looked at Zana and helplessly pushed his hands away. Forget it. I will not argue with her. Hearing this, Zana smiled and nodded as she and Ziyan followed Ziyu. The few of them followed Ziyu and rounded around the huge plaza before they came to a stop at the western side, where the back of the plaza was. Here, there were fully equipped soldiers who formed 2 to 3 layers around the place. Their weapons carried a cold glint which under the hot sun reflected the piercing rays. Scanning the tightly guarded formation, Ziyu issued some orders to Ziyan before moving forward by herself. She took out a piece of green identification card and spoke for a long while to someone who appeared to be an officer. Only after that did she wave for Ziyan and his group to come over. The middle-aged officer's cold gaze swept over Ziyan and his companions. Only after a while did he wave his hand and order, "Let them through." Upon hearing the order from the middle-aged officer, an ordered sound of metal rubbing against another was immediately emitted from the tight wall of armored men, and slowly, a small path appeared. Ziyu smiled at the middle-aged officer as she took back her green plate. After lifting her chin at Ziyan and group, she followed the middle-aged officer and led the group in. Following behind Ziyu, the other members from Xian clan also entered this path. Just as they entered, the group could feel a coldness on their skin. The surrounding expressionless soldiers were emitting a scent of blood from their bodies, causing the group, who had never experienced such a formation, to feel an intense pressure that made it difficult to breathe. These are soldiers who have survived real wars. Ziyan gradually let out a breath. Ziyan's extraordinary will allowed him to slowly drive out the pressure. Licking his lips, his weakened legs suddenly felt strong once more. Regardless of how you put it, with his strength as a doji, he was stronger than most of the soldiers present. He might not be able to compete in terms of bloody auras, but at the very least, he would not embarrass himself for that reason. The short, less than 20-meter distance felt like 100 or 1,000 meters to the few of them. When they finally took their final step, all of them found that their palms were sweaty. With her slightly pale face, Ziyu faced the middle-aged officer and smiled bitterly. "Senior Cat, did you purposely torture us?" "Ha ha, this was what Teacher Ruolin ordered. If you want to take the back door, it is only natural to have to go through a little test. All of you are quite good. These subordinates of mine have all hugged a corpse to sleep. If you did not have a strong inner strength, you would have been paralyzed with fear halfway through." The middle-aged officer's face revealed a smile as his gaze swept across Ziyu and those around her. Finally seeing on the calm faces of Zun and Ziyan, astonishment filled his eyes. It seems that Teacher Ruolin will be able to recruit some good students this time. TL, backdoor means unofficial, aka somewhat cheating. Hugged a corpse to sleep equals seen death, and a lot of it. Waving at the middle-aged officer in a less than good mood, Ziyu pulled Zmi and Zining, whose legs had already weakened, and walked swiftly into the interior of the plaza. Once they were in the middle of the plaza, their eyes caught sight of a large green tent. From there, Ziyan and the others could already see the sea of people outside. On the pathway, there were occasionally some people who had passed the entrance test and were happily heading towards the interior of the plaza. "You are?" Just as they began walking near the huge tent, a female's laugh rang out. A red figure rushed over and happily hugged Ziyu. Her palms touched Ziyu's waist as she jokingly said, "Have you grown fatter, TL? You're an intimate form of address. Refers to Ziyu. You lewd girl. Get off me." Scolding with a smile, Ziyu pushed the girl off. Following that, she turned around to face Ziyan and the others as she made the introductions with a smile. "This is my best friend in the Jianon Academy. She's called Zuenai and is a doji." Hearing this, Ziyan and the others shifted their gaze to the lady in red. A radiant smile could be seen on her slightly pretty face and her brown hair was carelessly tied into a ponytail. She had a full blossom, a very slender waist along with a round bottom. Although she was not as pretty as Ziyu, her sexy devilish figure was something from every man's dream. During the short period of introduction, Ziyan had realized that many of the young men who had passed the test were stealthily and obscenely gazing at the two women. Ziyu affectionately held Zuenai. From her expression, it was obvious they enjoyed a good relationship. "They are members of my clan. This is Zana, hey, beautiful, isn't she? But you are not allowed to have any intentions towards her. She will not show any interest in you. This is Zmi, another beauty. This is my younger brother Zining. Finally this is ... When her eyes landed on the lazy-looking Ziyan, Ziyu slanted her head and pulled the ears of the girl called Zuenai and whispered, "He's Ziyan, the one whom I have mentioned to you before." At first, Zuenai glanced at both Zuna and Zmi. Widening her eyes, she gasped, "Wow, your clan really does have quite a number of beauties. Once they enter Jianon Academy, all of the males will be utterly smitten, hey, Ziyan." After a shocked gasp, Zuenai suddenly stilled as she watched Ziyan with a stunned expression. "Is this the one whom you said, the cousin who remained at 3 Duancha? Looks quite handsome." "Oh." The corner of Ziyu's mouth twitched as she ruthlessly pinched the big-mouthed woman beside her. Seeing the terrible expression on Ziyan's face, she embarrassingly tried to explain, "I did not go around talking about you. It is just that these sharp ears of hers picked up what I said when I was sleep-talking." Raising his eyebrows, Ziyan curled his mouth and touched his face as he mocked, "You are thinking of me even in your dreams." Since when has our relationship been this good? Back then, all I did was touch. Shut up. Hearing Ziyan's words, Ziyu's face was filled with embarrassment. The sexy long legs of hers ruthlessly kicked at Ziyan. Ziyan shifted his body smoothly to avoid it. After getting back at her, he waved his hands and stopped his teasing. What did you touch? It can't be you, can it? Zuni's face was filled with curiosity as she was ruthlessly pinched by Ziyu. You, how cruel of you. You actually attacked your old friend. Covering her reddened wrist, Zhu and I watched Ziyu with a pair of watery eyes. Stop fooling around. We still need to bring them to take the test. Ziyu scolded as she pushed away the living treasure, not knowing to cry or smile. Hey, let's go. Follow me. I will lead the way. Zhu and I changed her face and withdrew the tears from her eyes. She turned around and was about to take the first step when she tilted her head and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you that Luo Bu is in this recruitment party. Moreover, on the journey here, I heard that he had risen to a 4-star doji." Hearing this, the smiling face of Ziyu's became gloomy and she impatiently said, "Why did that irritating guy come? Isn't it because of the beautiful Ziyu in front of us? On the way here, he only had thoughts of you." Zuenai jokingly said. Ziyu clenched her teeth a couple of times. For a while, her expression changed irregularly before she suddenly turned around and stared at Ziyan. "What are you looking at me for? You can forget about getting me to act intimate with you in front of that guy. I am not interested in you and have no intention of feigning interest." Seeing the glint in Ziyu's eyes and given his intelligence, how could Ziyan not guess what that girl was thinking? He simply laughed coldly and ignored the angry gaze as he swaggered toward the large tent. It seems that your charm has diminished. In the face of such a good thing, the students in our school would have fought desperately for it. But that little boy actually ignored you?" Watching Ziyan's back, Duenai said incredulously. Tightly clenching her teeth, Ziyu irritably said, "This little rascal is a freak. How can you use logic to try and understand him? Other than that vamp in the academy, have you seen anyone else who could improve from having 3 Duanche to being a 3-star doji in just 1 year?" Hearing this, Zuni's mouth opened. Her cheeky expression was finally overcome by shock. She had not expected that the delicate and handsome-looking young man to possess such talent. Was this still the same person as the clan's cripple that Ziyu had told her about earlier? Chapter 98. Making Things Difficult. Ziyan slowly made his way towards the large tent. Ziyu was behind him, angrily glaring at his back, clenching her teeth. She had not expected that Ziyan would decline her offer and not give her any face. As the group got closer to the large green tent, they found over 10 people gathered in its shade. They were split up into a few small circles and talking. Based on their relaxed expressions, one would probably say they were all students from the same academy as Zuenai, Jianon Academy. Outside of the tent's cool shade, over 20 young men and women were sitting on the ground under the hot sun. Although the heat caused them to perspire unceasingly, their expressions stayed timid. On first glance, it seemed that they were the new students who had just passed the entrance examination outside. A couple of chattering females in the tent suddenly raised their heads and saw Ziyu with her group walking towards them. The students' faces instantly brightened at the sight, and they quickly rushed over with unceasing laughter to surround Ziyu. Ziyan felt his head swell at the sudden assault of loud noises. He was not ready for the loud clamoring of adolescent girls. His gaze swept across these young and pretty female students. From their surprised expressions, Ziyan realized that Ziyu's relationships in the academy seemed to be quite good. Please, all of you, can you be more reserved?" Ziyu helplessly said. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she was forced to push away a couple of friends who were continuously throwing themselves on her. I haven't seen you in 2 months, and it seems you have become more shapely in my absence. Be honest, did you, A female with a beautiful face secretly swept her hand on Ziyu's chest before resting it on her shoulder as she joked. At the side, Ziyan helplessly sighed and gave Ziyu a strange look. Why was it that all these friends of hers were like female leeches? Get lost, you lewd girl. Don't act so unrestrained toward me. Blushing, Ziyu pushed off the girl from her chest. When she saw that there were other girls attempting to pounce on her, she quickly took a step back, pointed at Ziyan and group and hurriedly introduced them. Thankfully, this move successfully rid the girls of their teasing intentions. Hehe, what beautiful girls. After the gazes swept across Zana and Xiemi, their great beauty caused these female students to sigh in surprise. Their gazes gradually turned towards Ziyan. As for Zining, he was luckily overlooked by these females due to his sibling relationship with Ziyu. Although Ziyan was younger than Ziyu by 2 to 3 years, his size could easily be compared to Ziyu's after over a year of tough training. His face may have appeared a little young and delicate, but he carried a maturity that did not match his age. This visual contradiction caused the females to helplessly take another look. He, what a handsome young man. Is he your cousin? Blood-related cousin? Be honest. Did you steal him for yourself? Regardless of how calm Ziyan was, upon hearing these ladies openly asking such a valiant question in front of the parties involved, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. The gaze that he used on Ziyu grew increasingly strange. After hearing the teasing of these girls, Ziyu's face showed both embarrassment and helplessness. She was about to explain when the corner of her eye caught a male figure striding over. Ziyu's face changed and frowned. Immediately, a flustered red appeared on her face as she flirtatiously said, "I don't have any blood relation with him. Why don't you stop making fun of him? He has been shy since he was young." Hearing those words, all the female students were stunned. Watching a flustered-looking Ziyu that they have never seen before, they began exchanging looks with one another. Originally, they had only intended to joke around. They did not expect that Ziyu would actually seriously come forth and explain. Moreover, the tone she used, it was like half attempting to lie. Even Zana and those following Ziyu were also stunned by Ziyu's intimate tone. They exchanged glances as they all saw each other's eyes foggy. Since when had the relationship between Ziyu and Ziyan become so good? TL, eyes foggy equals confused. Standing on one side, Ziyan coldly stared at Ziyu's acting. He was about to expose her when Ziyu quickly extended her hands. One of them locked onto his hand, while the other intimately swept off the dust from Ziyan's clothes. Seeing Ziyu's sudden action, those surrounding her were all totally shocked. When had they ever witnessed Ziyu treat another man in such a manner? Ziyu knew? Long time no see. Just as everyone was in a daze, a male's voice abruptly called out. Hearing the voice, everyone tilted their heads. A young man in grey was standing at their backs, smiling widely at them. The young man was quite handsome, but that radiant smile appeared false to Ziyan and the others. The flustered look on Ziyu's face slowly receded. Turning around with her hand still holding Ziyan, she glanced at the young man and indifferently said, "Luo Bu, long time no see." KK. Nodding his head and laughing, the young man called Luo Bu randomly looked at the interlocked hands. Instantly, a coldness and fury flashed across the gaze he sent to Ziyan. "KK, you must have brought over these few people, no?" Luo Bu asked with a smile as he stepped toward them. "Yes." Carelessly nodding her head, Ziyu once again introduced Ziyan and the others. She said with a smile, "I have brought them here to take the test." "Oh, have you now?" Nodding his head with a smile, Luo Bu pulled out a fist-sized red crystal ball. He waved it and said with a smile, "It so happens that teacher Ruo Ling has just given me an examination crystal. Why don't we let them try? The other examination crystals have all been brought to the examination gateway at the front. If you don't use mine, you will have to wait for some time." Hearing this, Ziyu hesitated a little before nodding her head. She slanted her head and softly explained to Ziyan, "This examination crystal is very simple. As long as your strength has reached the Edo chair of the 8 Duan, it will light up. Once that happens, you will have passed the initial test. Let me go." Ziyan unruly stared at her and indifferently ordered, "Ah." Ziyu smilingly nodded her head and obediently released her hands. Seeing her obedient manner, the grip of the one called Luo Bu tightened on the crystal ball. "Zana, why don't all of you go first?" Rubbing his reddened wrist that Ziyu had grabbed, Ziyan told Zana with a smile. Ads by Pub Future, nodding with a smile, Zana, Ziemi and Zining took the lead and went forward. Soon after their palms touched the crystal ball, it lit up and they stepped back. Seeing the three of them succeeding, Ziyan also went forward and carelessly touched the crystal ball, obtaining the same result. Rest assured that if they did not have the ability to pass the test, I would not have acted on my own and brought them in here. Watching the success of the 4 people, Ziyu said indifferently, "KK, It is not that I don't trust you, but this is the rule. Giving Ziyu an apologetic smile, Luobu kept the crystal ball. His finger pointed towards those outside, who were sitting under the sun. Facing Ziyan and group, he said with a smile, "Congratulations on passing the initial test. Now, please sit outside for half an hour, Luobu." What is the meaning of this? Hearing Luobu words, Ziyu frowned and asked with iciness, "Ziyu, you are also a student here. You ought to know that this is a rule during recruitment. KK, the new students these days are getting more and more impulsive. Wearing down their spirit during the recruitment would benefit their future life at the academy." Luobu explained with a smile. "HMPH? Luobu, I am not interested in whatever you tell the new students, but you shall not impose these lousy rules on the people I have brought over," Ziyu icily said. "This is the rule." The corner of Luobu's mouth twitched. Being publicly rebuked by Ziyu without consideration of his reputation had contributed to the anger and sourness within him. "Luobu, you should stop creating trouble. You know very well that these are rules that can be done without, so why do you want to make a big fuss out of it?" The surrounding girls frowned, as they were also unable to bear how Luobu was trying to make a big fuss over nothing. "KK, I'm sorry. They had passed the test on my watch. Based on the rules, during this time period, I am in charge of them." Luobu smiled radiantly. Seeing the furious Ziyu, he suddenly changed his words. "All right, because it's you, not all of them will need to go out. Why don't we let someone be a representative?" Let me see. We shall let this boy be the representative. KK, he's a man, so there's no need for him to worry about turning darker under the sun." After slowly moving his finger across the few new students, he finally smiled and stopped in front of Ziyan. Ziyan widened his eyes and indifferently watched the young man in front of him, who was full of smiles. "Get lost. Ziyan will also not leave. I will personally look for Teacher Ruoling to talk about this. There is no need for you to be here giving orders." With a stride of her long sexy legs, Ziyu stood in front of Ziyan and coldly said, "Oh, Luobu Daje, it seems that you are having some problems." Just as they were in a constant entanglement, a group of laughing men appeared from the shadow of the tent. "TL, Daje, means big brother. It's nothing other than this new student being unwilling to be under the sun." Luobo secured his crystal ball as he said offhandedly, "Hey, it has been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant new student. Luobu Daje, do you need our help?" Hearing this, a young man with one golden star on his chest quietly smiled at Luobu. His smile was filled with an attempt to curry favor. Smiling and nodding his head, Luobu faced the gloomy-faced Ziyu and mused. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Why don't we do this? It is all right not to go out, but there are many new students out there watching. If only these few students are exempted from being under the sun, the others may not be happy about it." As he spoke, Luobu patted the shoulders of the young man beside him and smiled at Ziyan. "Since you do not wish to go out, why don't you spar with J-Lo here? Of course, you need not defeat him. All you need is to endure for 20 rounds under him." Hearing this, the ladies by Ziyu's side immediately angrily scolded Luobu. After seeing the situation, they had finally understood that this guy was jealous of Ziyan and was trying to abuse his authority to punish Ziyan for a personal grudge. Compared to the angry cries of those around her, Ziyu had strangely become quiet. Tilting her head and watching Ziyan, she clearly understood that Ziyan's current strength was not weaker than hers. Dealing with a one-star doji was not something difficult. Ignoring Ziyu's gaze, Ziyan indifferently stared at the radiantly smiling Luobu. A coldness filled his black eyes. Originally, he had not wanted to be meddlesome, but this guy just had to force his hand. Hey, come. Little boy, let me teach you how to respect your seniors. Otherwise, when you suffer at the academy in the future, you would blame us." The young man called J-Lo stepped forward and smiled at Ziyan with ill intentions. Gradually letting his breath out, Ziyan simply shrugged his shoulders in front of everyone's gaze. He took 2 steps forward. When he was by Ziyu's side, he abruptly extended his arm and ruthlessly grabbed her soft narrow waist and pulled her into an embrace. Faced with Ziyan's sudden surprise attack, Ziyu was momentarily stunned before her entire face flamed. Considering that Luobu was nearby, she could only cease her struggle and clench her teeth as she repeatedly cursed this guy who publicly took advantage of her. Ziyan's action caused all the females around them to be totally stunned. It also caused Luo Bu's face to immediately become dark. He slanted his head and coldly told Zhe Lo, "Be more ruthless when you attack." Hearing this, Zhe Lo smiled sinisterly and nodded. At the side, Zonda and the two others could only helplessly shake their head at the strange action. "This is interesting," Ziyan coldly whispered as his hand caressed Ziyu's waist twice more, seemingly reluctant to leave. After saying that, Ziyan released his hand without another glance at Ziyu's betrayed face. He stretched his neck while holding a smile at the edge of his mouth and slowly walked toward Zhe Lo, who was staring at him sinisterly. Chapter 99. Threaten. Watching Ziyan stroll over, Zhe Lo smiled coldly. He had seen many such new students who had stood out, but none of them had a good ending. Wearing down the spirit of new students during their recruitment was an unofficial tradition in Jianan Academy. Those who possessed the qualification to be recruited usually had quite a lot of talent. These people were also usually pampered within their home and seldom met with any mocking or taunting. Carrying this kind of attitude and entering Jianan Academy, which was filled with outstanding individuals, would easily result in fights breaking out because of verbal disputes. At the end, this would only cause unnecessary trouble. Hence, when recruiting new students, it was important to let the new students clearly understand their ability and wear down their arrogance and spirit. When faced with this unofficial rule, even the teachers of the Jianan Academy did not raise any objections. Thus, this rule continued to be passed down over the generations. Tightening his fist and allowing his faint Dou Qi to enshroud over it, Zhe Lo smiled coldly. Back when he first joined the Jianan Academy, he had also resisted with his talent. However, a Star Doji senior had only used one punch before he sensibly ran out to stand under the blazing sun for half an hour. This personal humiliation had further increased his desire to grind down the spirit of each new student he saw. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, the young man finally stopped right in front of Zhe Lo. Why are you not stopping him? Being under the sun is much better than suffering physical injuries." Seeing the sinister smile of Zhe Lo, the girls beside Ziyu somewhat unwillingly blamed her. Standing beside Ziyu, Duenai recalled the appraisal Ziyu had of Ziyan and her clear eyes blinked. Curiously, she stared at the young man who had continued smiling faintly. She wanted to know whether Ziyu was right and that this young man called Ziyan really had a talent comparable to that which. Closing her red lips tightly, Duenai placed her hands in front of her chest while anticipation flashed across her eyes. With the redness on her face yet to subside, Ziyu appeared extremely attractive. She lazily stretched her arm and then pushed aside the black hair in front of her forehead. As she stared at the young man's back, she said in an offhanded whisper, "It is difficult to say who's going to suffer." Watching the two men in the tent who were about to start fighting, the 20-plus new students under the sun curiously directed their gaze at them. Before choosing to be under the sun, they had also attempted to retaliate, but those retaliations were all easily forcefully suppressed by their much stronger seniors. Seeing another who wanted to challenge the strength of these seniors, they began to gloat at his misfortune as they got ready to observe how he would embarrass himself. "Are you ready?" Enjoying being the focus of everyone's attention, the smile on Zhe Lo's face grew richer. His small eyes glanced at Ziyan and spoke with a smile. "Begin." Ziyan simply scratched his chin quietly, causing everyone to be stunned. Hey, little boy, your mentality is not bad." Faced with Ziyan's attitude, Zhe Lo was a little surprised. Immediately, he felt an anger from within. Was this an attempt at discriminating against him? Lightly releasing his breath, Ziyan did not bother to say any nonsense. He simply lazily stared at the somewhat angry face of his opponent. Very good. The calm of his opponent had hurt Zhe Lo's pride. With a cold smile, he furiously rushed forward with his right fist clenched and Dou Qi agglomerating on it. Immediately, the fist, along with the accompanying wind, ruthlessly bombarded towards Ziyan's head. The surrounding audience, upon seeing Zhe Lo use such a great force against a new student, frowned. Gently lifting his eyelids and watching the large fist rushing at him, Ziyan shook his head. He raised his palm where the first was about to strike was and halted Zhe Lo's fist. After halting the fist, his palm did not even make the slightest movement. The punch, which had a huge amount of energy and strength, did not even raise the slightest reaction, much like punching air. Speed, slow. Strength, weak. Are you really a student from Jianan Academy? Lifting his face, Ziyan shook his head and whispered. The ridicule in the young man's whisper caused the surrounding people to become dumbfounded. One by one, astonished gazers stared at the spot where the fist and palm made contact. It was difficult to imagine that a new student would be able to easily block an attack from a one-star doji. Luo Bu, who was originally full of smiles, gradually turned gloomy as he watched this scene. His gaze was filled with coldness as he watched the young man who was smiling faintly. It seemed that he had made a mistake. Had he known, he would have let someone who was stronger enter the fight. Bastard! Do you want to die, being publicly ridiculed by a new student? Xiaolo's face had turned completely red as he bellowed. His right leg aimed at Ziyan's lower abdomen and violently kicked. With an indifferent face, Ziyan lazily swung his unused left hand as one would do to a fly. Finally, with a snapping sound, he hit Gole's ankle. A bruise instantly appeared. Hiss! An intense pain was emitted from the ankle, causing Xiaolo to breathe in a mouthful of cold air. The fury on his face became even wilder. Quickly retreating a step, he broke away from Ziyan's palm. His right leg stepped off the ground and borrowed the force to rise high into the air. Spinning abruptly, a pale green Dou Qi appeared on his right leg. A wind blade-like imaginary light covered his leg before it ruthlessly cut towards Ziyan's skull cap. Shameless. To even use the wind light edge. This is a high Huangdou skill. This guy is far too shameless. Watching the blurry light blade on Xiaolo's leg, the group of female students, whose faces were filled with anger, yelled furiously. Seeing Xiaolo's action, Ziyu's eyebrow creased slightly only to relax soon after. Back then, even after using a high Huangdou skill, Jialia's hands were still crippled by Ziyan. She did not believe that with just the strength of a one-star doji, this guy could do any significant harm to Ziyan. Lifting his face, the somewhat sharp wind caused Ziyan's face to shudder slightly. Slowly lifting his palm, he aimed at the descending Xiaolo scram. Moving his lips, the faint voice shouted. As the shout died down, a ferocious and shapeless force came rushing forth from Ziyan's palm and ruthlessly landed on the chest of the descending Xiaolo. Puff! As his chest suffered an unknown heavy blow, the cold face of Xiaolo immediately turned white. A moment later, his body was pushed backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! After his body was thrown back by more than 10 meters, it landed heavily on a rock that had been baked under the hot sun. Xiaolo's body slightly twitched as his terrified face watched the young man, who was standing a distance away with his palms still stretched out. His chest felt then stuffy and his vision became black as he finally fainted. The time between Xiaolo's powerful attack till the time he was thrown back without any apparent reason was only slightly more than 10 seconds. Seeing how the victory was decided in such a short time, the people both within and outside the camp harmoniously kept silent. Under the hot sun, the new students foolishly stared at Xiaolo who had fainted near them. Moments later, their fervent gaze shifted towards the young man standing under the shade. This was the first time they had witnessed a freshman defeating a senior. Moreover, this new student seemed to be slightly younger than them. The prettier young ladies amongst the new student gazed passionately at the black-clothed young man who wore an indifferent face. Their eyes were filled with a worshipful glint. Was it not for the inappropriate atmosphere, they might have screeched once or twice to vent their worshipful feelings. Certainly, a terrifying talent. Staring intently at Ziyan, Du Enai let out a shocked sigh and shook her head. Ziyan's strength had proven that what Ziyu had said earlier was the truth. You're this person from your family, what exactly is the level of his strength? From the looks of it, it seems he has already become a doji, right? While staring dumbly at the young man in black, the girls beside Ziyu abruptly asked with a stammer. What a joke! Being able to easily beat up a one-star doji to such an extent, his strength was already greater than most of the people here. Ziyu smiled sweetly as she stared intently at the young man standing on the spot where the fight had taken place. An unknown radiance flashed across her eyes. A moment later, she copied Ziyan's manner and waved her hands while speaking with a smile. If we were to fight, even I would not be able to beat him. Do you think he is a doji? TSK. A doji at such a young age. Even in Jianan Academy, that is considered to be one of the top talents. Hey, it seems you have quite a good taste. But he is your cousin, isn't he? Why don't you let us have him? The beautiful ladies laughingly teased. Get lost, you lewd woman. With a red face, Ziyu pushed the girl away. In her heart, Ziyu muttered without reason, I have already said, there are no blood ties between him and me. The sudden appearance of her heartfelt feelings caused the tip of Ziyu's ears to scald. She quickly scolded herself before calming her feelings, not daring to let her imagination run wild. Compared to the laugher on Ziyu's side, Luo Bu's face was becoming increasingly gloomy. He coldly stared at Ziyan as the corner of his mouth twitched. I do not need to go out now, do I? Carelessly pulling down his sleeves, Ziyan looked at Luo Bu and smiled faintly. Ho ho, you seem to have some hidden skills. Hiding the coldness on his face, Luo Bu once again displayed a radiant smile. Walking forward, he patted Ziyan's shoulders in a seemingly friendly manner as he coldly whispered, Little boy, you had better not be too impudent. Although you possess some talent, there are many in Jianan Academy who are more outstanding than you. With your attitude, you will find yourself in an unfavorable situation in Jianan Academy. Thanks for your reminder. Nodding his head with a smile, Ziyan said, but I believe that you do not possess such qualifications. Ziyan was no fool. Luo Bu's enmity toward him was something he clearly understood. Therefore, there was no need to act ignorant in front of him. Even if they were to fight, Ziyan was not afraid of him. If he were to be more annoyed, it was not as though it was the first time he killed someone and destroyed the corpse. Although Luo Bu's enmity towards him originated from a misunderstanding, Ziyan did not have the leisure mood to explain it away. Putting it in a less courteous manner, it was Luo Bu who did not possess the qualification for Ziyan to do so. Moreover, Ziyu may have argued with him every day, but Ziyan did not wish for her to be harmed by this two-faced hypocrite. Listening to Ziyan's rude words, Luo Bu's radiant smile once again dissolved into coldness. His cold eyes stared intently at Ziyan and his face twitched. The cold glint in his eyes seemed to imaginary slash Ziyan into multiple pieces. Ziyan ignored the pointless visual assault. The indifferent smile on his delicate and handsome face was clearly better at giving others a good impression compared to the forceful, pretentious hypocrite smile. Arrogant boy, when you start at Jianan Academy, I will take good care of you as your senior. Luo Bu clenched his teeth and said with a cold smile. Touching his face, Ziyan softly said, I don't know about other things, but if you continue your act, believe me, I am able to cause you to be unable to leave Wuten City. Shrinking his eyes, the corner of Luo Bu's mouth twitched as he stared at the young man. Within those black eyes, he found a depth of indifference. His body trembled without leaving a trace. When he looked into those chilly black eyes, Luo Bu actually felt a frightening coldness. This feeling was similar to the one he got when he faced a savage mystical wolf alone during his last mission. Luo Bu covertly swallowed his saliva. The threatening words which were about to escape his mouth were also forcefully swallowed. Very good. Luo Bu heaved out a breath of air, seemingly intent on expelling the embarrassing chill that he had felt. Clenching his teeth and nodding his head, he had already made a decision. If he had the opportunity, he would get someone to cultivate a good relationship with this boy. Indifferently staring at Luo Bu, Ziyan was considering whether to find an opportunity to let this guy vanish from Wuten City in order to avoid future trouble when a tender female voice from within the tent caused Ziyan to soften. Hehe, this little boy has quite a great talent. This time around, it looks like I have found a treasure. Chapter 100. The Classification of One's Potential. The unexpected female voice was so gentle that it gave off a heartbreaking feeling. Under this tenderness, Ziyan felt a little absent-minded despite his mental strength. A moment later, he finally followed the source of the voice and gazed into the tent. In the shadows of the tent, a lady dressed in green was standing prettily with a grin. The smile on her pretty face was warm and her eyes looked around quickly. The tenderness in her gaze was like clear water quietly passing through, causing people to become intoxicated by the lady's special vivid gentleness. The lady looked much older than Ziyu and the others. The voluminous and exquisite posture leaked out a mature loveliness that was molded by the years. This kind of natural loveliness far surpassed what Ziyu and these immature girls had. Ziyan swept his gaze over the lady. Although this lady's appearance was slightly inferior to Zun and Ziyu, her genuine gentle disposition was something that amazed Ziyan. The lady on the opposite was as gentle as water, demonstrating the epitome of gentleness. Ever since this lady appeared, Ziyan realized that the gaze of some of the young male students in the tent had quietly become passionate. The gazes that they gave her also contained an inexplicable sentiment. Having discovered this phenomenon, Ziyan immediately shook his head quietly. It seemed that these guys had some sort of crush on the lady, which was not something surprising. The younger guys usually liked women who were more matured than them. This seemed to be called having a preference for a mature woman. Teacher Ruolin, ho ho, you, has missed you dearly. Seeing the gentle woman who had appeared in the tent, Ziyu immediately cried out in surprise, following which she pounced forward and with a smile, tightly hugged that seemingly plump, but not fat waist. Hey, you, are you enjoying your leave? The gentle lady who was called Teacher Ruolin smilingly said as she embraced Ziyu. It has been not bad. With a saucy smile, Ziyu bit Teaching Ruolin's ears and joked softly, teachers becoming gentler and gentler. If this continues, any man who catches the eye of teacher in the future would be utterly trapped by this gentleness. A shallow redness appeared on her face as Teacher Ruolin shook her head helplessly. After spoiling Ziyu by patting her head, she abruptly faced Ziyan and the others and raised her chin. In her gentle voice, she said, "Are these the people you brought over? It seems that they are quite good." Ha ha, of course. Proudly lifting her chest, Ziyu tilted her head and fiercely stared at Luobu and complained softly, "That guy is becoming more and more arrogant. Who told you to purposefully provoke him? You should know his feelings for you." After acting so intimately with another man before his eyes, it would be strange if he did not find an excuse to make things difficult. Teacher Ruolin helplessly said, "That will only increase my dislike for him." Ziyu curled her lips and said, shaking her head, Ruolin released Ziyu. She slowly walked forward and spoke with a smile to the 10+ students under the hot sun. "Dear students, come in." Hearing her open her mouth to speak, the new students who were perspiring under the hot sun were immediately filled with happiness. They quickly got up and entered the shade of the tent in a haggardly manner. It must be said that even though this method of wearing down the spirit of the new students was a little merciless, it was effective. At the very least, the arrogance of the new students who were entering the tent was much diminished compared to when they had first arrived. All of them withdrew under the shadows of the tent, their eyes constantly roaming all over the interior of the tent. Sweeping a smile that was overflowing with gentleness over everyone, Teacher Ruoning finally landed her gaze on Ziyan's face. She smiled and said softly, "Luobu does not have any evil intentions. Before, he was only a little angry, so his actions were a little reckless. Please don't blame him." "Ha ha, teacher must be joking. I'm a good-natured person. Why would I blame Luobu Senior?" Ziyan rubbed his head and shyly smiled. Hearing this, most of the people in the tent rolled their eyes and laughed in their hearts. Did this person not feel that saying these words after rudely knocking out a senior was a little burlesque? After staring intently at the smiling young man in front of her, Teacher Ruoning blinked her long eyelashes. She had a foreboding that after so many years of being a teacher, she had finally met a student who would give her the greatest headache. After letting her imagination run wild, Teacher Ruolin shook her head and ordered to male students to bring the fainted J-Lo in. She lowered her head and observed J-Lo's wounds. Immediately, she pressed her eyebrows together and stared at the innocent-looking Ziyan with censure. Being assaulted by the full force of her gaze, Ziyan felt his insides trembled. The corner of his mouth cracked, but he was not distracted. After thinking for a moment with a frown, Teacher Ruoning extended her clean white hand and instantly lightly touched J-Lo's hand under the envious gaze of the male students. A pale blue moist energy was guided by her hand as it entered J-Lo's body, helping calm the disordered Dou Qi in his body and healing some of the injuries caused by Ziyan. Amongst the different classification of Dou Qi, the water-type Dou Qi was the most gentle kind. In the absence of any healing medicine, water-type Dou Qi was the most suitable choice to help treat wounds. Hence, water-type Dou Qi practitioners were also commonly known as mobile healing medicine. In many mercenary groups, someone who possessed the water element Qi technique was a must. After all, when fellow members were severely injured, only water or wood-type Dou Qi would be able to help the member gain sufficient time to heal. Under the warmth of Teacher Ruoning's Dou Qi, the unconscious J-Lo quickly woke up with a groan. Opening his eyes and watching the smiling Teacher Ruoning beside him, The former's eyes was filled with intoxication and worship. Instantly, he embarrassingly got up. His eyes swept across Xian and he cowardly hid his eyes. "Are you all right?" Releasing his head, Ruolin gently asked. "Thank you, teacher." Zhelo gratefully nodded his head. "It's good to know that you are fine." Smiling, "Teacher." Ruolin turned around and elegantly sat down on the leader's chair. With a full smile, she watched the new students gathered in the tent. She shook her white hand and a ring on her finger flickered while a green scroll made of goatskin and a pen appeared in her hands. Lifting her eyes, Teacher Ruolin smiled in a lazy demeanor. "Dear students, congratulations on passing the test. Now, you can be considered to have entered the Jianan Academy. As the school needs to divide the students according to their potential, I will need to know your current actual strength. 8 Duanche would belong to the F class in terms of potential. This is the minimum requirement to enter Jianan Academy. 9 Duanche would belong to the E class in terms of potential. A 1-star Doji, D class, 2-star Doji, C class. Continuing on in this manner, the highest class is the S class for those who are 5-star Doji. Of course, this is restricted to those who are younger than 20. For over a decade, Jianan Academy has only seen one student who has S-class potential. Now that little, which is quite incredible in the academy. Covering her red lips and softly laughing, Ruolin's tall and slender eyelashes lightly blinked. "I don't really have extravagant hopes of meeting someone in the same class as the little witch, but if I can obtain some in the B or C classes, I will be satisfied." Speaking to this point, Ruolin stealthily swept across Xian and Zana. From her perception, out of all those in the tent, only these two gave her an unpredictable feeling. She forecasted that the strength of the two of them would not be lower than the C class. She was not the only one who was guessing. All those in the tent who had witnessed Xian in action were also guessing in their heart. What class did the potential of this seemingly abnormal person belong to? "All right, begin. Starting from the left, report your name, your Dou Qi level and age." Ruolin's empty hand held the ink brush and gently smiled. Seeing that the registration was about to begin, Ziyu and the others in the tent were filled with interest and idly sat down in one corner. "Hey, you what level does your clan Xian belong to?" The few beautiful female students squeezing with Ziyu curiously inquired. Hearing this, Ziyu narrowed her eyebrows and became silent for a moment. She had never seen Xian test his Dou Qi. Hence, she did not dare to say too much lest she caused Xian embarrassment should she make a mistake. The current Ziyu, for no apparent reason, was strangely beginning to think for Xian. If it was in the past, she would likely be happier at the embarrassment Xian faced. After some hesitation, Ziyu gave a somewhat conservative answer. "I think that he should be able to achieve C or B class." "Wow, that is quite good already. He can be considered amongst the more talented ones entering Jianan Academy. When our potential was evaluated back then, the best was only a D class." Hearing this, some of the female students said with an envious gaze. Ziyu lightly smiled but did not continue speaking. Her gaze was focused on the evaluation that had already begun in the middle of the tent. "Hey Yan, 9th stage Duanche, 20 years old." The slightly black-skinned young man sitting on the leftmost corner announced his information with a slightly red face. Smiling and nodding her head, Teacher Ruolin quickly recorded the student's information. Her red lips parted. E-class. Lin Dun, 8 Duanche, 19 years old, F class. Ke Li, 9 Duanche, 17 years old, E class. At the same time, everyone took turns to report their information. A few new students who just passed the test outside would occasionally enter the tent. After they were strictly warned by the seniors, they quickly and obediently stood behind the queue and waited to report their information. Amongst the 20-odd people who had reported their information, most of them were weaker than a doji. Naturally, there were a couple of new students who originally had 9 Duanche but were downgraded to an 8 Duanche after failing to become a doji. Prior to Xian's turn, the most outstanding one in the group was a 17-year-old 1-star doji. According to his potential calculation, this was only a D class. Even if it was only this, it gave Ruolin some happiness. After all, for a 17-year-old to reach a 1-star doji meant that he had potential. After the new student in front of Ziyan finished reporting his information, all the gazers in the tent immediately focused on the young man who was about to fall asleep from the long wait. Ziyan Zhe, it's your turn. Seeing the hazy eyes of Ziyan beside her, Zana helplessly tried to wake him. Oh. Ziyan, who had just woken up, quickly rubbed the non-existent saliva from his mouth. His gaze shifted towards the front only to find the beautiful teacher Ruo Lin smiling widely at him. With an awkward smile, Ziyan flipped his hand and revealed his clean white teeth. I cannot be compared to the little which that teacher had mentioned. After calculating everything and weighing myself repeatedly, it seems that I can barely be counted as in a class. As Ziyan's somewhat regretful words barely left his mouth when the tent, which was full of whispers, suddenly became silent. At one corner, Luo Bu's face twitched. He did not expect that this young man of 16 or 17 years of age would actually be of equal strength to him. Beside Luo Bu, J-Lo's face had slightly whitened. His face was full of bitterness. No wonder he lost so terribly. This guy was a wolf in sheep's skin. You? Didn't you say that he was at most only a C or B class? Why did it jump to N class? During each recruitment of the Jianon Academy, there will not be more than 100 students who possess a class A potential. A few female students muttered as they stared at Ziyan with open mouths. Staring intently at the young man's delicate face, Ziyu helplessly sighed and muttered, how would I know that this guy is becoming more abnormal, a class? Ruo Lin blinked long eyelashes in wonderment. A moment later, she smiled brilliantly. It seems that I have found a treasure, it was true. Acting like a young lady, teacher Ruo Ning saucily blinked her eyes. This loveliness caused some of the men in the tent to widen their eyes. Ziyan rubbed his nose as Zana beside him suddenly laughed slightly. Ziyan Zhe, you have created a sensation once again. TSK, I know that you are stronger than me. I'm afraid that the S-class should be yours. Ziyan rolled his eyes and snapped, Then should I give false information? In the time that everyone had yet to recover from their shock, Zana pulled Ziyan clothes and secretly asked, just report your real strength. Do you think I will be jealous of you? Letting the academy know some of your potential would be good for your future development. Of course, you may not be concerned about all this. Ziyan shrugged his shoulder and smiled. Zana pursed her lips and nodded her small head as she said lovably, then I will listen to Ziyan Zhe. As she spoke, she took a step forward. The agile and moving voice of the young lady reverberated throughout the tent. Zizana, a 6-star doji, age 16. On the leader's seat, Ruo Lin, who had just raised her pen in preparation to record the information, felt her hand stiffen. Her gentle face finally revealed an astonished expression.